Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Hosted the Chaos Pantheon. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He could feel it, they were all watching him and he knew why. It was the mask he wore at all times. Not a physical one, for that would draw even more attention onto him. It was a mental mask that he hid behind to avoid showing what lay deep inside him. A mask of weakness, expressed through stuttering and tears even if they were all fake and annoyed the beings who resided deep within his mind. It served its purpose though. It allowed him to hide the true power inside of him while still getting to where he needed to go. They all, from teachers to bullies, all believed he was quirkless and pathetic, with his only redeeming quality being an analytical find greater than even some Quirk users. Yet here and now, at the UA entrance exam, he would prove them wrong and reveal his strength to the world, reveal the miracles of the dark gods to all of the heroes. Even now they howled and shrieked in his mind, from Korn and his bloodthirsters roaring their threats, to Tsench and the Lords of Change who whispered the answers to the test, the futures that he would face and the mental threats from those who watched him. Then there was Nurgle and the great unclean ones, who sang their praises and chanted encouragements while hissing darkly at the few with healing quirks that he could sense in the hall. Finally, there was Slainish and the keepers of secrets who ummed and writhed in his mindscape, lost in their own horrific pleasures and tortures. He didn't allow them to affect him though, barely taking notice of the Lords of Change whispering the correct answers to him. Yet they were unnecessary since his own intellect was more than sufficient to pass the exam. Question, answer, question, answer. It was mind-numbingly easy for him to complete this exam, and he sat back, eyes scanning over both the hall and his future competition. He tried his hardest to not think as the divine beings that sat in his mind did, but it was hard at times, and he often found himself slipping into PRs where he viewed humans as little more than competition. A pro-hero at the front, and he eyed him up curiously. His power was similar to the weapons utilized by the Noise Marines, although different in other ways, although he had no doubt that he could use it to cause great harm. All of the pro-heroes could, and there was no doubt in his mind that some of them could easily beat some of his lesser demonic forms and possibly even some of the Chaos Marines that resided deep in his mindscape. Yet there were others that howled and chanted and plotted, beings with names long forgotten or beings enslaved. There was the Red Angel, howling his fury and beating his mighty wings, as was the Phoenician who ummed in his own depraved pleasures. Besides them sat the Pale King who gripped his battle scythe with rotting hands, and behind them all stood a red giant who smiled and watched with a single eye. Others of their order sat there also, the Lord of Iron, the Lord of the Night, the Golden One, and the last Primarch. The War Master was missing though, his soul and physical form permanently erased by his own father as punishment for his treachery. Internally he gave a shrug. It didn't matter. The other beings and demons within him would more than make up for the loss of the War Master. A little sigh escaped him and he began to look around the room at those closest to him, for the analysis of their quirks could prove immensely helpful to him. There was the girl that helped him earlier, using her quirk zero gravity to prevent him tripping up after Bakugo had shouted at him and shoved him in a furious rage. There was another boy, similar in looks and bodily structure to the pro-hero Ingenium, which meant that he more than likely had engines somewhere on his body should his hunch be correct. Bakugo was there as well, with his quirk explosion, yet there was another who confused him and sent the demons of the Lord of Change howling inside his mind. A boy with the head of a bird whose entire body was inhabited by something. Even Tsench had not seen it before, and it made him weary, yet not weary enough to risk attacking him yet, although he certainly planned to keep an eye on the boy. Others sat around him, a boy with dual-colored hair, a pink-skinned girl, and many more that he couldn't be bothered to examine in detail now that he had seen the bird-headed boy. In fact, his focus was so great that the boy himself took notice of the narrowed eyes that shone through with concealed power, and his attention was just barely called back by the proctor explaining the rules of the practical exam. He absorbed some of it, noticed with a particular glee that they were supposed to destroy robots by any means necessary, with each type of robot granting them points. Perfect. All that remained was for him to select a form to use during the combat, and then it could begin, and he had two in mind. Karn the Betrayer and Typhus the Traveler, Both were incredibly hard-hitting, although there were upsides and downsides between them. Typhus was far more enduring, befitting the Death Guard, and had access to vast amounts of psychic powers alongside his Man-Reaper that had been dipped in Nurgle's throne. On the other hand, Karn was far faster, was far more brutal in combat and had access to the reforged Gorechild. In the end he decided on Karn, not willing to do a full transformation yet, and his sheer strength, speed and the mighty chain axe would give him a vast edge. So, with a little sigh and a stretch, he stood and shed his shirt in preparation. Although half-transformations did not elevate him to the gigantic heights of the Adeptus Astartes, they still vastly increased his musculature, changed his bone structure and did send him up in height. There was a little outburst around him, and he looked up to see everyone watching him closely, with some of the girls having developed small blushes, and he knew why. Ever since the Dark Gods had moved into his mindscape, both Khorne and Slaanesh had pushed him to train constantly, although for vastly different reasons, with the Blood God wanting him to be better prepared to kill and Slaanesh wanting him to attract more people. Whatever the reasons, it had worked to great effect, and his entire body was lined with thick and well-defined muscle. Another internal shrug tore through him, and he let out a deep chuckle before reaching out with a hand and grasping Karn's own. With a flash of light that burned across the entire mindscape, Karn the Betrayer, first captain of the World Eaters, and Izuku Midoriya became one. The outward changes began instantly, although he did not allow the butcher's nails to form from the warp and push through his scalp. Instead he kept himself as a rather normal appearance, not even taking on the gigantism-like traits shared by Space Marines. Rather he began to grow, bones popping and cracking as they reformed to push him to new heights, alongside horrific movements on his chest as his skin stretched, split and healed over the solid bone cage that had replaced his ribs. Green eyes turned a blood red and his muscles swelled as rather pale skin turned into a deeply tanned hide. Organs formed within him. Another heart and lung to aid him when it came to moving, as his ligaments and joints reformed into a form stronger than any normal human's. The final and most impressive part of his transformation came in the form of a rip in space-time, a portal to the warp forced open by the power of Khorne so that he could reach in and yank out an axe as long as his torso. Formed of bronze and adamantium, with the teeth of a mica dragon, Gorechild let out a beautiful howl of rushing teeth as he gunned the trigger, breathing deep into the promethium stink that it exhaled. People had taken a step back and their faces paled at the weapon and his transformation, with even Bakugo looking particularly nervous, which sent a cruel smirk running rampant over Izuku's face. Had the rules permitted it, then the Explosion Boy would be first on his list, years of payback needing to be dealt, and rapidly. However, he couldn't risk being expelled, not when he was so close to his dream, and so when the gate opened and Present Mike screamed at the top of his lungs, "Go!" he wasted no time. Flinging his head back and moving Gorechild into the air with one hand, he let out a roar that quite literally shook the earth and drew terrified gazes from all who looked on him before flinging himself into the arena, howling at the top of his lungs, "Blood for the Blood God!" Izuku Midoriya racked up 5 villain points in the first 5 seconds of the test, blurring forwards faster than the eye could follow and swinging his mighty axe in a wide arc. 3 robots, 2 1-pointers and a 3-pointer, collapsed into a heap as the mica teeth tore through steel and cabling as easily as they tore through flesh and bone. Sparking heaps were left behind as he launched off, roaring with mad laughter as Gorechild howled and shrieked its demonic song while the other applicants watched him in a mixture of amazement and horror. Present Mike gave a little shrug and pointed to the gate. "There's no countdowns in real life. Go!" which sent the students running after him, bearing witness to the trail of destruction that was left in his wake. Great patches of the pavement had been cracked from where he had kicked off, glass shattered from his thunderous roars, and robots left in sparking heats, ugly wounds torn open on their bodies. For a brief time, some of the students believed that he had taken all the points until they noticed that the path of destruction only went in one direction and the mass began to spread out to take their own victories. Izuku himself allowed Karn to run rampant for a number of minutes, racking up point after point as the champion of Khorne unleashed his endless fury onto the battlefield, yet there was a goal he had in mind and Izuku could see it plain as day. One of the robots he had pointed out was a 0-pointer that was supposed to be unfightable, A poor choice of words that had sent nearly every single member of the Blood God's Pantheon howling in utter fury. Now their fury was being vented as they went to find this supposedly unfightable robot, carving through the streets with ease. Other students were near him now. He could see a round-faced girl framed with brown hair, a boy who seemed to be able to shoot beams of blue light from his stomach, and the boy who was likely related to Ingenium. They were watching him closely and appeared to be taking out the robots he had left behind, but he didn't complain. It would prevent him taking damage from behind until the test was done and dusted. Another robot aimed its weapons and fired upon him, and it almost made Izuku and Karn laugh as the missiles flew forth, obviously set to a training mode as to not cause too much damage. It was a rookie error and one that the robot would pay for as he channeled the power of Korn fully into his legs, bulking up the muscle, before almost appearing to blur to the eyes of the other examinees. His body twisted and turned unnaturally, feet dancing with supernatural grace as he moved amongst the missiles, coming close to but not getting hit in the slightest. There was a brief scream of pain from behind him, accompanied by the sound of falling rubble, yet he paid it no mind and instead tossed Gorechild back into the warp, instead grabbing the robot with his bare hands. Under his thickly muscled arms, enhanced by the biological manipulation of the God Emperor and pushed even further by the magics of the Blood God, the steel exterior began to warp and crack from the pressure his fingers exerted. He shifted, dragging the robot closer even as it struggled to get free by firing its weapons, yet none could hit him from behind. Other examinees were gathering, watching him with an expression of shock, and chief among them stood Bakugo, yet he paid them no mind, instead giving a brutal twist causing a shriek of metal to echo across the city block. The robot's struggles intensified and he shifted yet again, bracing and beginning to lift it high into the air with seemingly little effort in a move that the Red Cyclops was more than familiar with. Muscles bulged in his arms and his face twisted into a sadistic smile before releasing a triumphant howl more befitting of a wolf or a wild beast than a human before slamming it down upon his knee. The weight of the robot, combined with his strength, was more than enough to shatter the supports in its back with a sound rather darkly similar to shattering bones. Pistols trembled and tried to move as the robot shifted, trying its best to aim the few functioning weapons at him, yet it was for naught when a hand clamped onto either side of its head and gave a harsh yank. Metal, already stressed from earlier, sheared off with a teeth-gritting shriek and wires snapped like twigs as Izuku pulled the mechanical head off and raised it high for all to see, oil dripping down his torso as he finished the bellowing scream he unleashed earlier, "Skulls for the Skull Throne." Korn himself and the Pantheon of Demons. Within him let out appreciative hums as he threw the severed head to one side with a grunt of annoyance, although Slanish did giggle menacingly as some of the female attendees gained blushes. He understood a second later as to why. Already incredibly hot thanks to the training and fusing with Karn, his exposed muscles were slick with the oil from the robot. A palm slapped into his face and he let out a loud sigh before whipping around and stalking off in search of his next sacrifice. Or he would have done that had an earth-shattering footstep not echoed throughout the city and stopped him in his tracks, overwhelmed with memories from many of the demons within him. Some from fighting the massive god machines, others from inhabiting them, yet all he could see was unending power. Although he severely doubted that this being would share the legendary Titan-grade weaponry of the Collegia Titanicus, it would still more than likely share the same immense strength judging by the sound of the steps. A loud growl escaped him at the sight of the being, for it posed a serious issue. He did not want to reveal his true power yet, however the weapons he could wield in his current state would not be powerful enough to take it on. Gorechild, the Man-Reaper of Typhus, arm and staff and the Lash of Torment. None would be strong enough to take it down. It would require the likes of Forgebreaker, Illuminarum, Worldbreaker or Silence to remove limbs, and to even hold the mighty weapons, he would need to take on the form of a Primarch. That was something he would not do, not yet, and so instead he reached into the void and called out the plasma pistol of Karn to test the robot's limits. Aiming the weapon almost casually at one of its giant feet, a screeching roar escaped the weapon as it fired and punched through the thick armor, although not by much. It made him tut and he threw the blocky weapon back into the warp, eyeing up the machine as the genius mind of Izuku ran simulation after simulation. Weapon after weapon, Form after form ran through his mind and he eventually reached a conclusion. Unless he took on the form of a greater demon, a Chaos Titan or a demon Primarch, then he would not be able to beat this Titan ripoff. The conclusion annoyed him to no end, as it annoyed Korn and his psychotic Pantheon, who shrieked a mixture of insults and enraged screams at both him and the creature. However, the other gods simply accepted his choice with quiet resolve, or they would have done if a piercing scream had not echoed out as he flung himself backwards. His head snapped round, as did the other classmates, only to catch sight of the girl that had helped him earlier. Uraraka Achicho was her name if he remembered rightly, and she was pinned under rubble which had been dislodged earlier from the robot's frantic attempts to escape his grasp, which placed her directly under the robot's foot. It was already descending as the robot couldn't sense her, which meant that if she wasn't saved then she would surely be crushed to death. Izuku moved without thinking, his muscles working to their maximum to get him to the girl, and he moved faster than the eye could see. His entire frame became a blur as he threw himself at the girl, yet internally, he was howling in terror. Karn was not strong enough to lift this being, and he was unwilling to take on the form of a being that could, for they were all demons. Suddenly he found himself in the mindscape and face to face with a being who made even All Might look small. Wrapped in custom armor and holding the Power Maul Illuminarium, possessing a tanned skin that was layered in golden tattoos, Lorgar Aurelian was a sight that took his breath away even now. He hadn't changed much since his ascension to a demon prince of chaos undivided, and that included his voice which rang out across the mindscape, "You cannot lift it." He let out a hiss and rubbed the bridge of his eyes. "I know. Trust me on that, but I want to save her for she showed me kindness. Something that has no happened in a long time." Lorgar nodded, a smirk splitting his face. "You misunderstand me, young host. I was not saying that you should let her die, I'm saying that I know someone who can. Angron saved me by lifting a Warhound Titan with his bare hands. What makes it more impressive is that this was before he became a demon prince." Izuku's head ped. "That thing is far larger than a Warhound Titan though. It is closer in size and weight to a warlord or even an emperor class. Even if I were to take on his form, then I would be crushed alongside the girl, and it'd be for nothing." Yet the philosopher king simply smiled. "Ah, but you are forgetting a key factor, and that is that demons can control how they look. Take on Angron's form but manipulate your matter so that you look like normal yet keep his incredible physical power." The boy's lips curled up and there was a flash of light as Karn was tossed free from his soul, with the red angel Angron launching forwards. His lips curled up in a foul grin that revealed his metallic teeth. A clawed hand was moved out and Izuku took it gently, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to remain in control as the furious personality of the Red Angel merged with his own. The outward changes were far different this time. His flesh moved like melted wax and he shrunk, returning to his usual state. Yet there were a few key differences. His muscles were just as defined and were far larger than usual. His eyes were deeply bloodshot to the point where, combined with his red iris, it was like his eyes were purely crimson. The final change came in the form of great clouds of steam that billowed forth from his mouth and skin, reeking of blood and echoing with screams of pain. His new muscles propelled him forwards even faster and he reached the girl just in time, slamming his boots into the concrete with enough force to crack it, giving him footholds, and throwing his hands up to catch the metallic foot. A sickening popping noise echoed across the clearing as his bones compressed, yet, empowered by Korn, they didn't break and he even pushed back. Servos and gears in the leg let out horrific whines that set the Warpsmiths and Dark Mechanicum members within him on edge, yet his enhanced muscles served their purposes and the leg moved back. Steam billowed from his fanged mouth alongside a furious howl of pain and triumph as he stood there, joints locked in agony racking his frame, yet saving the kind girl. He let out a shaky hiss and the leg descended a little as his foot slipped on the concrete and Izuku let out a low hiss to the girl. "Oof. I cannot hold this forever. Move." She let out a little whimper as a cloud of steam billowed over her frame before pointing to the rubble covering her legs. "I see can't. It think my L leg is broken." Which drew a deep growl of annoyance from him. Izuku's head snapped up and onto the boy who resembled Ingenium before bellowing at the top of her lungs, "Get her out of here. I cannot hold this for much longer and her leg is broken." He nodded and rushed forwards, clearing the rubble in a blink of an eye and carrying her away just as Izuku flung himself free. His boots cracked the earth and he spun to face the robot, lips curling up into his metal-toothed grin before launching himself upwards in a blur of motion that very nearly broke the sound barrier and brought him level with the being's face. A clawed hand flung out and the warp answered, tearing itself open and moving a weapon into his hand. It was a warhammer, elegantly designed and crackling with cold lightning, the same weapon that had shattered Angron's armor centuries before. Forgebreaker, forged by Fulgrim and wielded by both Ferris Manus and Perturabo. The thunder hammer was larger than him, but it didn't matter at this point, for in the air and combined with the strength of Angron, he could swing it without issue. Swing it he did. Lightning flashed across the sky and the massive weapon slammed into the robot's head with a screech of shearing metal. The green-painted skull caved inwards under the force and the torso began to erupt as the various systems and weapons within exploded from the lightning that crackled from the thunder hammer. With a hiss of fury, he flung the hammer back into the warp and slammed into the ground as the robot exploded fully behind him. A low sigh escaped him alongside a cloud of steam, and he straightened up fully as Present Mike shouted out the end of the exam. The students were watching him in shock, yet he didn't care, releasing his power and watching the steam fade away with a final grunt. Bakugo was watching him, yet it didn't matter to him. He had won, that's all that mattered. A little chuckle escaped him as he walked off, leaving his former bully behind. For all of his time at Aldra Junior High School, Izuku Midoriya had gotten used to his days, starting with a mixture of physical and mental pain from his classmates, with Bakugo Katsuki being the most prominent cause. It hadn't bothered him in the slightest, constantly reassured with the knowledge that he could kill them and wipe the school from the face of the earth with little more than a gesture, yet he had never done that. For all of his life, when his mother still called him her son, when Bakugo wasn't an absolute CNT and when he had been declared quirkless, Izuku had always wanted to be a hero. That was the only reason he hadn't pulled the blonde boy's head from his shoulders and offered his blood to Korn. Yet it was not a surprise to him in the slightest that the moment he stepped into you, the blonde bee was trying to start his old tricks again. Sench had educated him in the mindscape, twisting time so that they could spend years researching a single subject while his eye barely had blinked by the time he was done. One of the many subjects he had been educated on was psychology, and he had been judging the boy for a while before coming to an inescapable conclusion. Years of praise and superiority had given him a major god complex that would not be shaken easily. Izuku had given an internal shrug at the revelation. At Yua then he'd have a change to beat the complex out of the boy, and so he set about his studying at an even faster pace. Book after book was practically devoured by the boy, and he spent decades in the mindscape, learning from all the gods of darkness. Tactics, anatomy, math, science, and so many languages that even he had lost count long ago. All were esiki into the black hole that was his brain, increasing his intellect further to the point that even the Lords of Change sang his praises. He had prepared himself long ago for the sight, yet it still drew an annoyed sigh from him to enter the classroom and immediately see Bakugo slumped on his chair, foot kicked up on his desk, and the spectacled boy that had saved Uraraka berating him. It was plainly obvious that the blonde boy wasn't paying attention to anything in the slightest, yet his eyes snapped up when the tirade stopped. The boy was rapidly making his way towards Izuku, and for once the boy didn't place on his mental mask, he didn't hide behind a stuttering facade. Instead he flashed the boy a polite smile and straightened, extruding an aura of quiet confidence that he had to suppress for years. Once in front of him, he gave a deep bow and offered his hand to shake, something that Izuku took happily before he spoke in a loud voice. "It's an honor to meet you. I am Ida Tenya. I must congratulate you on coming first in the exam and saving that wonderful young lady." A soft smile formed on his lips and he rubbed the back of his head awkwardly, letting out a little chuckle. "I suppose I did save her, although to be honest, I didn't realize that I came first though, since I just knew that I passed since I kept track of the points." It was admittedly awkward on his behalf, and he knew it, yet Tenya didn't seem to care too much, even if his eyes were a little disappointed. Yet he was saved from a lecture by Uraraka, who practically skipped over to him, smiling brightly. "Hey, I recognize the hair. You're the guy who saved me, right? I knew that you'd pass. Present Mike said that you would, but it's still nice to see you. His lips curled up into a genuine smile and he offered his hand for her to shake, something that she took instantly, speaking in a bubbly tone that warmed his heart. She was standing close to him, practically pressed against him. "What do you think our teacher will be like? Are you nervous about orientation too?" "I am. What if I mess up?" The bubbly rant, however, was interrupted by a tired and bored voice that reminded him of Mortarian's drawling growl if it was just a little higher in terms of pitch. "If you're just here to make friends, then you may as well pack up your things." A figure lay behind them, wrapped in a bright yellow sleeping bag that rivaled the Imperial Fist's color scheme, with an unshaven face staring out. Black hair framed the pale skin, and Izuku was struck with the realization that this man had a look similar to that of Conrad Kurz, and his aura reflected this yet. It lacked the cruelty and judgmental face of the Night Haunter. However, he was still the teacher, and Izuku knew that he had to be a pro-hero, something that Kairos Fate Weaver confirmed from his position at Sencha's right hand by whispering out from both heads at once, "Eraserhead." It gave him pause, for it was a name that Izuku knew well, having done great research into various heroes and their quirks. Eraserhead, also known as Shoyuda Aizawa, was of particular interest to him, for he had the ability to render people powerless with merely a glance. It was a strong ability that could make even him afraid should he prove able to separate him from his mindscape and even cancel the various spells he had been taught. The man himself was rather unimpressive in person, appearing as a sleep-deprived and rather unkempt middle-aged man, yet Izuku knew all too well that looks were deceiving. The way he carried himself, the scarf interwoven with carbon nanofibers and the lithe muscle along his entire frame showed his true nature. This was a warrior through and through, with many years of experience and great skill under his belt. Korn had a surprising level of respect for the man, for, although he did use witchery, as did all the gods of darkness when referring to quirks, it was only to erase others' use of their own power. Each battle with him took place with only the skill and strength of each warrior, and it earned him a degree of respect from the blood god, although the Changer of Ways hated it. Sench despised the ability to cancel out his witchery and began to howl the moment that Eraserhead entered the room, only being silenced with a strike from his older brother. The teacher let out a brief sigh that silenced the class before narrowing his eyes and speaking in a tone so full of exhaustion that Izuku felt genuine pity for him. "It took you all 8 seconds to be quiet. Time is limited and you aren't rational if you're just going to waste it." All eyes were on him, a mixture of respect and confusion, yet he simply let out a sigh and spoke while digging in his sleeping bag. "I'm your homeroom teacher, Shoyuda Aizawa. Now I know that it's sudden, but put these on and meet me outside in 10 minutes. Within his sleeping bag was a uniform, and a box full of them sat by his desk as the man walked off, practically falling asleep on his feet. It took a moment for the class to act, but when they did it was a chaotic rush as some of them dived for the box while others waited their turn. Izuku, Tenya, and Uraraka, already standing at the front of the class, were able to grab uniforms early and leave the room to the changing area. They were halfway through training when the doors barged open and the rest of the males ran in, only to pause at the sight of Izuku and Tenya in their half-naked states. While Ingenium's younger brother was in an excellent physical state, he was nothing compared to Izuku, whose entire upper body was covered in a mixture of chiseled muscle and thick scars. He had taken on the tradition of a Nusirian victory rope many years before, when he had first mastered the transformation into Angron, the Red Angel himself. As Korn was the first of the Chaos Gods that he had mastered, his victory rope stretched in a winding trail around his torso and was an immense source of pride for him. A red-haired boy flashed him a smile, exposing a row of teeth not too dissimilar to a shark's own, before holding out a hand for him to shake. "I'm Eijiro Kirishima. You look super strong. You must have trained hard to get here, plus the scars look super manly." Izuku felt his lips curl into a smile at the boy's enthusiasm and turned slowly, allowing them to look at the rope that wound over his torso like a curling snake, watching their eyes take in each grove, each mark of victory. When he spoke, his voice rang out with pride. "My quirk is called Pantheon. Inside my mindscape resides many different monsters. I can take on their forms if I defeat them in single combat. These scars are my victory rope. Each monster of significant power that I defeated in my mind is represented by a separate scar." There was silence for a brief moment before Kirishima flung back his head with a great shout of, That's so manly. He gave a happy smile and a thumbs up. The form I took on yesterday was a partial transformation into two of my more dangerous forms. The first is known as Karn. He's very fast and strong but lacks endurance and is often hard to control, while the other, the one that allowed me to lift the giant robot, was Angron, or the Red Angel. He's the same as Karn in that he's fast, strong but lacks endurance and control, but all to a far greater degree. The class seemed enthralled with his explanation and he let out a chuckle. The best way to think of my quirk is like an RPG game where I take on the forms of the monsters I've beaten. Karn and Angron are like the endgame bosses, and I've got other really powerful forms, each with their own upsides and downsides, each with their own levels and stats. His newer attempts seemed to click with many of them, and they gave little gasps of surprise, with Tenya voicing a question as they began to finish getting changed. So how many forms do you have, and who would be the strongest amongst them? A loud chuckle escaped him as he thought of all the beings that dwelled within him, his mind separating them into easy-to-explain categories, sticking to the game terminology. As I said, it's like an RPG, so I have millions of little enemies and some of the really strong ones. Honestly, I've lost count of the exact number of forms, but the most powerful ones belong in the top 3 categories, and I think there's only about 16 of them. He finished pulling on the gym uniform and walked out of the room, trailed by the others. So, I have 8 that belong to the category of Primarch. Angron was one of them, and the others are Lorgar, Perturabo, Mortarion, Fulgrim, Conrad Kurz, Magnus, and Alfarius Omegon. They're all really powerful and kind of easy to control, but have their own weaknesses too. In RPG terms, they'd be the endgame bosses who are really powerful, but at the same time you need to be able to beat them. There was a little sigh. Next you have the category of archdemons. Only 4 of them are here, and they're the equivalent of raid bosses that you should only take on when you have a max level party. I don't take them on much as, although they're really powerful and have few weaknesses, they're also really hard to control. I'm not going to say their names as they generally try to kill anybody that knows them. The entire class was staring at him now, and he heard a cry of, "That's way too overpowered," from a boy with grape hair, yet ignored it. Walking towards the doors leading outside, he gave a little sigh. Then you have the final category. The 4 gods of chaos, the blood god, the changer of ways, the fly lord, and she who thirsts. It sent a jolt through the class to hear that he classified beings as gods, yet he pressed on. They're the ones that actually created all the forms that I can control, and I only defeated them recently. They have basically no weaknesses and are super powerful, but are also the hardest to control. The male half of the class was silent at his explanation, and he flashed them all a bright smile. I know that it sounds overpowered, but you must remember that I trained very hard to get here and had to defeat every single one of these forms. It's not something I was born with the ability to control like some of you could with your quirks. Kirishima gave another loud cry of, "That's so manly," as they walked out of the door, with Izuku paying special attention to how the bird-headed boy was suddenly staying away from him following his explanation, while Bakugo was practically screaming in fury. Many of the girls were already there, and the grape-haired boy began to quite literally drool at the sight of them, something that Slaanesh condoned, while the others let out a bellow of fury that their container nearly released. Yet he restrained himself for now. If the boy was there, then perhaps he did have some redeeming qualities. Aizawa called them forth with a sigh of annoyance, speaking quietly, "We're going to start today off with a quirk apprehension test." Silence reigned for a moment, which was broken first by the class echoing his last words, and then for a second time by Uraraka, who stood and practically shouted at the top of her lungs, "What about orientation? We're going to miss it." The teacher let out a brief sigh before turning to face her, the tired mask gone and a look that could only be described as sadistic replacing it. "The good thing about UA is that I can run my classes how I see fit. If I say that you are going to miss an event, then you are going to miss that event, and also if I say that you are expelled, then you are expelled." From his pocket, he pulled a ball before turning to Bakugo. "What was your throwing record from middle school?" The blonde's face twisted into his usual, psychotic grin as he took the ball and replied, 67 meters. Which gave some members of the class a jolt, while Izuku just stood there, looking relatively unimpressed. Aizawa sighed again. "Try it this time with your quirk." His grin got wider, showing teeth that appeared sharper now, before pulling back and winding up his shoulder. Izuku was watching carefully, paying attention to the buildup of his sweat in his hand while holding the ball before rearing back fully and launching the ball with a loud explosion and a scream of "Die!" The ball flew rapidly, whistling off into the distance with a deep rumble as dust flew up in a cloud around the boy. The sound itself was almost deafening, and one girl with earphone jacks extending from her earlobes was driven to her knees, whimpering in pain, while a tall girl with long, black hair and a chest that made Slainish crow in happiness tried to comfort her. While Izuku himself paid no mind to her at first, Fulgrim began to whisper in his mind, urging him to speak to her soon, which he agreed to if only to get the hissing shriek of his voice to quiet down. Eraserhead let out a grunt and held up his phone, revealing the number 705.2 meters, which drew a gasp of surprise and amazement from the class that was quickly silenced by his glare. Today you will be competing in 8 physical fitness tests. These include a 50-meter dash, a grip strength test, a standing long jump, sustained sideways jumping, repeated sit-ups, seated toe touches, a distance run, and finally a pitch test. Some of the class members, Tenya, a multi-armed boy, and Bakugo, seemed particularly pleased at this, and it ignited a fire in Izuku's heart. Within his mind, he vowed to beat Bakugo and began to dig through his mindscape's connection to the warp in order to find the best form for this. By the time he was called up to the 50-meter dash, the first of the 8, he had already merged with Karn once more and cracked his knuckles menacingly as he lined up alongside the blonde BRD. The tension radiating between the two of them was nearly visible, and even Aizawa took on a more cautious expression upon seeing the hateful looks they shot at each other. Muscles tensed and quirks prepared to activate as they awaited the start signal, which sounded but a second later, the klaxon echoing across the grounds. They certainly didn't disappoint, with Bakugo using a series of explosions to propel himself across the track, yet all eyes were on Izuku for the test. The 50-meter dash started a trend for the day of Izuku coming first in physical tests, and it began with him seeming to blur out of existence only to reappear a second later with the camera chanting out 0.8 seconds. With the only proof of his movement being a cloud of dust and cracked earth from his footprints. For the rest of the tests, Izuku simply blitzed through them, although there were 2 points that caught the eyes of others. The first being when the grape-haired pervert beating him in sideways jumping by using his quirk to form bouncy pads, launching him back and forth, which was unmatchable by the wielder of chaos, the bulk of Karn's frame preventing him from matching the speed. The other came in the grip strength test where, unlike the multi-armed boy whose name he learnt was Mizo Shoji who got over 500 kilograms, Izuku simply gripped the machine and crushed it flat with a single pulse of his muscles. Towards the end of the lesson came the pitching test, and the class gathered around Aizawa, each clutching a ball barring Bakugo who had already gone, and Uraraka was the first to step forwards. She was smiling happily and simply activated her quirk on her ball before lightly tossing it upwards, where it kept going and going and going before it disappeared into the clouds, and the teacher held up his phone to reveal an infinity symbol. There was silence for a moment before it was shattered by a loud exclamation of shock and praise as the next person, a girl by the name of Momo Yaoyorozu, who undid her uniform and formed a cannon from her skin and firing the ball into the distance. The remainder of the class was surprisingly mundane barring Tenya, who simply kicked the ball well over 200 meters, and a boy Izuku learnt was Endeavor's son Shoto Todoroki, who launched it forth on a burst of fire. What caught Izuku's eyes was the sheer hatred on his face upon using the fire, a thing that he stowed away for later. Finally, it was his turn, and he stepped forth with a sigh and reared back, muscles tensing around the ball only for something surprising to happen. When he flung his arm forwards, preparing to launch the ball far into the distance, there was a flash of something around his body and he found himself returning to his usual form. It was surprisingly painful for him to feel his ribs break apart and shift back to normal as his muscles lost mass and his eyes returned to their usual forest green before immediately snapping onto Eraserhead. The teacher's eyes were glowing and his hair was floating as if caught in a breeze while his scarf writhed around his neck like an angry snake. He let out a tut and strode towards him while the boy was still hissing in pain, trying to ignore the agony that had burnt through his chest as he spun to face the teacher with his face twisting into a mask of hatred. Another brief silence had descended over the class that was broken by Aizawa, who sighed. "You aren't taking this seriously? You were able to lift one of the one-pointer during the entrance exam with little more than your bare hands. Your results should be far better. If you do not come first in this exam, then I'll expel you." Uraraka was the first to voice her protest to this. "Wait, but I got infinity. He's basically guaranteed to get expelled." Bakugo was smirking as usual, leaning back with an expression of arrogance plastered on as he spoke. "It's about time that the demon got kicked out. Monsters don't deserve to be here anyway." Outrage was sparked amongst the class, with many of them yelling at the explosion Quirk wielder, yet it quickly became apparent that Izuku wasn't paying attention to him in the slightest. Rather, he was looking upwards with a ponderous expression. Their looks became inquisitive as he flexed, and an aura of sickly green light began to shine from him as his skin grew pale and his muscles became lithe. His voice rang out across the clearing. "When I lifted the Titan knockoff, you saw the power of the Red Angel Angron in the form of a half-transformation. His strength and power concentrated into my normal body. This is the power of the Pale King Mortarion in the same formation." There was silence, and he turned, smirking at them while revealing his pale, tall and lithe frame with toxic green eyes. "Angron is incredibly physically strong, but his main power comes from his ferocity. Mortarion, on the other hand, is one of the physically strongest of all my forms barring the greater demons, the archdemons and the dark gods themselves." The female half of the class, having not heard the explanation of his quirk earlier, paled at the words he said, while the boys merely took a step back as he wound back his arm. Muscles tensed and he let out a deep chuckle. "To beat Uraraka, all I have to do is throw it out of the Earth's orbit, right?" With that he let loose, muscles working overtime as the ball left his arm with a thunderous roar as it broke the sound barrier and vanished higher and higher until it was lost from view. Yet another PRD of silence reigned for a few minutes before Aizawa sighed and pulled out his phone to display yet another infinity symbol and, speaking in his tired tone, "You are now the designated problem child of this class, understand?" Izuku nodded with a smirk, face clearly displaying the pride he felt, before it rapidly faded to anger as Bakugo stomped forwards. Unused to being beaten in anything, let alone by the green-haired boy that he had been bullying for so long, his anger exploded out quite literally as both an explosion and a great roar of, "Deku! What the F was that?" Some of the class members leapt forwards to stop him, as did Aizawa, who flung his legendary capture weapon to tie the boy up, yet nobody was as fast as Izuku, who attacked 3 times before anybody could blink. The first came in the form of a pair of bat-like wings that tore free from his shoulder blades as he called upon the power of a bloodthirster before slamming the bone edge of one into his throat. It sent him sprawling, gasping for breath as a bruise began to form on his throat from the impact before he lunged forwards and cannonballed a headbutt into his nose, which broke it with a loud crunch. Then he ended it by gripping his bruised and half-collapsed throat with a clawed hand and hauled him off the floor, smiling at him with sharpened teeth and blood-red eyes. When he spoke, his voice promised pain and sent a small cloud of steam billowing outwards. "Try that again, Baku Beach, and I'll pull your limbs off." Advancing students froze, and even Aizawa took on a focused yet nervous expression while he prepared to step in at a moment's notice, yet it was for nothing as he merely tossed the boy to one side as if he weighed nothing. With that he flung back his head and roared with laughter before walking off, the wings returning back into his back as the class dispersed, returning to the classroom as they waited for their next lesson. Yet nobody noticed, not Aizawa as he helped Bakugo to Recovery Girl's office, not Mineta as he watched the skirts of the girls, and not even Izuku as he ignored the warnings of Tsench while basking in his pride. Nobody noticed a girl with hair formed of vines, watching Izuku with hate-filled eyes as she clutched a cross tightly in her first, chanting a mixture of prayers and insults as she watched the supposed demon walk amongst them. The first heroics class of UA started with precisely how they expected it to. Bakugo walked in with a growl of fury and began to stomp his way towards the back of the class where both Izuku and his desk were placed. When he entered the classroom, heads snapped up all around and eyes began to dart between both him and Izuku as tension rose rapidly, yet the blonde was remarkably subdued. Quickly walking to his seat, he sat there and let out low growling noises at anyone who came near him, The aura of promised violence was so thick that he internally remarked that he could give even Scabiathrax's fly swarms a run for their money. That was something he shouldn't have said, for Papa D took it as a challenge and began to fill the mindscape with a thick cloud of buzzing flies that were only cleared with a rapid application of warp fire from Kairos Honor Guard. A smile rapidly formed on his face at the scene, and he let out a small series of chuckles as they began to duke it out, throwing a mixture of powerful sorcery and ancient weapons at each other with reckless abandon. It didn't matter too much to Izuku. They couldn't die in his mindscape, which was directly connected to the warp, his own personal domain in hell. However, it became apparent that his internal smile had manifested externally when Bakugo slammed a palm onto his desk, snapping him out of the trance as the boy shouted at the top of his lungs, "What the F? Are you smiling at, demon? Smiling at the fact that Cha nearly crushed my effendi throat?" Izuku's smile became more twisted, and he allowed his eyes to flash a deep red once more, preparing a bloodthirster for combat as he spoke, "Baku Beach. If I planned to kill you, then I would have simply summoned Gorechild and let it sing its song in your flesh. No, I'm smiling for another reason." Silence descended and Tenya stood slowly, preparing to step in should things get out of hand, yet his intervention didn't appear needed, for Bakugo paled and took a step back. He recognized the weakness instantly and stood fully, allowing the bloodthirster transformation to make him taller than the explosion wielder as he spoke in a mocking tone, his words a reflection of Tsencha's, "I can see it within you. The weakness. You lash out not in anger but in terror, for you know that you cannot beat me. You know that the moment you go to launch an explosion that I'll make good on my threat and that nobody could stop me." He let out a snort as Bakugo went through a myriad of colors from a pale white to a deep red before settling on a gray that showed the frightened animal lurking beneath. "Sit down, brat. You bullied me for years, but now I'm allowed to fight back, and I sure as hell will hold nothing back." Silence reigned for a second more, and for a fleeting moment Izuku thought he'd have his chance for revenge. He thought that his bully would unclench his fists and unleash an explosion, yet it would not be so, for he practically howled and spun, walking to his desk. He gave a brief shrug, not letting it affect him, before sitting back down and waiting for the teacher to approach. Approach he did, for Izuku could sense his aura and it perked his head up. It was a bright one, full of love and a strong sense of kindness. A deep well of willpower to perhaps match one of the greater demons and an aura of physical power few could match were also obvious to him, and he determined that this figure could only be one person. He was proven right with a bellowed phrase. "I am here." The door slammed open, near torn off its hinge and thrown through the wall as All Might leaned in, coming through the door like a normal person. In person, the man was highly impressive. While matching most Astartes in height and physical stature, he had a charisma that few could match. The man extruded a mixture of confidence and kindness that snapped the class attention onto him with ease and even got Bakugo to stop his glaring and muttered threats to Izuku. He was dressed in his Silver Age costume, the colors of the American flag displayed for all to see, yet none minded, for they were more focused on the smile on his face. The man walked in, watching the students whisper with the smile growing wider before speaking in his typical, enthusiastic tone, "Welcome to the most important class of UA High. Think of it as Heroing 101. Here you shall learn the basics of being a pro and how to fight in the name of good, so let's get into it." Giving a flex before striking a pose, he continued, with even Izuku looking rather interested and Bakugo's sadistic smile firmly back in place. "Today's lesson will pull no punches, for it is combat training. But before we do that, one of the main things about being a hero is..." Pressing a button on the wall, trays began to slide out as the number 1 continued, "Looking good. Here we have the costumes, based on both your quirks and requests made on your quirk registration forms. Once you have all gotten changed, then gather in Training Ground Beta." Similar to the previous day, the class immediately charged forwards for their various outfits, and it was Izuku who was there first as well, grabbing his outfit and making his way to the classroom door alongside All Might. Walking down the corridor together, they were certainly an odd sight when comparing the number 1's large smile, gigantic frame and brightly colored suit compared to the rather short yet bulky Izuku, with a stone-cold face and his dark school uniform. Walking down the corridor, the smaller of the two took notice of two particular people that they passed. one of whom was a blue-haired girl accompanied by a man who could pass for All Might but with a more simplistic face. The other was a girl who had vines in place of hair, yet it was not that which attracted his attention but rather the look of absolute loathing and fury that she shot at him the moment he passed. Inside his mindscape, ignoring Korn's praise for the fury inside the girl, he faced Sench and sighed, "Why is she looking at me with such a look, and should I be afraid?" It was not the changer of ways who answered him but rather one of his archdemons, Eidos Raris, the slayer of souls, who stepped forwards and replied, "You are the host of us, you defeated us. You have little need of fear. However, I feel it only fit to warn you that she is digging into your past, for the girl belongs to the Christian religion and believes you to have been possessed by a demon from hell." Izuku let out a brief, not feeling it necessary to point out the warp was basically hell to any mortal that entered into it without being a worshipper of the ruinous powers or under the protection of a Geller field. Yet in his heart he was not afraid but rather cautious, for he knew what she would find. It was not exactly hard to dig up the new stories from oh so many years ago. If she dug deep enough, she'd probably be able to get an interview with Inko herself. That was something that worried him. He had gone to great lengths to make sure that she was left alone. It was not her fault that seeing a great unclean one in all of its blessed glory, even from a distance, had sent the already stressed mother insane and left her believing that he had been possessed as well. He knew deep down that she was not in the right mind and still wasn't, yet to attack one's own child in a vague attempt to free them from their own power inspired a righteous fury in his heart. He shook his head and stared down the Slayer of Souls, one of the most powerful beings he had ever managed to defeat barring Angrath the Unbound and the Dark Gods themselves, and let out a brief sigh. There were classes to do, and if she found anything then he would be sure to wipe her mind of the knowledge. Let me know if she digs any deeper, especially if she manages to attain an interview with my mother. I see it as a likely possibility, seeing as she is Christian, it will allow her to gain favor with her. The Lord of Change gave a brief nod and returned to his master's side as Izuku left the mindscape and smiled kindly at the girl, although it had little effect beyond drawing a hiss of fury from her. With that, he whipped around and walked off, shoes clicking on the linoleum as he stalked around the corridor and walked towards the changing rooms, parting ways with All Might. He knew what his outfit was. He had designed it especially for him to incorporate both his worship of the beings inside of him and also the transformations that he would go through by requesting that the outfit be quick release in order for it to not be damaged when SCKD into the warp. The changing rooms had not changed since yesterday, and he quickly stripped off, admiring the skill of those who had crafted this outfit, even if they were not the artisans of the Dark Mechanicus. The outfit was rather simple, consisting of a simple white shirt, black combat trousers and steel-toed combat boots, with the entire thing covered in a flowing ritual cloak embroidered with the 8-pointed Star of Chaos. The sheer simplicity of his outfit left him with plenty of time to reach Training Ground Beta before the other members of his class even caught up. With a moderate span of time before the others arrived and All Might currently talking on his phone, Izuku decided to cheat a little and tore open a portal to the warp in front of him before pulling out the front half of Kairo's Fate Weaver's Staff of Tomorrow. The staff itself acted as a reading totem for him as he flicked through the book, quickly determining where he currently was even as the lines were written. It was difficult to understand, the words twisting and turning on the page before his eyes, yet he recognized enough of it to understand what was going on. He saw a mission, he and Uraraka storming a building as Bakugo rushed towards them while Tenya waited high in the building. He saw Uraraka running on ahead to face down Ingenium's younger brother as he stared down the blonde boy with a blade of twisted and corroded iron in one hand. The image was clear enough, and he released the Staff of Tomorrow back into the warp as the rest of the class approached, and All Might finally put down his phone, turning to face them with his signature smile still in place. When they had all formed in front of him, he spoke in a loud voice, "Now it's time for combat training." Tenya, dressed in a suit of armor that Izuku recognized instantly as being based off of the suit his older brother Ingenium wore, spoke up, "Sir, I recognize this as one of the combat arenas from the entrance exam. Does this mean we shall be taking part in urban battles once more?" Yet all it did was draw a larger smile to All Might's face, and he struck a pose, holding up 2 fingers, "No. This time we shall be moving 2 steps ahead." Most of the time, battles with villains take place outside, however these are the ones most paid attention to by the media. When you look at the numbers, there are more villains found indoors than anywhere else. He gave a little smirk. Imprisonment, house arrest, and backroom deals. In this age of heroes, the most intelligent villains will hide in the shadows to avoid being caught. The class was listening intently and, although All Might was a new teacher, Izuku noted that his fame and natural charisma was helping him keep their attention, unlike most other teachers who would have lost them early on. Yet he stood and listened intently as the symbol of peace explained the rest of the task to them all. For this class, you shall be split into teams of 2, with an equal number of hero teams and villain teams, before engaging each other in indoor battles. His voice rang out and Izuku watched as Bakugo smirked sadistically while slowly realizing what the images he had seen actually meant. The frog girl, he recognized her as Tsuyu Azui, stepped forwards and spoke in her rather croaky voice. Without basic training? All Might clenched his fist and smiled at her. This is a real battle to help you understand the basics. Only this time there is more of a challenge, for there is no simple-minded robot for you to beat up but rather a trained and intelligent opponent. Izuku gave a little chuckle as the class suddenly erupted in questions, with him picking out a notable few such as, can we beat them up anyway? How will teams be split up? How will wins and losses be determined? And isn't my cape just magnifique? The rapid-fire barrage made All Might tense, and the wielder of chaos noted how uncomfortable he looked. Obviously, his charisma couldn't get him that far after all, yet the next action made him slap a hand to his forehead, for the number 1 hero pulled a script from his pocket with a cry of, I'll answer all your questions. Now, the situation is this. The villains have a nuclear weapon hidden inside their hideout, one of the buildings behind us, and it is up to the heroes to get the weapon away from them. To win, the heroes need to either capture the villains with specially prepared capture tape or lay a hand on the weapon. Either of these options must be done before the time runs out. For the villains to win, they must do the opposite. Either capture the heroes with their own capture tape or prevent them from touching the weapon in the allotted time. Izuku noted the American feel of the situation as All Might pulled out 3 boxes with a smile, 1 labeled students, 1 labeled heroes, and 1 labeled villains, before shouting, the teams shall be decided by drawing lots. Tenya pointed out the haphazard nature of the selection, and the smaller teen threw the pro-hero a bone. You must keep something in mind, dear friend. Many pro-heroes do not get a chance to pick who they are partnered with. This will prepare us for the real world by forcing us to be with a partner that we had no say in choosing. The armored boy nodded in an almost sage-like manner before offering a bow along with a rather loud cry of, my apologies, I should have thought that you'd have looked ahead, please forgive my rudeness. All Might waved it off. It's all right. Now let's get the first match chosen quickly, before turning and beginning to form the teams. Izuku paid close attention, learning their names as they were called and yet noting with a curious stab of happiness that he was paired with Uraraka as Team A while the other teams consisted of the Frozen Boy, Shoto Todoroki, and the multi-armed boy Mizo Shoji as Team B. The grape-haired Prevent, Mineta Minoru, and the refined girl which Fulgrim had urged him to talk to form Team C while Bakugo and Tenya formed Team D, something Izuku did not envy Tenya for. Next came the sparkly boy Yuga Aoyama and the rather alien-looking girl Mina Ishido as Team E, and a tall boy with large lips named Rikido Sato paired with a boy who had a rock for a head named Koji Koda as Team F. The final few teams were formed of the electric-wielding boy named Denki Kaminari paired with the girl who had phone jacks extending from her earlobes in a mockery of mechadendrites as Team G. With the next team consisting of Tsuyu paired with the bird-headed boy whose name he finally learnt in full, Tokoyami Fumikage as Team H. Second to last to be paired together were Toru Hagakure, the invisible girl, partnered with the boy who had a tail, Mashireo Ojiro as Team H. Finally, Eijiro Kurishima, the hardening boy, was paired with the man who had the ability to shoot tape from his elbows who went by Hantasiro. Uraraka approached him rapidly, practically skipping with a smile on her face which Izuku reflected while she spoke. It must be fate that we're paired together. I'll be counting on you. He gave her a kind nod and gestured back to All Might as the hero began to rummage around in the 2 boxes before holding up 2 ball and bellowing out, The first 2 teams to fight shall be these guys while we watch from the camera room. It was not a surprise to Izuku to see that, held skywards in the number one's hands, were the letters of both his team and Bakugo's team. Line break. Silence reigned between the girl and boy as they sat there, unsure of where to start as they watched their opponents vanish into the building, but Izuku broke it first. Turning to Uraraka, he let out a brief sigh before speaking. Tell me the details of your quirk and I shall tell you mine before we formulate a plan together. She turned to him quickly, a bright smile on her face. Of course. So, my quirk is called Zero Gravity and it allows me to remove gravity's effect on anything that I touch with all 5 fingers while the effect is returned when I touch all my fingers together. I can't use it on myself much though, and if I lift more than 3 tons then I totally hurl. Her expression became embarrassed at the end and she looked down as Izuku began to plan, speaking at the same time. Uraraka was listening intently to his words. My quirk is called Pantheon and it allows me to take on the form of beings which I have defeated in my mindscape. Each form has various strengths and weaknesses, with the more powerful forms being more difficult to control. The form I used to save you from the robot was a partial transformation into one of my more melee-inclined forms known as Angron. She gave a surprised nod and Izuku looked at the building with a sigh. Tenya and Bakugo are fast but are fundamentally different in both combat and personality. I am better suited to take on Bakugo and knowing him, he shall rush us early on, as such I shall distract him and you shall take on Tenya. Her eyes widened and she gripped the heavy sleeve of his cloak. Do you really think I can? He's really strong and I don't think I'd be able to do it. It drew a small sigh from Izuku and he gripped her arms, smiling kindly at her and doing his best to ignore the adorable blush that stained her cheeks red. Listen to me, Uraraka. Your quirk is a near-perfect counter for him, for his engines require him to be able to walk. All you must do is touch him and you shall win, understand? There was no reply from her barring a stuttering whimper until he let go of her arms and she was able to recover enough to nod. He gave a happy nod in reply and turned to the building before sighing. The best way for me to beat both Tenya and Bakugo is for me to outlast them. I know a form for me to take, but you should not look upon me or touch me. It could prove fatal for you since this form is rather dangerous and disgusting to look at. She gave him a rather odd look, yet he didn't return it, instead reaching into the mindscape and calling upon one of the many great unclean ones who resided within him. The changes, rather thankfully for Uraraka, were obscured from sight by his robe, yet Izuku knew what was happening as he grew taller, yet not to the mountainous heights of the greater demons. His arms and legs swelled and his skin thickened, taking on a texture similar to old leather as it paled to a bone-white color. Within him, he felt his blood curdle and organs thicken as the plagues of Nurgle spread through his form, with the change most notable to his female companion being the deer-like antlers that tore free from his temples and spread outwards as they ripped through his hood. Stretching a hand out wide, the skin possessing the same leathery quality as the rest of his frame and now tipped with claws that dripped pus and blood, the warp rippled and tore open once more to expel a weapon into his hand. The weapon, if such a thing even deserved that title, was a long sword formed of a single slab of twisted metal that was pitted with rust and dripped with foulness best left unsaid. Its hilt was formed of broken and rotted wood, bound in cracked leather, with a tri-pointed charm hanging from the pommel by a small chain. Such a thing, damaged as it was with rust, shouldn't have even held itself together, and yet it not only did that but sustained an edge. With a happy chuckle, he turned to Uraraka and gestured to the building, his smile clearly visible from the confines of his hood. Shall we, my dear? Her expression was one of shock, coming from both the transformation and the sickly sweet smell of rot that was wafting from under his cloak, yet gave a nod and they began to walk towards the building. Reaching up with an almost gentle motion, he pressed his hand to the door and it began to crack and rust, lines of decay spreading out from under his hand like the web of a deranged spider. The door began to sag inwards as he channeled the empiric entropy into the door, breaking it down and causing it to sag inwards before falling away and allowing them entrance. Uraraka's eyes widened at the sight, yet Izuku paid her no mind, stomping into the room with a sigh of annoyance while hefting his blade high, before she followed behind. The inside of the room was rather dark, the lights having been taken out, Yet illumination was provided by the form of a blonde boy flying down to the corridor towards them, powered by explosions and screaming at the top of his lungs. She let out a little squeak of terror, yet Izuku, yet again, ignored it in favor of stepping in front of the explosion and simply smirking at Bakugo as it had no effect. As his eyes widened as Izuku tanked the explosion, he took a step forwards and rammed his horned head into his opponent's nose, which drew forth yet another sickening crack and a roar of pain from the victim. While he was twitching weakly on the ground, he spun to Uraraka and pointed to the door with a hissing growl of, "Go," before spinning back and bringing his blade into position. Uraraka hurried past Bakugo as he stood, blood streaming from his nose and explosions crackling forth from his hands, before speaking in a hissing growl, "I'll fucking kill you, Deku." Yet it did not intimidate him, and he simply cracked his neck before taking a step forwards, preparing for the long-awaited fight. Uraraka Achiko couldn't lie. She was terrified for Izuku as she rushed ahead, listening to the vague sounds of battle echoing from behind her, intermingling with her footsteps. Explosions, the sound of his blade slicing through brick and steel alike, all of it followed her as she rushed through the halls and towards the stairs leading to the upper levels. Every fiber of her being wanted to rush back and provide aid, yet he had entrusted her with facing down Tenya, and so that is what she would do. As she rushed up the stairs, a thought occurred to her. The top floor would be the best hiding space for the false weapon, since All Might had shown it to them and it had appeared to be quite large. Her suspicions were proven right when she reached the top of the staircase and poked her head around the corner, only to catch sight of the taller boy facing away from her. He was mumbling to himself, and the snippets that she could catch were him practicing his villain lines, something that brought a smile to her face and a chuckle that burst free despite trying to smother it. The giggle had quite firmly caught Tenya's attention, and he spun around, pointing a finger at her while speaking in his classic, loud tone, "You have stumbled into my lair, hero. It was foolish of you, however, for I shall defeat you here and now." Yet the sheer ridiculousness of his words made her burst into even deeper laughter, clutching at her stomach as she stuttered out, "You're such a dork, Tenya." Her reaction smashed his facade, and she got the impression that he was pouting under his helmet as he composed himself, holding up a finger again, "Your words shall not harm me, foolish hero. I am a villain through and through, and your words shall not shatter my resolve." Yet despite trying his best to appear intimidating, it was a rather ridiculous to her, and it only succeeded in making her laugh even louder. Clutching at her stomach and leaning heavily against the wall, she managed to stutter out between her chuckles, "It's just awkward, Ina. We're so awkward. It's hilarious." The words shattered his resolve, and he pouted again. Letting out a little sigh and straightening up, he took on a pose and looked her in the eyes from under his helmet. "Come then, hero. Try and take my weapon from me. You shall sample the bitter taste of defeat on this day." With those words, he rushed forwards, and Uraraka was reminded of just how fast he was. He practically appeared in front of her as a blur before lashing out with a rather brutal kick that would have certainly sent her sprawling, if not knocked her out entirely, had she not thrown herself back. The squeak of surprise that tore free from her throat was rather embarrassing, yet she pushed the feelings down as she scrambled to her feet, watching as Tenya backed away to guard the weapon. His rapid attack had shaken her, for a moment doubting that she would be able to succeed, yet noted that her opponent wasn't leaving the weapon, and her mind began to work overtime to formulate a plan. Yet it was interrupted by a number of sounds that echoed from the staircase. An explosion, a scream of pain, a roaring bellow of laughter, and 1,000 giggling voices that ran like water around her, bring nausea to her stomach. Line break. Uraraka sprinting out of the room barely registered on the minds of the two boys as they faced each other down, Bakugo hissing like a wild animal and Izuku standing there with an impassive expression. From an outside perspective, it was like an old Mexican standoff, with neither opponent wishing to make the first move as to pick up on their foe's mistake. Yet Bakugo's temper proved to be his undoing again as explosions ignited along his palms and sent him screeching forwards, lashing out with his signature right hook along with a bellowed roar of, "Die Deku." For many years, Izuku had been able to analyze his opponent's style of combat, for he had often been on the receiving end of the powerful blows. His mask had been strained at times, often with the demons within him howling for the bully's blood, and yet something occurred to him as he watched Bakugo get closer. He wasn't at primary school anymore. There were no teachers who favored the blonde brat for his power while ignoring Izuku for his perceived powerlessness. There were no cronies who would be waiting for him after school to beat him up if he fought back. No, he was at UA and took full advantage of it by sidestepping the punch and grabbing the offending arm, digging poison claws deep into the flesh, before forcibly swinging Bakugo over his head and slamming him into the concrete with enough force to crack it. Silence echoed through the halls, only broken by the whimpering grunt that escaped his lips, and it brought a chuckle to his lips. For so many years, he had been forced to endure his strikes, and yet now he could swing back with no restraint, and it felt so good to do so. So good, in fact, that he barely noticed the mental fingers of the great unclean one sliding into his psyche. As Bakugo climbed to his feet, Izuku spread his arms wide to invite the boy forwards, chuckling all the while, "Dear villain, grandfather waits for you in his garden, why not go and join him?" His foe's eyes, narrowed with pain from being slammed into the floor, suddenly opened wider at his words, and Izuku found himself on the end of a look filled with both pain and furious curiosity. "What the F are you on about, Deku? What effing grandfather?" Slowly, his eyes narrowed, and yet he ignored the stupidity, letting out a bellowing roar of laughter and flinging his arms wide. "Who else, dear Bakugo? The Plague Father, the Lord of Flies, the Lord of Decay. All names that belong to Grandfather Bakugo, and when you arrive in his garden and behold his majesty, then you shall be forgiven your insolence." Bakugo began to take steps back as Izuku stepped forwards, bringing his rusted blade into a fighting stance, speaking in a rare fearful tone, "Deku, stay the F away from me. I don't know what the F is going on with you, but unless you want me to beat the sheet out of you, then don't come near me." A soft tootang escaped Izuku as he released his hold on the empiric entropy, allowing the spider web of rot and ruin to spread from his feet and make their way towards his opponent. It made the blonde's eyes widen in surprise and a little horror, speaking in a weary tone now as he began to back up further and further. "I knew you were a demon, worthless Deku. I'll enjoy beating you to a pulp." Yet Izuku could see the truth. He could see the fear in his eyes as the boy stepped further and further away from him, and it made his chuckles grow louder and louder, for he knew what Bakugo did not. Kneeling and pressing his hand to the rotting concrete of the ground floor, a great smile split his lips to reveal rotted fangs visible even from the darkness of his hood. In the darkness of the room, as rot began to spread even further, piercing giggles began to break free as he used the decay to tear open miniature portals to the warp and summon forth Nurglings from his mindscape. A foul, sickly sweet rot smell began to fill the room as a virtual sea of rotted and diseased meat piled up and watched Bakugo grow progressively more afraid. He could barely make out the ranks upon ranks of Nurglings and yet instinctively knew that he should be afraid. Izuku stood and spread his arms wide. "My children! This one has harmed me for so many years, and yet look at him, he stands alone and afraid now that the shackles are all off." Thousand piercing giggles broke free from the amassed demons as he continued, "Bakugo, look upon yourself, for so many years you have harmed me, and yet now I am free to return unto you what you gave to me, with all of my children at my side." The Nurglings began to crawl forwards into the limb, 1,000 razor-tipped claws grasping at the concrete as flabby, rotted bodies began to pull themselves into the light. His foe released his stomach's contents onto the floor at the horrific sight, yet managed to straighten and release a panicked explosion into the mass, driving some off with little yelps of pain while others laughed at his terror. In his ear, he could hear a voice shouting, yet it didn't matter anymore as he faced down his longtime bully, watching as his skin began to pale and his posture began to sag. Bakugo turned to him, hissing in fury and yet with his movements drowsy, growling out, "What did you do to me?" The reply he received came in the form of Izuku holding up his claws, allowing him to see the foul pus that slowly dripped from the rotten and cracked outcrops. When he spoke, his voice thrummed with power and had an undertone that was not his own. "You have been blessed by Grandfather, in the same way we all have. His gift flows through your veins, his glorious rot. You feel it, don't you? You feel the joy that flows through you." He began to stumble, vision fuzzing and a fever running rampant through him as he tried to support himself, while beginning to drip through his lips as the masses of Nurglings giggled and giggled. It was slowly blending together as the disease ran rampant through him, the Nurglings melting together into a great monstrosity as Izuku stood over him not as a human but as an obese mountain of bloated flesh, covered with a blanket of billions of flies. Yet he was not unconscious yet and looked up at Izuku with a savage, if drowsy, grin. "You made a mistake. Fucking demon. You gave me a fever." The Nurglings burst into laughter, and yet Izuku paled a little at the realization, summoning yet more of the great unclean one's immense enduring prowess and losing himself into its grasp as the explosion tore free. As bright as the sun and echoing across the land with a deep rumbling noise, the bottom half of the building was decimated with rubble being launched out in all directions, and Izuku was launched along with it. Line break. Both Uraraka and Tenya were sent stumbling by the blast, the earth itself shaking violently underfoot and the windows shattering with horrific ease under the pressure wave released. Uraraka, standing closest to the window, received the worst of the blast and let out a loud shriek of pain as her ears were sent ringing and her balance was thrown off. Agony lanced through her head and she was nearly sent to her knees, yet it was worse for Tenya as his eyes caught the full glare of the light, forcing him to throw a hand up to cover her eyes and provided her with a glaring chance. Pressing her fingertips to her stomach and doing her best to ignore the feeling of nausea that slammed into her stomach, Uraraka leapt into the air and allowed the lack of gravity to carry her forwards. Floating through the air while pressing her lips together as tightly as possible to avoid throwing up all over Tenya, she slammed into the faux weapon and returned gravity's influence to herself, relaxing as the horrible feeling slowly faded from her belly. All Might's voice rang through the headset, quite clear although there was the sound of rushing wind over his roar, "Weapon captured." Her smile grew and her eyes shut in happiness, overjoyed that she had succeeded in her task, before her eyes widened in horror as she realized where the explosion had come from. Leaping off the weapon with a little gasp of horror, she was joined by the recovered Tenya as they rushed to the window and looked out into the destruction that lay beyond. Rubble was strewn along the clearing and the bottom half of the building was nearly entirely destroyed, a gaping hole blown in the side of the wall. Their eyes widened in shock and their bodies acted faster than their minds, rushing towards the staircase as All Might landed in front of the destroyed area. All three reached the front of the building at the same time, eyes all meeting as Bakugo stepped forwards in a horrific state. His body was trembling, shirt stained with a mixture of sweat and vomit that poured from his pale frame. Even his hair seemed wilted and his eyes were unfocused as he smirked at the whole, that's demon. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they realized that the room was filled with miniature, decaying things whose rotted and burned flesh was turning to ash before their very eyes. Each one slain and cast back to where they came from, and yet their eyes were forced to turn once more as a figure pulled himself to his feet outside. Izuku's cloak was in ruins, singed in places and non-existent in others, exposing the horrors that laid beneath. His skin had turned a mottled green, pus and foul sweat running down his skin. The deer-like antlers that had grown from his temples had grown even longer, twisting and turning horrifically in the parody of a Wendigo's own, although his frame was far more horrific. His limbs had lengthened and all the muscle had vanished in place of bloated fat. His face was not visible although it was barely hidden beneath the ripped hood, with only a twisted smile being visible, blood-stained lips exposing rotted fangs. Deep chuckles were tearing free from him, torso shaking rather disgustingly as a joke known only to him flashed through his mind, yet it was a joke that he wished to share. Lips peeled apart once more and his voice broke free, deep and caring yet in a way that sent shivers down their spines. "Fading king, little girl and little boy. How delightful that you could join me. It is time for him to join grandfather in his garden. The blessings run through him. He can feel them and knows that it is time to ascend amongst our ranks. Do you wish to join him?" All Might's face twisted in horror as Bakugo collapsed, his body twitching weakly as Izuku's smile grew wider and wider, before speaking, "Young Midoriya? I don't know what's happened to you, but you must stop this." His head ped, antlers making a rather comical sight on his rather small head, and he spoke in the same deep voice, "Izuku isn't home right now. We have merged fully into our blessed form. We are Slogostral, host of the Empiric Entropy, an honor to meet you, fading king. You shall be a crown jewel in grandfather's garden, the fingers of entropy rip through you even now. The symbol of peace gave a harsh shiver at his words, and Uraraka noticed that he clutched at his side with a little hiss of hidden pain. It made his smile grow and the chuckles grew louder and louder. How wonderful, even now you try to hide the blessings of entropy as fast as they are given, refusing to admit the truth. But it's all right, we forgive you for your insolence, soon you shall join us as a masterpiece of our grandfather's talent. Uraraka let out a little whimper and moved to step forwards, with all might reaching out to stop her, yet she dodged his hand and reached under Izuku's hood to grasp his face with a gentle touch. Agony shot through her hands and her eyes widened as her flesh itself began rot in small stripes up her wrists, yet she threw the pain off for now, leaning in close and whispering in a rather loving tone, Izuku, stop this. Silence reigned and the figure went still, piercing eyes meeting Uraraka's for a brief moment before the disgusting green began to fade into Izuku's emerald. The horns began to shrink alongside his limbs, which lost the thick fat, replaced by corded muscle under normal, pink skin. The pus and other foul liquids that soaked his frame began to vanish in a foul steam, and he gave her a soft smile, revealing that the rotted fangs had vanished and been replaced with humanoid teeth. A rather shaky sigh escaped him and he sagged, leaning heavily on the now bright red girl while trying to shake off the feeling in his limbs. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't realize how far gone I was until it was too late. He reached out and gently took her hands in his own, looking at the lines of rotted flesh before his eyes shut and a warm feeling engulfed her hands. It was as if she submerged them in a warm bath, and it made her sigh happily as the pain, which had been nagging at her mind, slowly vanished into nothingness. Looking down with a look of amazement, she watched as the damage reversed itself, flesh skin back together and regaining life under his control. It made her gasp in surprise, and Izuku shot her a kind smile, yet their attention was snatched away by All Might, who called out in a worried tone, "It's good to see that you're back, young Midoriya, but what have you done to young Bakugo?" The young teen whipped around and his eyes widened in shock at the sight of his twitching bully, his pale skin stained by blood, sweat, and vomit. His voice, had that been rather shaky and weak when talking with Uraraka, suddenly regained a great deal of strength, and he practically threw himself at Bakugo. "Don't touch him. He's been infected." Teacher and student went silent for a brief moment before Tenya voiced their thoughts. "The rot? What are you talking about?" A sigh escaped him as he placed his hand on the teen's chest. It was one of relief and sadness. "Nurgle's rot? What you see before you is not the result of my quirk, rather this is a disease. The form I took on was known as a Great Unclean One. It is a silly name, but they are anything but silly. Each one is the host of a disease created by the god of plagues himself, and they are all masters of alchemy and endurance battles. This is called Nurgle's rot and is a disease of the soul as much as the body." Their eyes widened in horror and they looked at him as his hand began to glow with a green light on Bakugo's heaving chest, eyes clenching in a mixture of pain and concentration. When he spoke, his voice was not all there. "The damage to his body will be easily fixed, but the damage to his soul is another matter entirely. This disease works by transforming the victim into a demon, a plague bearer, and it does this by sending bits of the soul at a time to the plague god's garden where they are slowly corrupted. I shall do my best to fix him, but after this, he will need a lot of rest for his soul to recover from the damage inflicted." All Might's voice, when he finally shattered the silence, was filled with horror. "Young Midoriya, why would you unleash this disease upon him?" Another sigh escaped him alongside his words. "He was my bully for years, and when I take on one of my forms, it is not just a physical transformation. If I do not maintain a firm hold over the being, then I slip more and more into the transformation. You were lucky that I did not take on the true form of a Great Unclean One. Now I need silence. I shall attempt to fix him." They obeyed, and Izuku gave a deep breath, using the power of Nurgle to remove the disease from deep within Bakugo, which halted the damage to his body and soul. Then it was time to reverse the damage to the latter, and he allowed his soul to partially slip from his body and enter the garden of the Plague Father. It manifested to him as a nightmarish rainforest where swarms of flies thicker than concrete buzzed through the air and 1,000 million shrieking souls howled their agony for all to hear. It was a place where empires crumbled and people rotted, where plague-bearers chanted in their monotone rumbles and plague toads leapt through the sweltering air with liquid squelches. In the distance, Nurgle's manse became visible, but he paid it no mind. Instead, he walked deep into the garden where plague-bearers were slowly forming in rotting cocoons. Each was filled with a howling soul, each one suffering with horrors unmatched, yet there was no attention paid to any of them bar a cursory glance to find out the identity of the one inside. Nurglings swarmed around him, listening to his mental commands and obeying with gurgling joy, spreading out in a great swarm. Minutes passed until an echoing call came down the lines and Izuku's body vanished in a flash of light, reappearing in front of the marked cocoon. His eyes could see through the rotted flesh of the bag and into the shards of Bakugo's soul that resided within. Even now they resisted the effects of the rot, and he commended him for his mental strength. If the process had been left to continue, then it would be more than likely that he would be an exceptionally powerful plague-bearer. Yet he couldn't let the bully die, not yet, and so he reached out with the power of Tsench and burned the corruption from the shards before casting them back into real space. A great gasp escaped him and his eyes opened, looking upon the shocked faces of his teacher and classmates. "I've done what I can. It was greatly tiring, I must rest." His words rang true. Before their very eyes Bakugo's breathing eased and some color returned to his skin, shifting as the pain that racked both his body and soul faded away under the power of Izuku. Yet their attention did not stay on the unconscious boy for long, as Izuku, already exhausted from battling off the great unclean one, collapsed to the ground and joined his bully in the realm of sleep. Line break, several hours later. Being a Christian had both upsides and downsides. In an age of quirks, many religious people were looked down on and mocked while being praised by others. The problems of the old age, religion versus no God, became more and more noticeable. Yet the one place where Christians would always be allowed was in hospitals, for on their deathbeds, every living being would question if there was a God and what awaited them in the afterlife, and having a priest nearby was always handy if they needed comforting. There were even more upsides for Ibara Shiozaki, and one of them was that she was barely looked upon when she walked into the hospital in which resided Inko Midoriya. News stories on the woman weren't hard to find. It had held the eye of the nation for a long time. "Woman claims son is possessed by demon after Quirk manifests" was the main title, and it had, rather fortunately, contained the location of the hospital in which she was being held. Although she was usually one to pay attention in class, the fact that there was a demon walking freely amongst them had taken top priority, and she had been frantically searching for information through the day. Yet the hospital location had been a breakthrough, and a brief call to the pastor at her church, asking if she could volunteer at the building, had allowed her to be inside mere hours after her discovery. The halls were long and a sterile white, something that made her happy to see. She had always felt more at ease in places like this. Sterile, clean, pure. It made her heart leap with joy, and there was a nagging sensation within her to just sit down and bask in it, yet she couldn't yet, not while the demon was still amongst them. Door after door, name after name. Each one seemed to blend together as she passed them, yet her eyes picked out the correct one with ease, and a soft smirk appeared on her lips as she knocked gently on the door before opening it. Inko Midoriya was a rather kind-looking woman, rather heavy-set and with long green-black hair. If she did not have heavy bags under her eyes and was not dressed in a white hospital gown, then Ibra would have guessed that she would be a perfect mother. She could not allow thoughts like that to distract her, though, and so she gave the woman a kind smile and spoke. "I am Initiate Ibra at Hope Church in Tokyo. I was hoping if I could talk to you about your son, Izuku Midoriya." For the first time in just under a decade, a smile split Inko Midoriya's lips, and she beckoned for the girl to enter, hoping that the day of reckoning had come for the demon at last. "A family member recently got diagnosed with cancer. I shall post the next chapter before Tuesday next week." Walking into class the next day was an odd experience for him. Bakugo wasn't there. He had been confined to a hospital bed by Recovery Girl while she repaired the damage that Nurgle's rot had inflicted on his body, yet it wasn't that which provided awkwardness. No, the tension in the classroom came in the form of his classmates staring at him with careful eyes, and Tokoyami had even moved seats, sitting in the front row as far away from Izuku as he possibly could. He didn't blame them though. Losing control was something that he had not done for a very long time and was more than aware of the horrors that could occur. Yet it appears that Aizawa didn't seem to care all that much when he walked in with the same deadpan expression the entire time. Each head snapped up to him as he spoke, voice ringing out with a little sigh. Right? Ignoring all the stuff that happened yesterday, we still have a lot of stuff to do, and today there are two very important things that must be done. First of all, you're all going to elect a class president. Brief moment of silence, in which Izuku picked out a few people muttering. There was a collective sigh of relief and he heard Mina Ashido whisper yell to Tsuyu Azui, "Thank God, I thought he was going to expel us or something, the way he was talking. How Daya think we're gonna choose a class president though? I mean we barely know each other." That was something Tsuyu picked up on rather quickly, letting out a small rib bit. That is true. We barely know each other, and if it comes to a vote then we'd all just vote for ourselves. I wonder how we'll decide. Yet it was Tenya who decided for the class, standing up with his signature chopping hands motion and speaking loud enough for the class to hear. It makes sense for us to decide with a vote, yet we must also forbid each other for voting for ourselves. We could take a number of minutes to get to know each other before deciding on who we vote as president. That would make it easier as well. With that he turned to Aizawa to see his teacher's reaction. There was no praise from the bedraggled teacher, however, rather he just sighed and laid down while zipping himself up in his sleeping bag once more, returning to the caterpillar state. I don't care, just decide before the start of lunch. Such a tired dismissal made Tenya balk, yet the enthusiasm returned instantly and he spun to face the class, chopping the air. Now then class. Gather yourselves into groups and get to know each other. Then we shall vote. The one who gets the highest number of votes shall be president and the second highest should be vice president. It was a good idea. Izuku recognized it instantly, yet few people in the class came up to him barring Tenya, Uraraka and Tokoyami, who was accidentally shoved into the group by Mina, who walked up to Tsuyu. The bird-headed boy was obviously not very happy, edging away from Izuku with a little hiss while the two boys and the girl began to talk, with Tenya starting off in his typical loud voice. Greetings, all of you. I am Tenya Ida and my quirk is engine. Located in the back of my calves are engines that are powered by citric acid, however they can stall if I consume the wrong foodstuffs. They allow me to travel at immense speeds and makes my fighting style based mainly on kicking. I would be an immensely good choice for class president due to my excellent grades and stern posture, meaning that I would control the more rowdy members of this class. Achiko gave him a wide smile and Izuku's look became a little softer before the girl began to speak. So, hi, I'm Achiko Uraraka and my quirk is called anti-gravity. It allows me to cancel the effect of gravity that I place all 5 fingers on and then return gravity to it when I put all my fingers together. I don't really want to run for class president, but it's nice to talk with you all. She was surprisingly cute, the green-haired boy noticed, and Tokoyami spoke next. I am Tokoyami Fumikage and my quirk is named Dark Shadow. He is sentient and allows me to attack from a distance, although when we are in dark places, he becomes harder to control at the cost of being more powerful. I must agree with Uraraka, running for class president seems to be a waste of time. Izuku nodded and let out a little sigh. Tenya and Tokoyami know about my quirk somewhat, but I feel that I owe you an explanation, Uraraka. I am Izuku Midoriya and my quirk is known as Pantheon. Inside my mind is a mindscape in which demons and other beings live. Over my life, I have defeated all of them, and once I have beaten them, I am able to take on their form and use their powers as my own. However, if I do not keep focused, then they can possess my body. That is what occurred during my match with Bakugo. He had bullied me for years, and when I was faced with the chance to repay the suffering, my control over my form slipped. It seemed to click for the three, and his ears caught Tokoyami whispering under his breath, "What a mad bouquet of darkness." Yet they waited for him to continue, and he did. There are many different forms, so many that I cannot name them all, but the strongest ones I do classify as gods. However, I have yet to take them on, as they would be nigh impossible to control. Granted, they would allow me to near instantly win a fight, but I don't want to risk harming people, so they are sort of my last-ditch attempt moves. The other three gave him curious looks and he rubbed the back of his head. I don't think I'd be a good president, so I'm not planning to volunteer. However, I feel that you'll be good as president, Ida. The taller boy smiled happily at Izuku's words, something that made him happy internally, before he sat back and eyed out the rest of the class who were just finishing up their own conversations. Once they had quieted down, Ida stood and made his way to the front of the class, passing out a post-it note to every person as he passed before taking his position once more. Now that we have gotten to know each other a little more, note down the name of your preferred candidate before passing it to me, and then we shall know who is both president and vice president. There was a brief shuffle of pencils and paper as the class began to write, with Ida standing at the front of the class smiling brightly. It was obvious to Izuku that he was hoping to become class president, yet only time would tell. Note after note made their way to the front of the class, and with each one, Ida's smile grew and grew until the boy's excitement could no longer be contained, and he gathered the notes up. With a chopping motion, he began to speak. Now I shall count up the votes, and then we shall find out who will be our leader. With that he opened the first note and began to write. Line break. I can't believe it. I didn't even manage to get the rank of vice president even with my idea. Head down on the desk, Ida Tenyo was the epitome of misery, having failed to even qualify as vice president, that spot taken by one Tsuyu Azui and the president spot being taken by Momo Yayorozu. Izuku let out a brief chuckle and reached out, gently patting his back. Calm yourself, Ida. I voted for you, and I am sure that others did as well. It made the tall boy look up with a smile, and Izuku continued, besides, maybe one day, one of them will step down and then you will have a chance. Or who knows, perhaps there will be another election one day and then you will have a second chance. Perking up even more, Ida flashed him a kind smile and opened his mouth to speak just as a shrieking alarm echoed through the air. Accompanying it was a kind female voice who said, "There has been a level 3 security breach. Please evacuate in a calm and orderly manner." A brief silence followed the announcement before screams of surprise and terror began to sound and a stampede began to form. Student after student began to run towards the exit, with Izuku catching mentions of a trespasser on the grounds, before the voice was swept away. Class presidents were attempting to take control, bellowing commands over the scrum of students, yet the screams drowned their efforts out and the rampage of terror began to grow louder and louder. Standing in the corner, Ida shouting and Achiko attempting to rush towards the door, Izuku felt a burst of annoyance flow through him. They were supposed to be hero students and yet were rushing off like panicking animals, something that annoyed him to no end. Stepping onto the table and taking a deep breath, reaching into his mindscape and calling upon a minor sliver of power from Ingrath the Unbound, his head flung back and his mouth opened to unleash the built-up power. It did not emerge as a humanoid shout or an animalistic roar. What echoed out from his throat was a wave of anger made manifest, shaking the earth itself and driving those closest to him to their knees as pain and fury lanced through their minds. The shriek of unbridled fury lasted for a number of seconds and was enough to not only crack the concrete near him but shatter every window in the lunch hall before fading away, only to be replaced by his bellowing voice. "Your hero students. Stop acting like panicking animals," was what he said, and it was successful in bringing order, with some of the students looking down in shame while others eyed him up in terror. As the furious bellow died off, the same female voice returned, "Please be advised. The breach of security has been contained. Continue with the evacuation in an orderly manner." Slowly the students began to slide out and Izuku stretched, rubbing his throat in a vague attempt to alleviate the soreness from unleashing such a loud noise. Help came in the form of Achiko, who handed him a tall glass of water, something that he downed quickly before giving her a kind smile that made her blush. The trio followed the rest of the class out, nearly all the students filing out of the building and through the back entrance. Yet Izuku didn't need to pass the gate to feel what had happened. Within him, the great unclean ones began to sing a joyous song, and he could feel the power of rot and ruin from behind the school, knowing all too well that there was somebody with a quirk that allowed them to harness the power of decay. Yet it didn't matter to him that much, Izuku thought as he laid down in his bed. It was merely the demons of the Fly Lord that cared about it, and their mindless ramblings were not what caught his ear. Rather, what did was the warnings of Tsensha's demons, and although they didn't give exact answers, something to be expected from the minions of the Lord of Change, they screeched of an imminent attack, although when they would not say, only that it posed a great risk to his classmates. With that rather worrying warning pressing on his mind, Izuku allowed himself to drift off to sleep, curious about what the next day would hold. Line break. As it would turn out, the next day would hold a great deal of things, and it started the moment that he walked onto the grounds of UA High School. The first sign that something odd was occurring was when he stepped onto the grounds and came face to face with his entire class, standing in a crowd next to the drop-off road where buses and those that got driven to the school were dropped off. Walking up, a cursory listen revealed that they knew as little as he did, but had little time to catch any more detail, for Aizawa approached them all while looking tired as always. Standing in front of the class and ignoring the various, shouted questions, he silenced them with a wave of his hand. "Today we're having a school trip. The bus'll be here soon, and when it is, get on and shut up." Nods were his reply until the bus pulled up, allowing them all to file on and leaving Izuku sitting next to the class vice president, Tsuyu Azui, who gave him a small smile before speaking. "Hey Izuku. I'll let you know that I'm quite blunt with my words, but I need to ask, what's up with your quirk? It feels weird when I'm near you." He turned to her with a smile, having been watching the buildings fly by, and began to speak in a rather calm tone. "I would wager it being how our quirks interact. There are 4 factions of beings whose forms I can take on, and one of them, the demons of Nurgle, tend to favor animals such as flies, toads and frogs. With how your quirk is, I would think that you can sense them within me, and that is why you feel odd." She gave a little hum. "Shouldn't Tokoyami be the same then? He has the head of an animal, so it should affect him as well, right?" This gave Izuku pause, and he stared at the ceiling, tapping the side of his head. "Although the bird head is similar to the Lords of Change, I think it doesn't affect him because while his bird head is a side effect of his quirk, your quirk is far more extreme. Although from what I can tell, his quirk can sense me and doesn't like me very much." Kirishima joined in, leaning forwards with his signature sharp-toothed grin in place. "Your quirks are both pretty cool. I was kinda unlucky. Only thing I can do is harden myself like this. It's not flashy at all." Holding his hand high, his skin stiffened and took on appearance not too dissimilar to rock. Izuku's head pet at the sight, and he let out a little chuckle. "You seem to be underestimating yourself. What is the point in having a flashy quirk such as Bakugo's when your personality is little more than dog shit given the ability to think? Besides, there is nothing flashier than enduring someone's full attack and then knocking them out as they stare at you in disbelief." Everyone began to stare at him for a brief moment, with a small tear coming to Kirishima's eye, before Kaminari began to speak. "I agree with ya, man. Although I think Bakugo's personality is more like flaming dog shit wrapped in garbage." The spiky-haired boy himself, sitting silently at the front of the bus next to Aizawa, whipped around and let out a yell of, "Shut up, you demon extras." However, a glare from the tired teacher shut the now-recovered boy down rapidly. It made Izuku chuckle menacingly, yet the teacher continued speaking as they drove on. "Voice as tired as normal. Be quiet, all of you. We're nearly there, and I want to have all the quiet time I can before having to put up with you for the rest of the day." Which was successful in silencing the class for the remaining few minutes of the drive. In the distance, the destination came into view, a tall, dome-shaped building that was beyond colossal in size. Not a building that Izuku recognized at first glance, but he could tell that it was important judging by how even Aizawa perked up upon seeing it come into view. Yet the most curious thing was the person standing outside, who seemed to be wearing a space suit, something that helped him identify the figure as the space hero. 13 moments later. Achiko clearly recognized the hero as well, and she perked up, smiling brightly at the sight as the bus stopped, with her being the first one off the bus and bouncing in front of the pro. The rest of the class joined her moments later as 13 began to speak. "Hey everyone, welcome to the USJ." Mina's head ped, gaining a rather adorably confused expression as she said, "Universal Studios Japan?" It brought a chuckle to the bulky hero, who waved her off with a gloved hand. "No, it's the Unforeseen Simulations joint. I designed and built it myself to help train heroes in rescue situations which would normally only be able to be practiced in the field. However, since that'd put real lives at risk, I built this place to help you get experience in a controlled way." There was merit in the idea, Izuku had to admit, yet there was little attention being paid to the pro even as they were gestured inside. Rather, he turned inwards and began to listen as Kairos Fateweaver spoke with both heads at once in a droning manner. Prepare. Prepare. Eyes narrowing, he followed the rest of the class inside but pulled out his phone while walking, watching it closely, which he was proven right to do so when the screen began to flicker along with every light in the gigantic stadium. This was clearly not supposed to happen, judging by how both Aizawa and 13 began to look weary, yet all the attention was snatched away and onto a swirling vortex of shadows from which figures began to step. Each one was clearly a villain, and yet there only seemed to be low-level thugs barring 3. A figure dressed in a suit with a body made of shadows, a teenager decorated with severed hands, and a tall, muscular figure with an exposed brain and a beak-like face. The well-dressed figure and bird-like monstrosity mattered little to him, however the figure with severed hands across his entire frame had gained his attention just a tad. Mainly due to the waves of decay that flowed from his fingertips, something that made Izuku smirk and take a step forwards, standing level with Aizawa. Unkempt hair whipped as the teacher faced him, growling as he said, "Get back with the rest of the class, I'll handle this." Yet he was waved off by a rather uncaring Izuku. "You're strong, but the 3 in the middle are more powerful than you expect. With this many low-level villains combined with their strength, you cannot handle it alone. I shall lend you my power." Reaching into his mindscape, he called upon the power of a member of an Adeptus Astartes, yet he didn't take on its form at that moment. Rather, summoning the strength of the Death Guard, he grew a little taller and a lot stronger while feeling his stamina core increase to exponential levels. There were no mutations typical to Nurgle's greatest warriors, however the changes were more than noticeable as is, with the notability increasing further as he held out an arm to one side and tore open a portal to the warp, drawing forth a flail of corruption with its 3 heads wreathed in spikes, pus, and purple flames. The teacher's eyes widened at the sight, and Izuku saw more than a few of the villains step back, yet it merely made him smile as he said to Aizawa, "I am more than capable of doing this. Let us begin this dance macabre. Worry not, this weapon is designed to incapacitate more than kill, the diseases aren't even lethal this time." With that rather worrying message, the two began to move towards the villains as 13 stood in front of the rest of Class 1A. Aizawa rushed ahead, flinging his scarf out to entangle a villain which he knocked out with a rather brutal kick to the head, yet Izuku took his time. Walking down towards the assembled ranks of thugs, cracking the spike-like chains of the flail together as he drew closer, the flames billowing out hotter and hotter. Drawing close, he raised it high in one hand and called out over them all, drawing some of the attention away from the scraggly teacher, "Fear me, for I am the Plague Father's wrath." Despite the change in height and the new weapon, some of the villains had the audacity to laugh at him as he approached and spoke. Yet they weren't laughing when, mere moments later, the horrifically sharp barbs wrapped tightly around their limbs and tore free chunks of flesh while leaking pus and foulness into the wounds. Some began to scream, some fainted from pain while others turned to run away, desperately trying to not get hit by the child who unleashed his weapon with reckless abandon. With each strike, blood and pus sprayed across the ground while screams of agony filled the air. None had died yet, but some were clutching split torsos and vomiting violently as the diseases contained within the weapon ran rampant throughout their bodies. Up close, it wasn't clear, and yet to the horrified class they could see what was happening. Izuku was carving a path straight towards the main 3 villains and was doing it with horrifying efficiency. Each strike incapacitated in a rather permanent manner, each blow took another villain out of the fight while the 3 spiked chains ripped and tore and bludgeoned. More and more villains were falling to the flail and they began to break apart, splitting up so that he couldn't hit at once as he could before. However, before their very eyes, the villain with a body of black mist vanished from the side of the hand-lined man and suddenly stood before the class, spreading his arms wide as he said, "Greetings. I am Kurogiri and we are the League of Villains. We are in your presence today to kill the symbol of peace, all might, however we cannot have you interfering at the current moment in time." Horrified gasps echoed from the students and 13 took a protective step forwards, shielding the class with one hand and pointing the other at the villain. "You must be stupid to think that I'll let you harm these children." Yet the words merely made the villain chuckle as the mist began to flare around him, like the hackles raising on an angry dog. You must be stupid to think that you have a chance to stop me. And with that his body erupted outwards in a great ball of darkness, swallowing the class whole, and when it faded, only a few were left at the side of 13, the rest seemingly having vanished before their horrified eyes. The rescue hero let out a furious hiss and took a step forwards. "I'll stop you, villain, for the crime of hurting my class." It made the villain chuckle once more, and when he spoke, there was a smile in his voice. "You may try. Come, Space Hero, let us dance." Being teleported was a sensation that Izuku Midoriya was never going to be used to, even when it was him doing it, but to be teleported without his consent and while not focusing was a rather horrifically awful sensation for him. One moment he was tearing through the ranks of the villains, flail of corruption splitting flesh and cracking bone with each swing. Some of the few which he had reached and attacked first were already suffering from the various diseases, throwing up and convulsing in agony as the grandfather's blessings tore through their systems. The teleportation came after he struck down the 26th villain, who fell screaming after the cruel barbs tore through his arms and the heavy toppers that were wreathed in flame cracked into his head with a rather horrific thud. Yanking the weapon back and spreading his arms wide, weapon clanking with the sudden motion, before calling out to the rather scared villains, "Who's next? You attacked us and here I am." Yet suddenly a black cloud surrounded him and he found himself feeling weightless for a brief second, something that nearly made him throw up, before he landed with a splash in a lake. His flail vanished back into the warp thanks to his surprise and the surprised yell that tore free forced water down into his lungs. It sent him coughing, vision darkening a little as his brain was deprived of oxygen. Yet the surprise was made even worse when a man who had the head of a shark lunged at him out of the water. The sudden attack, combined with the rush of adrenaline that came when his vision began to darken, allowed him to regain a semblance of focus, and he called forth the warp once more. It wasn't a flail of corruption that came forth this time, rather it was a machete-sized blade of rusted metal that left a thick trail of mucus and pus through the water. Yet that wasn't the cause for concern. That came from the agonized howl of the shark-headed man when the plague knife sliced through his toughened skin and passed through his black eyes with sickening ease. He was flailing wildly, kicking in every direction and letting out sobbing screams of pain, clutching at his eyes while other villains began to flood towards him. Some gathered the seriously wounded man and dragged him away while others swam towards him, but the fight was stopped before it could begin by a long tongue wrapping around his stomach and yanking him from the water. Forcing the water from his mouth, he landed with a heavy thud on a wooden surface before spinning around and bringing his knife to bear, nearly slicing Tsu's head from her shoulders as he did, although managed to stop in time. A terrified squeak escaped both her and Mineta, who cowered behind her, yet it faded when he lowered the weapon. "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought you were another villain trying to attack me. I just gouged out that poor fellow's eyes and thought that you were coming for revenge." She gave him a little nod, but Mineta, who seemed to have been terrified of him since the beginning, raised his head in shock and backed away from the cloaked figure, gouged his eyes out. The sigh that escaped him echoed across the surrounding lake. "I didn't mean to do it, but when he lunged at me, the surprise of being teleported combined with the sudden attack meant that I didn't exactly look at what I was slashing at. He'll survive both the diseases contained within the blade and the cut, but whether he regains his sight or not will remain to be seen." His eyes widened in terror and he backed away behind Tsu's spandex-clad leg, out of sight of Izuku, who paid him little mind while pulling off his sodden cloak. Tossing it to one side, he let out a little growl and turned it to ash with a tiny bolt of psychic fire before turning to face the villains. "I don't think that they thought very hard about where they were going to send the students," he said, eyes scanning over the villains. "I think that they sent us more based on what the villains could do. Look over them, each one has a quirk that makes them far more suitable for water combat. I think they just split us up randomly without knowing what our quirks are." The frog quirk user gave a nod, joining him at the side of the ship. "If they knew what my quirk was, they would have sent me to the colder area, so you must be correct. How are we going to get out of here?" A brief sigh escaped him and he looked around further, eyes burning into the various villains. "Do not know. My battling techniques are either awful at fighting underwater or dangerous to use with the two of you around. Unless you have any techniques that could assist in this, then we might be stuck here for now." Mineta shook his head, terrified. Yet Tsuyu took a step forwards and narrowed her eyes. I could jump across the lake carrying my netta, but you would be too heavy. Is there any way that you could get across yourself? Narrowing his eyes yet further, he gave a little nod. Yeah, I can certainly do it, but the issue comes from that most of my forms with wings tend to be rather rowdy and exceedingly difficult to control, although I suppose they may be needed sometime in the future, for that bird-headed thing seems to possess physical strength in spades. Although perhaps the host of the Destroyer Plague could be handy in striking him down. It matters not, phew, get him out of here. She gave a brief nod before speaking. Izu, call me Tsu. Which he gave her a brief nod of confirmation before her tongue snaked round my netta, and the two were away with a powerful kick from her legs. It made him chuckle at the sight of her jumping away before spinning back and looking into the mindscape once more. He called upon the power of a Lord of Change before spreading his arms wide and beginning to chant. His voice echoed like thunder over the water, drawing the attention of the student duo and onto him as the water began to right and boil. With the chanting continuing, foam began to slide to the surface as currents whipped and twisted under the villains like angry snakes. Some who were weaker at swimming were yanked under by the currents, while others were thrown about, yet the main was not the manipulation of the water currents. Rather, it was revealed when the entire lake began to lift up in a colossal waterspout with the villains trapped in the center. Noticeable to every person in the USJ, every eye was soon turned to the attack, and some of the closer people began to convulse and collapse as his rhythmic words wormed into their psyches and began to wear away at their sanity. A fevered pitch began to rise in his voice, and it was reflected in the waterspout, which began to turn faster and faster, growing bigger and bigger as more water was sucked up into it. Finally, the pitch was reached and he flung his hands apart, slamming the waterspout back into the floor with thunderous force, with the villains hitting the ground and each releasing a sickening crunch, for they had only a little cushioning with the water. Afterwards there was no sound near his section of the battlefield, barring a few pained screams from the villains who were unlucky enough to not fall unconscious from their injuries, yet otherwise nobody spoke or moved. Calling further upon the Lord of Change's power, a pair of angelic wings burst from his back, yet at closer examination, they were nothing like an angel's plumage. Each feather was a bright red and shimmering purple, inscribed with thousands of tiny runes that shone with nightmarish power that seemed to burn into the souls of all who looked upon them. Tipping the joint of each wing was a brutal claw that pulsed as he beat them and lifted off the ground, abandoning the ashes of his cloak on the deck of the yacht. Flying through the air, he noticed something with a rather horrified gasp. The wave had knocked Tsuyu and Mineta out of the air and sent them sprawling on the ground. That wasn't the thing that worried him, though. Rather, they had landed in front of both the tall, bird-headed figure and the teenager covered in severed hands. Grunting in annoyance and giving the wings a powerful beat, he shot through the air and slammed into the earth behind them with a thunderous crack, shattering the concrete around him. It drew their attention onto him, and he allowed the wings to vanish back into his back, the energy returning to the warp as he gave the teen a soft smile and a polite bow. Well, hello. I thought I was right when I guessed that it was you who dissolved the gate at you. Hugh and Mineta scrambled away as the figure focused on him, scratching at his neck anxiously. Who are you? All Might was supposed to be the boss of this level. Not some midget. You shouldn't be able to beat all my party members so easily. He deadpanned at his reaction, staring at him with a curious and almost disbelieving eyes before speaking, right? I am extremely confused here. You think that I should be unable to fight back and win, just because All Might isn't here? You are very odd, if I am rather brutally honest, since if you think that life is a video game, then you have some rather extreme mental issues. It brought forth an outraged squeaking shout from the teen as his scratching got so fast that blood started to drip down his neck. Who are you to say I have issues? I'm only here to kill All Might. There was silence from Izuku as his eyes roamed over the two figures, settling on the giant figure. I'm guessing that the silent one there is your attempt at a weapon at killing him? If so, then I shall provide you with a rather simple review. You are an absolute idiot, and he will be defeated, although it won't be the symbol of peace that beats him. Spreading his arms wide, he bowed and gave a cruel smile, eyes glowing with a dark light. It shall be me that strikes it down. The teenager deadpanned before chuckling loudly, flinging his arms wide. You're a stupid NPC, aren't you? He was designed specifically to kill All Might, so what makes you think that you'll have a chance? Besides, I'll kill you first before you have a chance. The teen began to walk forwards, bringing his arms forwards. Before you turn to ash, know that Shigaraki Tamura killed you. Finally, he lunged forwards and clamped his hand onto his face, and yet nothing happened, with them realizing why. A second later, Aizawa, who had been lying in a pool of blood off to the side, which Izuku had just noticed, was staring at Shigaraki with glowing eyes. Although the smaller boy was not afraid of his power in the slightest, it still made him gasp in shock when the taller teen gestured and the tall figure slammed his head into the ground. Yet it was apparent that his sacrifice was not in vain, since the moment that Shigaraki's quirk returned, Izuku had already called upon his power and began to shift into a form that could deal with it. Fingers pressed onto either side of his head, but the only reaction was a gentle chuckle. The taller teen's eyes widened in shock beneath his hand mask, and when he spoke, his voice was terrified. Why isn't it working? Why aren't you Ash? You should be Ash. The soft chuckle began to grow in volume, echoing across the battlefield as more and more people watched, before he reached up and took hold of Shigaraki's hand with one of his own and clenched. Muscles, already strong from years of training and now enhanced with an unknown form, turned his bones to powder and made the teen shriek in such agony that the bird-headed figure and Kurogiri rushed to his aid. He was kneeling, clutching the ruins of his hand and shrieking in agony, tears pouring down his face as the two figures doted over him, yet it meant nothing when he regained his voice and managed to shriek a command across the field, "Nomo! Kill him!" With that, the tall figure rushed forwards and slammed a powerful fist into his stomach, driving the air from his lungs and flinging him back while accompanied by Tsuyu's terrified scream. When he landed with a sickening crack, he felt a stab of pain shoot through him and let out a groan while clutching his shattered ribs as the Nomu stomped towards him. There were voices around him, some of them in his mindscape and others not, but it didn't matter as he slowly stood with a shaky sigh, eyes focusing not on the Nomu but past it. Tsuyu was standing there, shaking in terror and watching him with a pale look on her face, and Shigaraki was walking towards her while holding out his one good hand outstretched, intent clear. It made him pause, and time seemed to slow as he approached. The Nomu suddenly didn't matter anymore, and neither did the jeering villains who were watching him. No, all that mattered was protecting the innocent girl from a death that she didn't deserve. So, reaching deep inside him, he reached out with a psychic hand, and the warp responded by throwing forth the figure he needed, who reached out in turn. Their hands grasped and a flash of light blinded the warp as they took control, Izuku's focus allowing him to take on the full form with little issue. The namesake of the form was the first noticeable thing. As his body began to convulse and twitch and grow, flies began to crawl forth from his mouth and eyes and ears. Everywhere that the flies could come out, they did. Each was size of a dragonfly, with a bloated abdomen tipped with a 2-inch-long stinger that dripped with venom. There were thousands of them, ripping free from his orifices and burrowing out of his skin as his body began to grow bigger and bigger, with his stomach bloating, muscles growing and ribcage fusing into a bone chest plate. Everyone was stumbling away, and Shigaraki was screaming in terror, not even moving towards Tsuyu anymore, yet he paid it no mind as the flies began to swirl around him in a great cloud. Inside the thick, buzzing cover, portals to the warp tore open and armor began to form, great pauldrons and bone tubes through which more and more of the flies poured as other sections materialized. Yet the two most important pieces came in the form of a horned helm and a power scythe that dripped with foulness best left unpondered in the human mind. His hand, now clad in a metal glove, took tight hold of the weapon, and he swung it in an arc as psychic fire coated his limbs and the weapon's power generator coughed up dark smoke. With the swing, the cloud of flies split apart and allowed the bloated, dripping figure to be viewed by all, which caused more than a fair few to empty their guts upon the floor. Shigaraki himself shook in terror as he pointed the scythe directly at him and let loose a bellowing roar. "You will not touch her!" The Nomu let out a piercing shriek and began to charge him, something that he echoed with a bullhorn shout before drawing back his fist and meeting its mighty punch head-on. It was strong, that was something he would admit, but as the herald of Nurgle and host of the mighty destroyer plague, he was far stronger. Said plague played a far more powerful role than he first anticipated for the flies. which he had thus far prevented from attacking the defenseless villains, swarmed the figure and began to bless him with the grandfather's gifts. A trillion stingers shattered against the skin, something he noticed, and yet more swarmed the eyes and mouth and exposed brain to fill him with the disease, something that began to tear through it at an alarming rate. It still swung though, and he dodged backwards with horrific ease for a figure so bloated with corruption, before retaliating with a kick that inverted its kneecap with a crack. The figure collapsed with a shriek of absolute agony, yet the injury didn't stay for long, obviously possessing a version of a healing quirk that allowed it to survive the damage of the destroyer plague for so long. It was obviously affecting it. For a thing designed to beat All Might, the quirk should have been much stronger, yet was most likely being hampered by the virus that had laid his brothers low many centuries ago. Finally, the injury healed and he smirked under the helm, bringing his howling weapon into a battle-ready position before beckoning it to charge. Charge it did, vanishing in a blur of black-skinned muscle so fast that he had a little trouble keeping up with it, although its strength was far easier to handle. He raised his weapon high and caught the blow directly on the wooden haft, which should have snapped like a twig but rather didn't even bend. Smirking, he drew back with one hand and slammed a brutal punch onto the beaked face that caved in with a rather satisfying cracking noise while drawing a terribly loud shriek of pain from the beast even as the flesh began to repair. Shigaraki's voice rang out from in front of him, marred with pain. He's got multiple quirks. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat him. One is shock absorption and another is super regeneration. His head ped with a rather sickening crack and he smiled underneath his horned helm, recognizing that the destroyer plague must have been ruining the control and power behind its quirks. Even as its face finished repairing, blood spurting out of its mouth, he drew back and slammed a gauntlet fist into its stomach, lifting it off its feet before it fell to the floor. Rearing back, he lifted a boot and stomped onto its torso where the ribs shattered with loud pops and squelches as the shattered bones tore through flesh. Another pained shriek escaped it, yet he paid it no mind, instead drawing back his scythe and burying the blade clean through its shoulder and pinning it to the floor. From the puncture wound, lines of decay began to slowly spread out and the flesh began to drip away with the rot, making it scream in absolute agony. Pulling the weapon back with the same wet squelch, he buried the blade in its other shoulder before heaving with all of his might, slicing the arm clean off. It fell to the ground with a crunch and was quickly forgotten even as the flesh around its ruined shoulder began to bubble and sprout, although slowly. Leaning down, one gauntlet grabbed its torso, fingers tearing through flesh and holding it as one would a shirt before the other hand dropped the scythe and began to slam into its beaked head with thunderbolt impacts. Bones splintered and eyes popped like overripe grapes as the fist slammed again and again and again, sending blood spraying across the ground, accompanied by screams of pain. With that, the hand gripped onto the torso as well and ripped through the skin once more as he hauled the near-dead thing off the ground before ramming his horned helm into its face with a headbutt. The bronze horn tore through flesh and bone with another crack, splitting its head into two even pieces. A great twitch shivered through the body, but he paid it no mind, wrapping his arms around it in a bear hug before they tightened, crunching the rest of the ribs to powder while turning the spine to little more than splinters. Dropping the now limb body to the floor, he grabbed his scythe and swung it in a great overhead arch, burying it deep into its stomach. More blood sprayed across the ground and another heave tore it nearly entirely in two, sending organs and bone shards into the air. Everyone was watching now, more than half of them having thrown up in disgust at his actions, but he didn't worry about their thoughts as he reached down, heaving the half-thing into midair. His hands clamped on either side of the already ruined head and muscles tensed, bone creaking rather disgustingly as his hands began to move closer and closer together. It was twitching, shrieking pathetically as his hands began to crush its skull to nothing, yet he didn't stop until the metal gauntlets slammed together and blood sprayed out of the ruined body as it went limp. A deep chuckle escaped him and he turned to face Shigaraki, blood dripping over his entire frame, before pointing at him with one finger and bellowing, "I am no NPC. I am Typhus the Traveler, host of the Destroyer Plague. Witness me and tremble, for I am the wrath of Nurgle." The world was driven to silence and he began to walk towards the now trembling teen with thundering footsteps, bringing his scythe up in preparation to bisect the man, but he couldn't. Not because Kurogiri warped him away, but because the door of the USJ was thrown off of its hinges and All Might stood inside, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Ice all right now. But because I am here." He slowly trailed off at the rather disgusting sight, something that Kurogiri took advantage of by wrapping himself around the teen and transporting him away just in time for the weapon to bury in the floor with another loud crack. A grunt escaped him and he tore it loose before ripping open a portal to the warp, tossing it back inside and beginning to return to his regular form. Flies buzzed around him, flowing into cracks in his armor that was beginning to vanish in bursts of steam. Skin with the quality of rotted leather began to regain a pinkish quality and his organs emptied themselves back into his now muscular stomach while wounds knitted themselves back together. With a low sigh, a burst of steam burst free from his mouth and he stretched with a now naked torso before spinning to face his terrified class and the now surrendering villains. Looking down, he noted that it wasn't just a shirt that he was missing but also his trousers, yet such a victory didn't matter. Rather, he began to walk towards Tsuyu, who was looking at him with terror in her eyes, something that made him wince internally, but didn't care as he knelt before her and smiled, "I'm glad that you're all right." Mineta was whimpering in utter terror as he approached, but she was different, managing to pull herself together before wrapping him in a tight hug. He smiled happily, hugging her back as she began to break down into his shoulder, watching as the teachers began to flood the area and gather up the surrendering villains. It was over for now and he was content to just kneel there, hugging the crying girl as a blanket was draped over his shoulders by Aizawa. Giving a brief nod to the man, he wrapped it fully around himself before standing and offering a hand to the frog girl, something she took with a shaky smile while following him towards the doors. 72 villains arrested, 30 of them with severe wounds, and the corpse of the Nomu were recovered by the police with all the heroes and students escaping with minor injuries barring Aizawa. The scruffy teacher of Class 1A suffered greatly at the hands of both the Nomu and Shigaraki, with the former shattering his elbow and ramming his face into the floor with enough force to crack both his skull and the concrete. Meanwhile, the decay quirk of the teenager had torn through the skin and ligaments of his elbow, rendering the arm near useless until Recovery Girl had healed it properly and restored the lost muscle. Such wounds were more than enough to take him out of commission for weeks, if not years, while he recovered and the resident doctor at UA repaired the injuries. Yet it did not seem to bother the teacher in the slightest as he walked into class when they returned, wrapped head to toe in bandages and sighing with each step. It drew shouts of surprise from nearly every member of the class, with even Tsuyu's eyes widening in shock and Izuku letting out a little jolt of amazement at the sight of the teacher. He shuffled slowly towards the front of the class, ignoring the shouts which came loudest from Ida, Ashido and Uraraka, who let out the same shouting bellow of, "What the hell? Shouldn't you be recovering?" Aizawa looked up at them with tired eyes and began to speak, sending them into silence. "My injuries don't matter in the long scheme of things. What matters is that your fight is not done." Ignoring the renewed shouts from the class, with some of them bellowing about the possibility of villains, he waved them off. "Shut up, all of you. It's not villains, rather the UA Sports Festival is coming up and you need to be prepared for it." Mineta stood up, although it didn't really help his voice get further through the classroom, and shouted, "But what about villains? They could attack us again. I don't want to die." The teacher let out a little growl which silenced him once more before continuing, "I don't care how scared you are, the UA Festival is one of the most watched events in the country. To cancel it would be disastrous. So, it will go ahead, although security will be beefed up a lot." They were all silent as he spoke, allowing him to continue. "Over the next few days, you're going to be subjected to a lot of training in order to improve your physical and mental capabilities, which should allow you to attract attention at the festival. It is used by many pro heroes to scout out sidekicks and work studies, which the second applies the most to you. You will need a work study in the approaching weeks." Total silence echoed through the room, with everyone staring at the teacher, but Izuku leant forwards with a little grunt, stretching, "I have heard of this. It will help us gain better employment as a sidekick in future. Many pro heroes will be far more likely to take you in should you have interned with a well-known hero." Some of the eyes turned to him and Aizawa gave a little nod. "That is correct. It is far better for you to get a placement with a pro hero, and the top 10 heroes nearly always scout out for sidekicks at the UA festival. It made them perk up, and they smiled happily at the prospect before he waved them off. Go and have an early lunch. We shall be beginning the training once you return. While an early lunch was always appreciated, and it sent them rushing out the door, the thoughts of worry were still in their minds, and it was shown as they were muttering all the way. Something caught the short boy's eyes along the way as they walked, though. All Might was talking with a rather similar-looking boy, however his face was rather simplistic. However, the hushed conversation was not what caught his eyes, for it was not something that a human eye could see. Rather, it was the burning energy that linked the two of them together. It drew his attention with ease, and he began to drift towards them, not even hearing the conversation anymore, instead focusing on the energy that was transferring from the number one to the student. Even they had noticed him at that point, but it didn't bother him all that much. Instead, standing in front of them with his head ped and his voice rather dreamy, "Fading King, what has happened to you? What energy binds the two of you together?" The two men went pale as he spoke, with many of the students staring at them as they watched each other, before All Might gave a little whisper to the smaller boy, "Izuki, come with us." His head ped once more, and he let out a little hum before turning to follow the two of them as they led him into an empty classroom before both turning to face him. Their worry was plain to see, but he wasn't paying attention, eyes still focusing on the energy between the duo, only snapping out of it when the number one hero clapped in his face. He blinked, nearly stumbling in surprise, and focused not on the warp but instead on real space by looking into the eyes of the two, listening as All Might spoke. "Young Midoriya? What do you mean when you say that energy binds us? What do you mean when you call me Fading King?" Silence reigned for a moment before he spoke, observing their reactions with a careful eye. "I suppose that you can't see it as I can. I was staring into the immaterium, watching the energy that is slowly vanishing from you and instead transferring to this man here." Fading King seemed rather accurate for such a powerful figure who appears to be losing his energy to someone who I have yet to hear of. They stared at him in a mixture of shock and amazement before the pro hero spoke. "Young Midoriya, this is Mirio Togata, and I suppose that I should probably tell you about the truth, since you can apparently see it." The now-named Mirio gave All Might a curious glance before speaking. "Tashinori-sensei, are you sure that we should be telling him? He just stumbled in and you did stress that I should keep this matter utterly secret." Yet it just drew a little sigh from the pro hero who waved him off. "It's all right, young Mirio. I believe that young Midoriya here is more than capable of working this out on his own, so it makes sense for us to tell him rather than him figuring it out for himself and then informing others. You are right when I said not to tell anybody, but this has partially forced our hand with it, and so we should control the damage more than try to prevent it." Although he looked rather worried, he gave a nod at the pro hero's words, who gestured for him to sit, which he did, watching his teacher as he began to speak, changing his world in a way that he couldn't imagine. I am really sorry, but I'm both tired and just cannot be asked to explain the origins of One for All." Aizawa was right. The 2 weeks of training before the UA Sports Festival were indeed hell, and Izuku should have believed him. Leading up to the festival, they had been subjected to immense physical training regimens which were designed to both find and break their limits, something that worked really well although made them incredibly tired. Yet there was something far more tiring for Class 1A. The rest of UA was growing rather jealous of their fame and fortune, and were planning to size them up before the festival started. The older years came first, with Class 1B coming to examine them and Bakugo nearly painting an even larger target on their backs had Izuku not stepped in and shut the boy down with expert precision. It had brought forth a sigh of relief from them all and allowed them to go inside with little trouble, although it was clear that from then on, they were going to be watched and their every move scrutinized. For some of them, noticeably Yaoyorozu, Tenya and Todoroki, it was of little for concern, for Izuku could plainly see that they were used to a life in the spotlight and knew precisely what to say and how to act in order to avoid embarrassment and controversy. Rather unfortunately, however, there were a fair few amongst them who didn't know how to act, and the big one was Mineta Minoru. Denki Kaminari was easily restrained by the rest of the girls in the class, and he at least had the social sense to not say anything embarrassing or at least deliberately act stupid in the spotlight unless someone called for it. Yet the little pervert was another story, plainly ogling girls from all the classes, unleashing perverted remarks and other things that made even some of the Slaneshi demons within him cringe at the lack of tact, although others did praise him at times. There was nothing that he could do to the little pervert openly. However, the class began to notice small things that occurred to the perverted midget. He tripped on nothing, came into class with bruises that he had no idea how he had gotten them, failed tests that he claimed to have studied for. The class had resorted to glaring at him, and many of the people which he had hung out with were beginning to abandon him, with the girls having noticed the perverted tendencies long ago and the boys not wishing to suffer the same fate for the crime of knowing him. Yet after the training and the insults, the veiled threats and constant watching by the other classes, the sports festival finally arrived, and it certainly didn't disappoint. The day started with them being herded into a changing room labeled 1A in a large stadium, with the boys in one section and the girls in another. Tension had taken on a near physical form in the small room as they all switched into their PED uniforms as to not make it unfair on the others that were competing. It was so present in the room that even Mineta was not doing anything remotely perverted. He hadn't even tried to peek into the girls' locker room. It had to be broken eventually though, and the breaker came into the form of Todoroki, who walked up to Midoriya with the regular impassive look in place. Standing before the shorter boy, the son of the number 2 hero stared down at him before speaking calmly. Midoriya, you are clearly the strongest person in this class, and I don't precisely know where your strength comes from, but I wish to make one thing clear. He stepped closer and continued, I shall win this tournament, no matter how strong you are, and prove that I do not need my left side. Silence. Everyone stared at the two of them as Midoriya seemed to be processing the words before flashing the boy a charming smile. Now, dear Shoto, may I call you Shoto? He continued, not waiting for an answer, I don't particularly care what little vendettas you have, nor do I care what you feel like you have to do in order to win this little festival. Yet I want to make one thing abundantly clear. You will not intimidate me, and should you, your father, or anybody try to impede my progress, then I will be more than happy to introduce you to any number of the demons within me. Tension was reaching its boiling point, and in the dual-colored boy's eyes, Izuku saw a flash of anger ignite which made him smirk, knowing all too well what he was feeling. However, he would have to wait in order to fight him, for an alarm sounded, shattering the silence and sending them walking towards the door. Stepping out into the light was a rather unnerving experience. With the rest of the classes staring at them hatefully and Midnight standing on a stage, they lined up in front of her and the hero began to speak, Welcome, everyone, to the UA Sports Festival. Cheers erupted, but she quieted them with a wave of her hand. We have an impressive lineup this year, from the new hero class of 1A to the general studies and many others. All will be put in combat this year, but first we have 2 things to get done. One of which is a 4-kilometer obstacle course around the entire stadium, and the other is a speech from the highest scoring student for the entrance exam. Give it up for Izuku Midoriya. More cheers, more shouts and screams as the boy took the stand, staring out over the combined classes and noticing a number of hateful glares, with the most furious ones being from Bakugo and a vine-haired girl. Yet they didn't matter, none of them mattered, and he spread his arms at his sides as he spoke. I will waste no time on pomp and circumstance and instead address the elephant in the room. For the last number of weeks, our class has been under constant scrutiny for any weaknesses and mistakes, with dark glares and hateful insults thrown at us when any opportunity makes itself available. In this time, we have worked tirelessly to keep ourselves at our best, and now that I stand before you, all eyes and ears focusing upon me, I shall say a simple thing. Not all of us will succeed, I cannot deny this, but by the end of the festival, all the winning spots shall be taken by people from 1A. Everyone fell silent at his speech, and a few of the braver people from the other classes made to boo, only to be silenced with a fierce glare from the green-haired boy. With that he stepped off the stage and back into his class, all eyes still trained on him until Midnight spoke once more. Well then, please take your places in preparation for the obstacle course. People swarmed and moved, standing inside a narrow corridor that formed a bottleneck with the various students, and it took Izuku barely a second to realize what was about to happen. Such a small place would force them all to be slow, with only those at the front having enough space to get an ample speed. Worst of all, most of Class 1A was at the back, and it was clearly to give an advantage to the students from the other classes who didn't receive the same level of training. But it didn't matter as he reached into the mindscape once more. He didn't need strength or magic, nor wings or endurance. No, what he needed was speed, and he got it by performing a partial transformation into a demonette, one of his fastest forms. He grew taller, his muscles becoming perfectly formed and beautiful in a manner that was too perfect, to the point where it made him both amazing and horrific to look upon. His skin became flawless and as pale as snow, while his hair lengthened and became silky, making him extremely feminine to look upon. It was a beautifully ugly form and was reflected in the blushes that nearly everyone around him now wore. Yet it was not the beauty he needed for this one but the speed, and that was revealed when he kneeled in a runner's stance, the beautiful face splitting into a cruel smirk. There were more eyes on him now, but the world had gone dark. To control a demonette was little issue anymore, but he still found himself entering trances where he was compelled to win by any means necessary. This was certainly one of those times, and it was proven the moment the klaxon went off. Clothes flowed into skin, hair faded into his scalp, and Izuku became little more than a living shadow that moved amongst the ranks of the students so fast that he had taken the number 1 spot in barely a millisecond. People roared with excitement as he launched ahead, not even noticing as Todoroki and Bakugo launched after him on a mixture of ice and explosions respectively. 2. In the zone, it didn't matter that the rest of his class was caught in ice. All that did was that he needed to win. Barreling ahead, Shadow wreathing his incorporeal form as he darted amongst obstacles like they weren't even there, one of the main obstacles came into view, many of the giant robots from the entrance exams. It made him growl in annoyance, and recognizing their slowness and the fact that the two behind him were still a good while away from him, he threw himself high into the air and lunged towards the face of one of the zero-pointers. The warp tore open around him, and into existence came 2 swords of black obsidian, edges so sharp that they sliced through the air as if it wasn't there, cleaving clean through the metal and allowing Izuku a path into its skull. Once he stood inside the metal cavity, he went to work. 2 arms sprouted from below his human ones. Skin as white as snow formed, joining with purple claws similar in design to a crab's, only far sharper and far crueler. These claws, combined with the 2 swords, went to work on the wires and circuits with horrific ease, carving through precious metals and tearing wires with no effort at all until the robot gave a pulse and began to collapse, upon which the arms vanished back within him and he set about carving himself free. Like one of Nurgle's maggots, he sprouted from the back of its head with a shriek of twisted metal and pushed off, legs bracing to throw him away. The distance he gained was enough to bring him to one of the robots, and he sprinted up its leg, claws digging deep into the metal hide, which allowed him to reach its head. This one he didn't kill though, seeing that Todoroki and Bakugo were approaching. Rather, he used it as a springboard to throw himself forwards. Flying through the air with a chuckle, he slammed into the next one and pushed off once more, throwing him past the rest of the robots and to the next part. Before him was a gorge, stretching wide across the path, and lining it were tightropes with the intention being clear. It made him sight, and the cloak of shadows faded away from him, allowing him to look at the task properly and calculate the correct path. Lunging forwards, he used the perfect balance granted to nearly all of Slaynish's demons by leaping onto one of the ropes and launching ahead with a little chuckle. The ropes bent under him, but it didn't bother him anymore, practically dancing along the ropes as he headed on. There was shouting now. He could hear the booming voice of Present Mike letting out his roars of surprise and shock while accompanied by the tired voice of Aizawa. It was barely registering anymore. Pride was pumping through him, and it was sending him further and further, throwing himself with howls of excitement. Rope after rope passed him, and he lunged forwards, feet slamming into the earth and sprinting on, sparing a moment to look over one shoulder and catching sight of Bakugo, who was getting closer and closer. A growl of fury escaped him, and he pushed on, feeling anger twitch his perfect features into a furious snarl while his feet worked faster and faster. There was still a widening gap between them, but he was more than aware that the explosion wielder was getting nearer to him. With it, he stepped onto the field, and there was a brief second where joy coursed through him before something clicked under his foot, and he was thrown backwards with a screech of pain that echoed across the clearing. His foot was in agony and his head was ringing. light flashing in his eyes and pain lancing through his back as he slammed into the floor and sprawled weakly over the disturbed earth. He didn't move for a brief moment, allowing the warp to seek his body back together, a thing of threads pulling itself back together through its own power. Bone knitted and damage to his brain repaired, allowing him to sit up with no pain and realize that Bakugo was nearly there, which forced him to his feet. Now that he was back together, he was able to stare out over the field and realize precisely what had happened. The bulges along the field showed that there were many mines buried under the earth. It drew a curse of annoyance from him, and he allowed the form of the demonette to vanish from him, instead standing there in his usual form. Before looking around and taking in the situation, allowing his most fearsome weapon in the form of his mind to take effect, focusing, he began to formulate idea after idea, plan after plan until locking his eyes onto Bakugo's hands while finally coming to a conclusion. He moved, hands slamming into the earth and grabbing a mine from the earth before setting it down and then returning to the earth. Hands dug in the ground, pulling mine after mine free and setting them in a pile like a farmer eyeing up his explosive harvest. Bakugo and Todoroki were near him now. He could make out their faces as he approached him, but he continued with his work, tearing mine after mine free and shoving them into the ever-increasing pile. Finally, there was a large enough pile and he smiled, turning to face both of the boys as they passed him, not even offering a word. Rather, he chuckled softly and stepped forwards, slamming his feet onto the mine pile and allowing the explosion to rocket through the air. The shockwave deafened him and the light forced his eyes shut, but it was more than enough, throwing him past the two boys with a roar of joyous laughter mixed with agonizing pain. Izuku passed them in a flash of light and slammed into the floor beyond the finishing line with a rather horrific crack, but the pain that launched through his head didn't matter, nor did the various other injuries that now decorated his frame. What did matter was that he won, and he allowed himself to relax, staring at the sunny sky with a smile in place. When the final 40 had passed the finish line, he allowed the warp to repair the damage and stood, stretching with a grunt of amusement. Pride was swelling in his chest and a piercing smile was on his face, the most genuine impression he had worn since his fury at Bakugo during the combat training, and resumed listening just as Midnight finished explaining the rules. And the person who came first shall be given the highest amount of points, 10 million. A little sigh escaped him and he reached up, rubbing the bridge of his nose as every eye in the stadium turned towards him, preparing himself mentally for the hell that was about to follow. Of all the things that Izuku Midoriya was expecting for the UA Sports Festival, a cavalry battle was certainly not the one. Yet it was certainly worse than he was expecting due to the Chaos Med headband now tied around his forehead, making everybody around him turn away. He didn't blame them, having a point total of 10 million painted a target on his head that could be ignored by nobody in the stadium, and everybody knew it. However, there were a few that would come near to him, with one of them being Uraraka, who sidled up to him while poking her fingertips together before speaking. "Chai, I know that everyone doesn't want to work with you, but I will." It drew a smile to his face and he held out his hand for her to shake. "Thank you kindly, Uraraka. It is good to see that you are still willing to work with me." Yet the hand he offered was not taken by her but rather another woman. She was taller than his brown-haired classmate and was dressed in a far different way. Her gym uniform was covered in various gadgets, the creator of which he could only determine to be her as they missed the signature styling of other famous creators. This, alongside the strong smell of oil and welding fumes that surrounded her, allowed him to identify her as a moment of the support course before he even saw her face. She was pretty in a tomboyish way, with pink hair tied into thick dreadlock and her face stained with engine grease. A wild smile was in place, accompanied by a near-maniacal look in her eyes, although it was more curious than it was terrifying for Izuku. There also appeared to be no sense of personal boundaries within her mind, for she was more than happy to grind her chest against his own, something that made him tense and drew a furious hiss from Uraraka. The mousy-haired girl was glaring at this girl, but she didn't seem to care, instead introducing herself. "Hi. It's nice to meet you. I'm Mei Hatsum and I'm gonna be your partner in this little event." He raised his hand, going to point out a minor detail of her closeness, before deciding against it and lowering the hand while speaking. "Suppose that's okay. I'm Izuku Midoriya and it's nice to meet you." We should find a fourth member though. Her head ped and she gives a little nod. Yeah, that'd be good. Be a shame if I can't show my babies off to the world. An eyebrow ped to match her head before he turned and began to walk off, humming quietly as he eyed up person after person before settling on a target. Somebody that he knew didn't like him but was also sure that they held a decent amount of power, somebody that he reached out and grabbed, spinning them to face them. Their face paled and they tried to back away but were unable to escape Izuku's grasp as he leant in close and spoke in a quiet but serious tone, "You are going to join our team." It was spoken not as a question but as an order, and Fumikage Tokoyami had no other choice but to nod in agreement. The green-haired leader gave a single nod before whipping around and bringing the 3 other team members into a huddle before beginning to talk. Right? May Fumikage. I either don't know your quirks or don't know enough about them. You are going to tell me the details here and now. A nod was his reply from the both of them before May spoke first. So my quirk is called Zoom and it allows me to see things up to 5 kilometers away from my current position. However, the thing which I really shine about is my babies. She held up a number of inventions with a smile in place. I've got my jetpack, hover saws and some other things. You're all welcome to use them, as long as you tell me how they perform once it's done. Izuku gave a little nod before gesturing to Fumikage. My quirk is Dark Shadow. As he spoke, the being of darkness slid forth and gave them all a quick wave as the user continued. He acts as both my attack and defense, although in the day he is weaker and his range is limited, but I prefer it since he is far harder to control when darkness takes hold of the land. He gave a little nod, mind working away before coming up with a plan, right? Let's just point out the fact that we don't need to be on the offensive. With the 10 million points, we will win by waiting out the clock. Alone, I would be more than able to fight them off even with them in teams. However, I am limited in a team for I am unable to take on such forms without harming you. A little sigh escaped him and he rubbed the bridge of his nose. There are possibilities for us to play defensively though. May, do you happen to have masks that would shield from airborne diseases? The pink-haired girl's head ped but she nodded in reply as he continued, Good, I will need you to give them to the other members of the team. I have a way for us to fight defensively against them all barring Tenya's speed and Todoroki's sheer power with ice, although it will still give us an extreme advantage. They nodded at him as a small smirk formed, a hole in the warp tearing open next to him and depositing a rather horrific book into his hands. Larger than most phone books and constructed of battered leather formed of human skin, with pages of ripped paper and the whole thing dripping a mixture of pus and blood. A very Nurgle-like design, although the rest of his team didn't know that, and it horrified all that saw it. He looked up at them and sighed, Don't attempt to read this book, it will kill you if you do, however it will also grant us our victory. Silence reigned and they stared at him with a look of horror but he just ignored them while continuing. This book will allow me to summon a particularly powerful thing into real space but it will be damaging for people to see. It will create what amounts to a colossal garden around us but there are many dangers. I will try and keep the diseases away as much as I can but the main forms of defense for us will be the trees and natural cover granted by the various plants. Be careful and stay near me. To wander too deep is to wander into the domain of a god. More silence and he let out a brief sigh, snapping his fingers in front of their faces which drew their attention back. Focus on me and let's get into position. I shall be the rider. They nodded and they began to get into position, with the trio linking arms before allowing the shorter member to step on their arms which made them groan at his weight, with May making a questioning noise that he ignored. Rather his eyes began to trail over each group and watched as every eye turned towards him and his team, a fact that brought a cruel smile to his face. Particular focus was given to the teams of both Bakugo and Todoroki whose riders glared at them with particular hatred. It wasn't a surprise, especially with how he spoke to the dual-haired boy earlier, and it certainly wouldn't be a shock to him if Todoroki didn't bother attacking anyone other than him. That didn't matter, it would be a welcome challenge to face down the son of such a powerful hero, but that would have to come later since there was a task to win. Arching his neck from side to side and enjoying the loud pops that echoed forth, he opened the Tome of Decay and waited for midnight to start the event. It was something she did soon after, slapping her cat-o'-nine tails into her palm while a loud klaxon echoed over the entire stadium. Every person in the stadium immediately sprinted towards them, but Izuku stopped them with a chant. It started as a dull monotone, the sound of words that should not be, which echoed forth from a mouth that should not have been able to form them. Yet there was an undertone of power that accompanied it, along with the sound of a billion flies buzzing and corpses rotting to nothing as maggots ate through flesh and bone, a cycle of endless death and rebirth. The entire chaotic orchestra was topped with the sound of cracking concrete and creaking wood as the stadium began to shape around his words. People, both on his team and watching, were clutching their ears in pain as the chanting worked its way into their head, but all attention was snatched away when trees began to pull free of the earth. Each one was formed of blackened wood, and the trunks were twisted in ways that no normal tree should have been able to survive. The leaves were swollen so much that they were nearly collapsing off of their branches, and thorns as large as an eagle's talons layered along the bark, dripping pus and other foul diseases. Yet there was more, for alongside the trees came other plants and water, all of which dripped with corruption unmatched. The smell of sweet rot billowed over the crowd, and silence reigned, barring the cracks and creaks as this hell's cape took shape under Izuku's power. The boy himself was grunting. This was not the power of a form, and so he did not have to fight off a demon taking over his frame. Rather, this was his own power, taming the warp and allowing him to summon the Garden of Nurgle into real space. Yet it took a lot of power, and he could feel his mind straining under the might. His teammates were staring up at him with looks of concern, but he waved them off, the chant beginning to come to an end as the trees reached their full height, towering over the battlefield and granting his team a platform high above the others. The plan had worked exceptionally well, and they were now out of range of nearly everyone barring the aforementioned Son of Endeavor and perhaps a few of the other members with long-range quirks. The chant died upon his lips, and he sagged into Uraraka's shoulders, grunting out, "It has been a while since I have done something. I have two methods of power within me. I can either take on a form or shape the warp as you just saw." Izuku straightened, a hiss of pain escaping him as he surveyed his battlefield while continuing, "Usually I take on a form to battle, but it wouldn't be safe here since I usually have to wrestle with both holding the form in control and keeping others safe. On the other hand, I can use my own power, and I used to be incredibly powerful, but I have grown rather lax with my practicing, and so my power has dropped." Their eyes widened, and he let out a little chuckle. "Don't worry, I will be fine, but for now we need to focus on the task at hand. Creating the forest has taken around a quarter of our time, and we are more than welcome to remain here. In fact, it'd be wise if we wait up here for the clock to run out, since we have little danger facing us while we remain here." It appeared that he was right as well. Remaining on top of the colossal tree allowed them to avoid most of the conflict while also granting them a bird's-eye view of the battle below. A rather boring experience to both watch and experience, but the effectiveness could not be denied, well, until Todoroki attacked. The dual-haired boy had not forgotten Izuku's insult and, leading from the front of the horse, he attacked by launching forth a glacier of incredible size that began to engulf the forest. Foul water froze and bushes died as the ice began to engulf the rest of the forest, forming a pathway and threatening to engulf them all. The eyes of his team went wide and small shrieks of terror escaped their lips, but the green-haired classmate showed only excitement. Flinging his arms wide, a loud bellow escaped him with a command that they all followed, "Cover thyners." Hands immediately launched up and clasped over their heads just as Izuku unleashed his counterattack. Eyes linked with Todoroki's as his team sprinted along the path of ice. His mouth opened and he spoke a word in a similar language to what he unleashed before. It emerged not as a word but as a bolt of power that writhed and whipped along the land. Taking the form of rippling air at first, rippling towards the glacier, it erupted out no longer as air but as a cyclone of fire as bright as the sun. Impacting the glacier, great cracks formed along it, and it was only thanks to the timely intervention of Todoroki forming another path that they didn't fall and get excluded from the final round. His eyes met Izuku's as he smirked before the shorter boy sagged over in pain, clutching at his stomach as the screaming voice of Present Mike echoed over the stadium. All eyes were back on them, but it didn't matter anymore. The time was quickly running down, and Todoroki was too shocked to attempt another attack, which was good for him, for he didn't wish to take on a form so close to his friends, and nor could he throw out another shockwave. He really was out of practice but didn't let it bother him, rather he pointed to the clock before letting out a bellowing roar of laughter as the ending klaxon sounded. Everyone stared at him as Izuku laughed away, with most of the people realizing what had caused it. Possessing the 10 million point headband alongside the headbands of all his team, they were thoroughly in the lead. Combined with Bakugo, Todoroki and him taking the main places in the first round, Izuku's proclamation of Class 1A taking the main points was looking more and more likely. Only there was a bit of an issue that was voiced by Uraraka. Izuku, how are we going to get down? Line break. After a rather spectacular usage of Uraraka's quirk to get them down from the Tree of Victory, they all assembled before midnight after a break to listen to the final round. All eyes were turned to Izuku and all were filled with hatred, a fact that he disregarded and stood with his head high in pride. The adult hero stood with hips ped and a smile in place while speaking. Well done everyone, Team Midoriya has come out on top with a grand total of 10,325 points. However, that matters little now, since the final round of the tournament is here. We will be having a grand battle, with a fighter being taken out each round until there is only one remaining. Everyone broke out into excited whispers and Izuku smirked, waiting rather calmly for her to continue, which she did after silencing them once more. We shall be selecting our first combatants now. Before pointing at the screen with her catting tails, they will have 10 minutes to prepare and then they shall fight. Names began to circulate on the board, combatant after combatant, before finally settling on some, Hitoshi Shinszo and Izuku Midoriya. The green-haired boy pet his head and began to scan over the crowd, doing his best to pick out the opponent and finally finding the purple-haired boy. It took no time at all for him to come to the conclusion that he would win and so decided to settle on an intimidation tactic by cracking his knuckles and allowing a very Slaneshi smirk to form. It appeared to work. The boy's face did pale a little but anger flared in his eyes and he stood firm, which brought a tiny amount of respect to him. Yet there was little mind paid and he whipped around, walking away and through the entryway to the arena, heading off to prepare only to come face to face with Endeavor, who stared down at him with cold eyes. A little sigh escaped him and he rubbed the bridge of his nose. I doubt that you're here for a friendly chat, so can we please walk to somewhere more conspicuous? I'd rather not have to beat you to death in a place with so many cameras. The number 2 hero's face twitched in anger and his eyes narrowed, but he still managed to speak. You're arrogant brat, but it doesn't matter. Todoroki will beat you in the end. He is fated to surpass all might and you will be a mere footnote in his stairway to greatness. His eyes narrowed throughout his little speech and a small smirk found its way onto his lips, something that made Izuku chuckle. The green-haired boy was laughing softly, staring up at the taller man with a mocking expression in place before a hand lashed out and slammed into his stomach with force unbefitting of someone so much smaller. Air was forced from his lungs and he was forced to his knees, wheezing loudly before another hand clamped firmly into place around his throat and forced him to come face to face with the smaller boy. Izuku's smile had returned and was layered with malice. See, here I stand with a little conundrum. I was planning on being fair against your boy. He has threatened me and made claims that he has yet to keep, but I was planning on giving him a little chance. Now though, a deep chuckle tore free. I'm going to slam his head into the earth until I see white matter, and if you try to interfere with our match then I'll do it to you too along with all your family members. Although the boy himself saying it may not have been all that intimidating, the cruelty in his smile combined with the hand now firmly in place around the number 2 hero's throat added onto the factor by a great amount. For the first time in a long time, true fear began to worm its way into his heart, and then Izuku let go and walked on while whistling piercingly. Wide eyes stared into his back as he walked on, and it drew a menacing chuckle free as he rounded the corner and vanished from sight, entering a preparation room and sitting with his head lowered. Reaching into the mindscape, he found himself face to face with Magnus the Red, who gave him a kind smile, the two sitting cross-legged before each other. The Lord of Change's wings were folded calmly along his back, and he wore only a simple, silver robe with his glaive resting horizontally across his legs. Billowing red hair flapped in a slight breeze and his singular eye glowed with the hidden power that lay within the demon Primarch. Of all the demons within him, Magnus was one of the kinder ones and one of the few that would gladly lend him their form should it be necessary. Yet they also spent many hours debating between each other, with Izuku presenting theory after theory to the far more intelligent being. Hours could fade by as the two talked and talked, yet he was not wasting any time now and instead gave him a brief nod before talking. Have you any idea of my opponent's quirk? I would rather not go into this blind, even if my victory is near guaranteed. Magnus' eyebrow ped and a slight chuckle escaped his lips. Impatient, aren't we, Izuku? I do indeed know his quirk. He possesses the power to brainwash others, controlling their physical forms when they verbally respond to him. He gave a slight nod while listening to the Crimson King. My apologies for the rudeness. I have little time and know all too well how many hours can fade away here. Looking up, he gave him a soft smile which Magnus returned. I suppose I'm feeling rather worried about the coming fights. I haven't been keeping up my psychic training and taking on forms could be rather dangerous, since I do not wish to kill others. The Crimson King's face became a kinder one. You are more than welcome to use my form, should it prove to be too much. However, we need to return you to a strict regiment of training so that your skill does not slip again. Izuku's eyes widened. You truly mean it? I can use your form? To which Magnus nodded and the green-haired boy gave him a grateful smile. Thank you, Magnus, that is beyond reassuring to know. Now I should go, I do not have that much time left. There was no time wasted. He vanished from the mindscape and immediately stood, heading out the door and back towards the entryway. A great roar was erupting from the crowd and he heard his name, realizing with a jolt that he had barely arrived on time, before stepping forth. He was not a very imposing figure, standing well below average for most males and with rather plain-looking features, rather shaggy green hair and piercing eyes. Izuku Midoriya appeared as an average Joe in comparison, but Hitoshi Shinszo was roughly the same, only he was taller and possessed purple hair to his green, with deep bags framing his eyes. It didn't matter all that much to Izuku. He was merely an obstacle in his way and one that obviously felt some animosity towards him for some reason or another. That much was clear from the hatred that burned in his eyes, something that he gave his reply to in the form of an arrogant smirk that sent the anger skyrocketing. However, it also confirmed his reasoning for the anger. He was angry that he was in 1A for one reason or another, clearly viewing him as arrogant if the subtle reaction was anything to go off. A soft snort escaped the green-haired boy and he turned to face Midnight as she spoke, her voice amplified for all to hear. The first match, between Izuku Midoriya and Hitoshi Shinszo, is now underway. Her accessory cracked into her palm and the match began, although not in the way that Izuku expected. Rather than rushing forwards to fight him as Bakugo would, he began to speak. Does it feel good? Being in standing on top of the world while we are tossed aside. His strategy became clear in that moment. Anger them enough to snap, to speak so that he could assume control. It was good and would have affected most, but Izuku was forewarned to his powers and came up with a plan. On the spot by tearing open a portal to the warp and pulling out two items, earplugs and a strip of leather. The leather he tied into his mouth like a GG before placing the earplugs in and then giving the purple-haired boy a dark chuckle. His face had grown dark with anger and he was speaking now, shouting judging by how wide his mouth was, but Izuku could hear nothing and he began to walk forwards. Each step brought him closer and he could see the worry start to build up on Shinszo's face, yet the anger was there too and he took a step closer. Brave, he mused, yet was unable to stay it aloud thanks to the GG and so instead focused on getting closer. As he did, his opponent broke into a sprint, lunging towards him with fury on his face and his hands reaching towards the GG in a vague attempt to get it off. The technique was sloppy, he could see just from a cursory glance, but there was some serious ball on the boy. He had relied on his quirk for so long because who needed to fight when all matches could be ended with a word? It had left him sloppy when it came to combat of the physical variety, since nobody trained would ever rush such a powerful opponent. A tired sigh escaped him and he took on a little stance, watching as each step brought the boy closer and closer, before performing a rather dirty trick. Despite Shinszo's height advantage, Izuku weighed a far lot more thanks to the thick muscle layering his frame, and he used it by kicking forwards and slamming his full weight into the boy. He could feel the air leave the teen's lungs and there was a jolt as pain racked through his frame, but he gave him no time to recover and grab at the GG, instead lacing a hand through his shirt and lifting him up before slamming a fist down. The crack was sickening, but the boy's eyes were still open, a fact that was rectified with another strike and another crack. Dropping the boy, he reached up and pulled free the earplugs only to be greeted with silence. There were no cheers, no boos, it was just silence at the display of both ingenuity and brutality. Perfect. After staring at Shinszo one more time, he turned and gave the cameras a smirk before whipping around and walking off the field as elegantly as he came on. He returned to the stands just in time to witness the start of the second match, that which was between Hanto Siro and Shodo Todoroki. There was no doubt in his mind that the dual-haired boy would win the match. His power far outclassed Siro, and even if it didn't, then his sheer willpower to face down the container of chaos Undivided would see him through. Yet his attention was not fully on the match, rather it was on the fellow members of 1A who were staring at him with a mixture of cold and afraid expressions. That was excluding Bakugo, who was smirking manically at Izuku yet was paid no mind as he returned to his seat by Ochiko. She was watching him but not in a particularly afraid look, she just looked more confused and annoyed at Bakugo, something that was explained. Letting out a little growl and shooting the blonde boy a dark glare, she turned and spoke. He's been going on about how you were on the verge of killing him. That you're a demon who took over the body years ago. An eyebrow ped and a deep chuckle broke free. You'd know if I had been taken over by a demon. Mainly because the entire world would be dead. The only beings left within me which I cannot control are those strong enough to wipe Earth from the universe. This includes the Primarchs, the dark gods themselves, the archdemons. Perhaps a few others. Nonetheless, I am not a demon, he just annoyed me is all. A few people gave him incredulous looks, yet Bakugo was the only one to realize the meaning of his words, paling a little and the smile fading as Izuku flashed him a dark look. Yet their attention was seized once again by a thunderous howl and a bitterly cold wind that swept amongst them. The sun itself went dark and a great glacier formed with a terrifying shriek, the ground itself cracking under the weight. Terrified shrieks tore free from the throats of most people, with Ochiko being particularly loud at his side, something that made him growl in fury. Shooting to his feet, sight obscured by the massive ice construct, he made to leap over the barrier as to attack the one that threw an attack so carelessly yet was interrupted by the trembling voice of Midnight. Todoroki Ashoto is the W winner. See, can you unfreeze me now? There was a muffled noise of agreement and the sound of cracking ice, accompanied by billowing clouds of steam before the glacier began to melt. Such power brought a smile to Izuku's face, the mind that was rightly feared by the few that knew of it, working overtime with plan after plan to defeat the son of Endeavor in a manner most humiliating. It had obviously not gone unnoticed by his classmates, but if they had anything to say then it certainly was not backed by the bravery to speak. The ice began to crumble, revealing Todoroki just as he walked off the field, a look of surprising sadness on his face as Siro trailed closely in his footsteps. Said tape wielder looked surprisingly down, something that wasn't a surprise to any of them, but Izuku's attention was snatched away by Ochiko's words. Izuku, how do you plan to fight someone like that? He'll freeze you before the match begins. Turning and sitting next to his mousy-haired classmate, the resident frog girl joined them. I must say, Izuku, she interrupted herself with a rather adorable ribbit, it does seem like Ochiko has a point. You can't beat someone who ends the fight as it begins. Facing the two of them and letting out a soft chuckle, he replied, oh, don't worry yourselves. I have been contacting the forms inside of me and one of my more powerful ones, and I have come to a deal of sorts. Todoroki will not be winning the fight between us, the only question for me being how humiliating do I wish his defeat to be. The statement ended on a rather menacing tone which drew the blood from some members of the class. Mineta especially, but little attention was paid to him. Rather, Izuku turned back to the arena as the next fight was announced. This one being of particular interest for the vine-haired girl who showed him such hatred in her eyes, something that made him chuckle internally and drew shouts of approval from the blood god's demons. They had told him something important. There is no hatred stronger than hate born from faith, a saying that was being quickly proven true. Her opponent was Kaminari, and it was becoming quickly apparent to Izuku that she would be the victory. For all of his power, Kaminari was not that adept at using it. often favoring strikes that would render both his opponents and himself unconscious. Perhaps smart, but to someone who could ground the electrical charge, he would need to switch up his strategy or face an early defeat, with Izuku hoping he would realize before the match started. Indiscriminate discharge. 1,300,000 volts. His palm met his forehead with a loud smack that drew lots of attention, however the sign of annoyance was more than understandable. Rushing in with such a powerful yet detrimental attack had left the boy completely vulnerable, which the vine-haired girl quickly used to her advantage. The vines which had erupted from the earth to ground his electricity lunged forwards and wrapped tightly around the now stupid boy and quickly held him over the edge of the area, with Midnight declaring her victory seconds later. Most of the members of Class 1A just sighed at Kaminari's stupidity, while the members of 1B roared with excitement at their classmate's victory. Izuku himself sat there with his head in his hands, embarrassed by the utter defeat of his classmate and yet also from the sinking feeling in his gut that something worse was about to occur. Said feeling was proven to be the right one when Ida stepped onto the field, wrapped from head to toe in support gear that he certainly didn't use normally, while a pink-haired girl dressed similarly walked out to oppose him. The battle started with a move that Izuku had come to expect, with Tenya lunging forwards and lashing out with a brutal kick at this girl, the newly introduced Mei Hatsum. His movements were different. The green-haired boy could see this instantly. He was far more stable than usual and it allowed him to move far faster. Such blazing speed combined with the leg strength should have made the inventor weep in terror, yet she remained totally calm and the reason became known a second later. Before the kick could even connect, metal legs erupted from the backpack she wore and launched her high into the air and out of the way of the kick. Yet it appeared that Tenya was also able to recover far more quickly than normal, jets of air erupting from the back of his legs allowing him to both remain on his feet without issue and spin around, lashing out once more at her. This time there was another answer, the metal legs retracting once more and instead the boots she wore began to glow before giving a little hop over the kick. With each motion, she began to spout of a sales pitch and it suddenly slapped Izuku in the face. She had tricked Tenya into being a living sales pitch. Judging by the look on his face, he was expecting a fair fight against an honorable opponent, not someone who would humiliate him for her own gain. It annoyed Izuku as well, for Tenya was a kind person, someone who didn't deserve to be manipulated so much. Eventually she seemed to grow rather bored of the display and gave a deep bow after trapping Tenya in a large net. "My name is Mei Hatsum and I'm glad you were all able to witness my babies in action." With that, she whipped around and walked out of the arena to the shock of the audience and the annoyance of Tenya, while Midnight announced her victory. It made his eyes narrow as Tenya walked out of the arena, a look of annoyance on his face which was understandable by everyone. Mei herself had a look of pride on her face, something that nearly died from the poisonous glares that 1A was shooting at her. She quickly hurried out after that as Mina and Aoyama entered, standing opposite each other with smirks on their faces. To the green-haired boy, it was not exactly obvious who would win. Aoyama's advantage with range would mean his victory should he keep it. Meanwhile, Mina was more than capable of winning should she get in close, however lacked the range to deal with the blonde boy. When the belt was destroyed by her acid, the match was over before they could blink, ended with a powerful uppercut that sent the flamboyant boy sprawling. Present Mick's comment about his defeat went largely ignored. Instead, all attention was focused as the class president Momo Yaoyorozu and the mysterious bird boy Fumikage Tokoyami. There was nobody in the class that doubted Momo's power, and yet Tokamaki was also an extremely strong member of the hero course. Izuku himself leant forwards, staring intently as the starting klaxon sounded and Tokoyami launched his attack. Dark Shadow lunged forwards and Momo reacted rather quickly, summoning forth a shield that blocked the rather brutal slash by the shadow being. There was a clear wince of pain from her and the shield was tossed away by the strength of the strike. To many it seemed like she had formulated a plan, but the analytical mind of the demon host had clicked onto a key fact. Her eyes were filled with fear and thought after thought was running past her eyes, yet not a single one setting fully in her head. Another strike from the shadow demon was blocked by yet another shield, causing Momo to be thrown back further. The green-haired boy's eyes widened and he suddenly realized what was happening as yet another strike threw her back even further. She straightened, grunting in pain from the strike, and seemed to settle on a plan as a bow staff began to form from her arm only for the progress to be halted by a loud klaxon and the shout from midnight. Momo Yaoyorozu is out of bounds, Fumikage Tokoyami is the winner. The girl froze, looking down with a broken and deeply upset look and staring at her foot which was firmly over the arena line. Tokoyami simply gave her a nod and whipped around, walking out of the arena, and yet the girl didn't move, staring blankly at her foot. After a while Midnight approached her, gently patting her on the shoulder. She gave a JRK and began to walk off while small tears began to drip down the corner of her eyes. Letting out a soft hum, he stood and whipped around, leaving a passing comment to Uraraka, "I'm going to check on her." Said girl gave him a little nod, turning back to watch as Kirishima and a gray-haired boy walked onto the field. "I'll let you know how it goes." With that, he drifted past the watching classmates and down into the corridors, passing by Tokoyami with a little nod that was not returned by the bird-headed boy. That was not a surprise to him in the slightest, for Tokoyami's fear and anger at him was plain to anybody to see, yet he was not there to interact with him. Rather, he kept moving deeper into the depths of the stadium, checking room after room as he went until he rounded a corner and nearly tripped over Momo, who was sitting on the floor, leaning against the wall. There was no reaction from her as he nearly fell across her. Her eyes didn't even shift onto him, rather she kept staring at the wall with the same dead expression as he sat beside her. Reaching over, he gently nudged her shoulder with no reaction, with a second nudge slowly shifting her attention. Despite having his fair deal of experience with the insane and psychotic, someone experiencing a severe bout of depression was outside of his knowledge, yet he resolved to try. "Momo, I won't pretend you're all right, but I will ask this. Would you like some time alone, or would you like me to stay?" The class president didn't reply, instead just staring blankly ahead until he repeated his question, doing his utmost to keep a calm tone. This time she gave a little nod and spoke in a broken voice. "I'd prefer it if you stayed." He gave a little nod, a soft sigh escaping him as the starting klaxon for Kirishima's match echoed through the halls, yet he didn't leave, just staying there for her. It took a number of minutes, but eventually she spoke once more. "I wasn't even able to show my strength. All that training wiped away in the blink of an eye because I was just so nervous." It made him grunt softly, gently patting the shoulder of the taller girl. "I won't lie to you and say that it was all on Tokoyami being too powerful. The nervousness played a key part, and yet, he was certainly a difficult opponent for you to face." Her eyes turned up, staring at him as he continued. "Your quirk requires a lot of focus, against someone like Tokoyami who can keep constant pressure on you while also not placing himself in harm's way. It was a bad matchup from the start." Momo let out a little snort and sat up straight, face still sad and yet hardening. "I still could have done something, anything. Instead I just sat there and he defeated me without even having to move. I was a fool." He gave another shrug and looked up at the ceiling. "You could have, and with enough time, you would have. I could see that you had settled on a plan the moment he pushed you out of the arena. Like I said, the matchup was bad and didn't allow you time to fully utilize your personal strengths." She sat up, face twisting into a mixture of sadness and anger, small tears forming in the corner of her eyes. "So even you admit that I could have done something." She looked down, rubbing the steadily falling tears away with the back of her hand. "I don't deserve to be here. I got in on recommendation. I didn't train like you all. All this has done is proven that I don't deserve to be a member of the hero course." There was another loud klaxon, and it made Izuku's head raise, realizing suddenly that he was missing the fight of Bakugo and Uraraka, but decided to stay with Momo for now. Rubbing the bridge of his nose, he began to speak. "You do deserve to be here, and let me explain as to why. If I were to say the top 3 strongest quirks in the class when combined with their users, I would say that you are second." She opened her mouth to speak, but he held up one of his hands while continuing. "Now I know that you are going to say that you lost to Tokoyami, and so that means that your quirk isn't powerful. But note that I said strong, not powerful." Her head ped in confusion, and he gave her a soft smile. "In terms of raw power, you're only around average in this class, but in terms of strength, you are incredibly intelligent, surpassing even me. I saw that in the quirk apprehension test, you made a moped out of your quirk. Now while that in of itself is impressive, I know that you need to know the atomic structure in order to make it. She gave a little snort. I'm not more intelligent than you. I made it. It's not impressive, not compared to what I heard you did to save Uraraka. It made him throw his head back with an uncharacteristic shout of laughter, something that made her stare at him as he calmed. Not even I could say the atomic structure of a moped. In terms of potential, you have the most in the class, surpassed by only me. Momo let out her own little giggle at this, still looking rather down but not as much. That's rather arrogant of you, isn't it? He gave a little shrug. I suppose. Eventually, when I master my quirk, then I will be the strongest. Although I do see what you mean, I do sound rather arrogant. Letting out a snort of laughter, he continued, anyhow, you have the most potential out of all the hero course students barring me. That is not something to snort at. Your intelligence combined with your quirk makes you a threat to anybody who isn't expecting you. She was hooked on the words pouring from him. If you get past your nervousness, if you learn to predict your opponent's moves without giving into panic, then you will become a top hero. I can see this plain as day. They lapsed into silence for a while, Izuku listening intently to the sound of explosions in the distance, before his attention was suddenly snatched back by a little sob from Momo. The tears that had been slowly dripping from the corners of her eyes were now flowing faster, with the green-haired boy sitting there silently, unsure on how to comfort her. Yet she didn't seem all that bothered, content to cry in peace, with the silent presence at her side. Eventually her tears ran dry and she took a deep breath, looking up with eyes that were puffy and rimmed with red. Thank you. For listening to me, for saying these words. It'll take a while for me to recover my confidence, but you have helped. Izuku sighed and stood, offering her a hand which she took gratefully, with the green-haired boy taking a moment to fully accept how much taller she was than him in his base form. Nonetheless, he shook it off with a little chuckle and turned away. Come, let us go and watch the conclusion of the battle between Bakugo and Ochiko. The taller girl gave a little nod and together they began to make their way back towards the 1A stand, yet as they did, Izuku began to feel rather worried. The sound of explosions had not stopped and even as they walked, there was a shout of surprise followed by an even larger blast, so large that the ground shook under them. His head snapped up and both boy and girl exchanged a worried look before sprinting off towards the viewing platform, arriving just in time to see Uraraka collapse with a body covered in burns. Momo's hands quickly raised to her mouth, horror overtaking her face alongside the other members of 1A, but Izuku's reaction was entirely different. Rather than a horror-struck look or flaming anger, a soft smile formed on his face at the sight, yet it did not come from happiness or any good emotion. That was something reaffirmed when he spoke, his voice entirely neutral barring a little tremble. Todoroki? I am going to beat you in this match because of one express purpose. I am going to flay that blonde beastie alive. Nearly every eye in the viewing stand turned to him as those words exited his mouth, with Todoroki giving a rather surprising shudder of fear. There was not a doubt in anybody's mind that Izuku spoke the truth. When he stomped away from the viewing box, it took a number of seconds for Todoroki to do so, walking down to the preparation room and waiting to be called. The damage caused by both Bakugo and Uraraka would take Cementos a few minutes to prepare, and it allowed the dual-haired boy some time to plan. He instinctively knew that if Izuku got in close then he would lose, not only from his personal reliance on his quirk for ranged combat but also the sheer physical strength he displayed. From launching a ball to orbit, to tearing the Nomu thing's head off with his bare hands, in close combat he would lose. Yet Todoroki also knew that he had a distinct advantage at range, despite all of Izuku's forms which he claimed to possess and all of his physical power, he had shown almost no ranged attacks. This meant that all he had to do was keep his distance and freeze the boy before he could react, yet he also was not a fool, knowing all too well that it would be far harder than he would expect. His green-haired opponent was terrifying fast at the best of times, even when he took on the monstrously bloated form that was used to combat the Nomu and the more muscular one which was used to hold up a zero-pointer with his bare hands alone. He let out a shaky breath and did his best to push down the fear that resided within his torso. As long as he could keep his distance, then he felt certain that he could win. Such thoughts were about to be put to the test when the voice of present Mike called them forth, and he saw Izuku emerge from the other tunnel opposite him. The green-haired boy was still deathly calm, his face a frozen mask and eyes burning with inner power alongside a deep anger. It made him shiver internally, a fact he would never admit, and for the first time in a long time there was a burning desire in him to unleash his fire. That was quashed even faster than his fear, and yet he could still feel it nagging at his soul, the power begging to be unleashed in the face of such a powerful foe. Yet it was quashed fully as midnight announced the start of the match and a glacier erupted forth from him, barreling for Izuku. What happened next should not have happened, and thinking back on it in the future made his head spin with the sheer cannot be of the entire situation. 1 second the glacier was barreling for Izuku, threatening to engulf him and trap him deep in the blue embrace of the ice. The next second his eyes pulsed red and a sun erupted into existence. There was no sound. There was no feeling. There was only pressure and light and heat before steam blanketed the stadium, hiding them from view as a transformation began to take place. Taking on the form of a Primarch was not something that Izuku was even remotely used to. He could count the times that he had taken on their bodies, disregarding when he first defeated them and took their forms, on one hand, and for that there was good reason. The Primarchs of the God Emperor of mankind were the pinnacles of human evolution barring the anathema himself, with such colossal power residing inside them that it took either their permission or focus of godlike proportions to control them. Of all of them, Magnus and surprisingly Angron were the most open to letting him use their forms, with Magnus doing it out of kindness and the Red Angel out of his obsessive need for violence. Alpharius Omegon were open to letting him take their forms surprisingly often, but they would not be that suitable for this situation. On the other end, he found that Mortarion and Pertuabo's unconquerable personalities meant that they were the ones which he took on the least. Conrad Kurz, Lorgar and Fulgrim were neutral when it came to him utilizing their powers, with Fulgrim being the most varied. It was Magnus the Red whose form he took on with the change starting, rather surprisingly, in his hands. His pinky and ring fingers were the first things to change. They fused together as the skin turned a crimson red, a hooked claw forming on the finger in place of a nail. The other fingers quickly followed suit, growing longer and thicker with black claws pushing the nails out where they fell to the floor with small clatters. The skin of each changed to the harsh red and it began to spread up his arms and legs too, where his toes had fused to give him a 3-appendaged foot. The structure of his legs changed dramatically. The bones in each let out sickening pops as they broke and reformed into a digitigrade structure. Similar in shape to a dog's, it pushed his height up as the change reached his torso, which shifted in a way that could have forced others to throw up had it not been obscured by smoke. His ribs began to melt, flowing together and forming a nigh-impenetrable shield of bone under the skin of his torso, which was gaining more and more muscle at a steady rate. Such muscle growth was observed on his arms and legs as well, which grew longer and thicker, pushing his height to an even more extreme degree. When the change reached his head, the most interesting change of them all occurred. The red-skinned face grew harsher, the bone structure improving and shifting to make him appear much older, with his cheekbones becoming far more pronounced. His left eye turned a deep purple, an aura of immense power shining from it while his right eye shut and the skin melted, gluing together like wax as a thick scar formed. The hair on his head, once a mixture of green and black, turned bright red and lengthened down his back in a great mane reminiscent of flowing fire. Yet Magnus' most notable aspect, the great wings with each feather carved with impossibly small runes, did not burst free until he was nearly twice as tall as an Astartes. It began as great spires of bone tearing free, each one shaped like a scythe and extending out in a great arch as flesh began to melt once more, flowing along each spire in a disgusting manner. From the flesh, blue and red feathers began to sprout like great banners, each wing becoming decorated in the fire-like designs. Taller and taller he grew, more muscle forming all the while, until he reached the regular height for Magnus of 16 foot. Upon reaching said height, portals to the warp tore open and his armaments began to form over his new body. The armor of the Crimson King was one of the stranger armors utilized by the Primarchs when it came to design, namely due to the long horns that extended from various points across it. Constructed from gold and other rare materials, it was a beautiful suit of armor to look upon, with intricate details and long tusks from an elephant or a similar animal placed on both the breastplate and the headguard. No ranged weapons like bolt guns or plasma pistols emerged from the warp. Magnus' sheer power with psychic abilities was more than capable of protecting him in that regard. Rather, the weapon that came forth was a great glaive, taller than the red Primarch who wielded it, with of pure silver and engraved with elegant golden designs that ran from the bottom of to the top of the curved blade. Said blade was made of gold, nearly as tall as a regular human was, and honed to a razor edge that sliced through the air as easily as it would through flesh. The four-fingered hand clasped tightly around the claws, scraping along the metal with a loud shriek of metal. Obscured by the steam, nobody could see his new form, and yet the wings of fire that extended out of the white cloud, which was combined with his aura of power, was enough to drive most of the crowd to their knees. A few of the pro-heroes such as Endeavor and Midnight were able to remain on their feet through sheer force of will, but the vast majority of the civilians and most of the classes were driven into positions of subservience. Upon the viewing balconies of classes 1A and 1B, Bakugo and Shigaraki were amongst those who were not forced to their knees or into a bowing pose. The duo stepped forwards, hands gripping onto the railings and watching with mixtures of horror, fury and amazement at the sheer power that flowed forth from the cloud of steam and smoke. Todoroki was visible on the field, not kneeling either, although he was close if the look of terror and pain on his face was anything to go by. Said look only increased in intensity when a voice rang out from the cloud of steam, so deep and commanding that even Endeavor let out an audible whimper of pain. "Shoto Todoroki, you are an interesting one." It was the voice of a displeased god gazing over his creations after they betrayed him as Adam and Eve did the Creator, the voice of a mighty warlord staring over his army after they lost a battle that should have been easily won. "You stood before us and claimed that you would defeat us. Alone you stood a chance against Izuku Midoriya?" The son of Endeavor went silent, staring in horror as a purple spotlight erupted forth from the steam cloud and pinned him in place quite literally. Muscles straining and Quirk pounding away inside of him, he was unable to do anything at all under the power of that purple spotlight hidden behind slowly fading mist. "But I am Magnus the Red, the Primarch of the Thousand Suns and a Lord of Change. Against me, you have no hope of victory." Many of the members of 1A gave a JRK upon hearing the word Primarch, recognizing it as one of the more powerful beings mentioned by the green-haired boy. Todoroki's eyes widened in horror and his struggles returned, with only a loud chuckle coming from the steam cloud at his futile efforts. "Stand before me and no despair, young boy, for you shall know loss today despite all your efforts. Stand before me and no despair, knowing that you shall be defeated despite all your boasts and pride." The great wings began to beat and the steam cloud began to blow away even faster, revealing the massive framed figure standing within. The dual-haired boy's face went a blotchy mixture of pale and red as anger and terror filled him to the brim, yet he realized at the same time that he was able to move once more and instantly went on the attack. His signature attack of a glacier launched forth, barreling towards the giant figure with the intent to swallow it whole. Yet this time there was no sun that erupted into existence, rather the figure pulled back a single, giant fist before settling into a punching stance. "Your arrogance, hiding half of your power, will be your ultimate downfall. Not only against myself." With those words, the glacier drew close enough to Magnus that the Primarch was able to hit it, and hit it he did. The massive fist swung forth and slammed into the advancing ice with a thunderous crack, sending 1,000 shatters across its form. It rumbled and shrieked like a dying beast, the power of Todoroki's hatred versus the immense physical strength of the Crimson King. Each pumped more and more power into their attacks, but it quickly became clear that the Crimson King was winning, the power of a Primarch far surpassing that of a human, despite how strong they were. More and more cracks were forming along the glacier until, with a final pulse of red muscle, the glacier erupted and sprayed ice shards across the arena. Screams of fright erupted from the audience as they came close to harm, only to be saved by Cementos, who set a massive wall around the arena which shook as the shards impacted it with the force of bullets. Shoto, already shivering from the attack he launched, pushed through the pain and threw forth another glacier, but this one was not punched to smithereens by the steam-hidden figure. Rather, this time the great wings extended once more and gave a single beat with threw the figure out of the firing range and over the attack itself. Once he had cleared it, the wings snapped shut and he fell from the air, cracking the ice under his feet with the sheer weight of both his armor and body. Every eye immediately widened upon seeing his massive form, and a few of the weaker-minded civilians collapsed into tears at the sight of such perfection. His wings spread and his massive arms joined them, holding the weapon out and letting free a booming laugh. "Reveal your power to us, little coward. Show us all the fire that burns inside of you, rather than the false coldness that you keep on your face." It made the boy's face twitch in fury, despite the legendary power of his opponent, and he began to walk forwards with hands trembling. Ice began to form around him with each step, crunching under his feet, and when he spoke it was in a voice that trembled with fury. "How dare you? You know nothing about me, so how dare you call me a coward?" Small flames began to flicker along his torso, melting away the ice that began to form, the inner struggle inside the boy slowly manifesting on the outside. The smile on the Crimson King's face grew upon seeing the sight, cracking his neck and stomping forwards, each step shattering ice. "I know more than enough, little brat. You seem to think you can beat me though, and I can only invite you to try." Rearing back, Todoroki stomped his foot and threw forth yet another glacier, only for it to suddenly halt in its tracks when Magnus held up a hand. Air rippled in front of his limb, like a colossal heat haze, and the telekinetic shockwave slammed into the attack. The Crimson King's face twisted into a dark smirk as the air rippled more and more, the glacier being pushed back more and more by the psychic might of the Primarch. A deep chuckle escaped the massive figure and he pushed his hand forwards, shattering the ice once more, launching the fragments everywhere. The massive, red fist of Magnus was raised and the sky itself let out a thunderous clap as clouds began to swirl above him in a great funnel. Throughout this funnel, bolts of lightning flashed and twisted, the storm extending over more and more of the city under the influence of the Crimson King. Said Primarch stared down at the boy with a cold gaze, purple eye pinning the poor teen in place as flames grew larger and larger. His voice echoed out once more, staring into the teen's very soul. "Unleash your power, cast away the shackles of your hate and unleash your fury across this world if you desire any chance of winning." Todoroki began to breathe deeply, anger flashing across his face as the flames grew larger and larger before erupting outwards in a great tornado of fire that extended high into the sky. Furious shouts escaped his lips and the flames became both brighter and hotter with his anger as the teen's shouts echoed across the arena. "I want to be a hero. I will not defeat you with hate." Magnus' lips curled up at the sight. "Yet what are you doing now, boy? It matters not regardless. Unleash your fury and let us see which is stronger." Fire began to coalesce along the boy's arms as he reared back, the flickering flames forming a sort of gauntlet that crackled and spat with heat. It made the Primarch's head PP to one side before he let out yet another bellowing laugh and flung his own hand towards the sky with a great bellow of, "I accept your challenge." The great funnel cloud fell from the sky and collided with the clenched fist, unleashing such a great thunderclap that many of the audience nearest to him fell unconscious from the pain, with Todoroki remaining on his feet from sheer anger alone. Dark clouds, wreathed in chains and thorns of crackling lightning, wrapped firmly around his arm as he tossed the great glaive back into the warp. It took a number of moments, but eventually his arm was wrapped in a great gauntlet of spitting energy that matched the dual-haired boy's own. A single step forwards brought him into range of Todoroki before he held his fist high and settled into a punching stance. As they did, clouds of pink mist flowed towards them, the signature move of Midnight, while layer after layer of thick concrete flowed like water to form a colossal wall between them. Cementos and Midnight were obviously doing their best to prevent the two of them from killing each other, but it would not last long. Each fist swung forth with the full strength of the user, yet for all of Todoroki's prodigious strength, the power of a Primarch could not be overcome so easily. A great ball of fire erupted where the teen's fist connected with the concrete block, but it was nothing in comparison to the hurricane that was unleashed from the great fist of Magnus the Red. Great bolts of lightning tore across the earth as rain and wind threw a tornado into existence, dousing the fire faster than it had time to form and soaking the boy to the core. Yet the strength, combined with the howling wind, shattered the concrete block and threw both combatants back. To the dual-haired boy's credit, he did attempt to stop his momentum with a wall of ice, but it was only enough to prevent injury, not to stop him leaving the ring. Magnus the Red, on the other hand, threw both wings wide and wrapped both hands around the of his embedded glaive. Rock tore and concrete as the full weight of the Primarch and his armor was placed upon it, yet it did not tear free and allowed him to stop just shy of the arena edge. Silence rang throughout the entire arena as Midnight raised a shaking fist and shouted, "Todoroki is out of bounds. Izuku Midoriya is the winner." No cheers echoed from the crowd as he began to shrink, muscle dissipating into steam and weapons vanishing back into the warp as Izuku regained control of his body and stepped over the arena edge, walking back into the understadium. There was no offer of help to Todoroki, who wouldn't have taken it anyhow. Instead, he left the boy to struggle to his feet and make his own way out. The corridors seemed to stretch on forever as he walked through them, shoes clicking softly on the linoleum and torn jacket flapping with each step. Izuku knew all too well what was coming next, a match against the winner of Tenya versus the girl who hated him, and then finally a showdown against Bakugo himself. Yet he did not feel happy, he did not want to celebrate with his classmates, and so instead he vanished back into the rooms under the stadium and waited to be called. It was easy to get lost in his thoughts, down inside the catacombs of the stadium, counting the cracks in the walls and dust particles in the air. Time itself seemed to fade out for him as he lost himself in his imagination, preparing mentally for the fights that were coming. Rarely did he feel bad about fights, for nearly all of them had been started against him by those believing the words of Bakugo, yet the defeat of Todoroki had ignited a burning shame inside him. The boy's heart was clearly corrupted by burning hatred but also had love and a deep sadness burning inside him, and to strike him out of his way so carelessly didn't leave him feeling as happy as he thought. It should have done, for it brought him far closer to facing down his longtime bully, and yet he felt as if he should have done more for the boy. Thoughts were made worse when he found himself in the warp once more, standing opposite Lorgar Aurelian as he had done on the day of the opening exams. The Primarch still tore away his breath, standing as a giant of sculpted muscle covered entirely in golden runic tattoos. His armor and Crozius were both mastercrafted things of beauty, with intricate details running their lengths. Despite being a demon prince, however, the Primarch of the Word-Bearers was unchanged in physical appearance like Angron, Mortarion, Fulgrim, and the rest of his brothers. He appeared as metahuman as the day that the Emperor of Mankind first created him from his own flesh and gene seed. Kneeling calmly before the green-haired boy, Izuku let out a soft sigh and joined the Primarch, ignoring how the figure towered over him. Lorgar's head ped and an almost kind look entered his eyes as he spoke. "You need not feel bad for defeating Todoroki. The boy sealed his own fate by challenging you and dug his own grave, as you mortals say." Izuku's head shook with a little sigh. "That is not why I am feeling as I do. There is sadness within him, and I have a feeling that he has been suffering for a very long time. Hiding his fire, combined with the scar on his eye and Endeavor's interaction with me earlier, I have a sinking suspicion regarding that family. I feel as if I should try to help him, try and persuade him to use his fire through more peaceful means." The Primarch gave a little shrug. "Perhaps you should have tried. But we do not blame you for beating him in the manner which you did. He was not open to help and promised to defeat you. He did unleash his fire in the end, but through anger and not love, not the type of person who you should help." Shrugging helplessly, he waved his hands in the air. "I still feel as if I should have done something. He does deserve help no matter what he said and did. It's just that I don't exactly know how to help him in the first place." The Golden One gave a soft chuckle, reaching out and patting him gently on one shoulder and nearly squashing him flat in the process. "If you wish to help him, then perhaps you should talk with him at a later date? Besides, Endeavor attempted to attack you and also tried to intimidate you before this match began. Should his children and you testify, perhaps you could assist with taking him down as a means of repaying this boy." Snorting, he shook his head. "I highly doubt that Todoroki will even wish to speak to me after this. Magnus was rather cruel with his words, but they do not know that I handed control over to your brother. To them I said these words of my own accord. Ping an eyebrow, the Primarch roared with laughter, which was an odd sound from the usually immovable figure. For someone so intelligent, Izuku, you overlook the simplest option at times. They already know all too well that you can lose control, so simply explain that Magnus was in control of your body and said his personal views of him, rather than using your own views on Todoroki. For a brief moment, Izuku stared at the floor before lifting a hand and slamming it into his face with a loud crack, only serving to make the Primarch's laughter increase. You are right. I hate that you are right. The laughter grew louder and louder, making him flush and eject himself from the warp while being followed by the laughter of the Golden One. Coming out of the warp, he found himself face to face with Tsuyu, which drew both a yelp of surprise from him and a soft chuckle from her. Placing a hand over his heart and shooting to his feet, he looked at her with a surprisingly guilty expression before sighing, "Hello, Tsu. Why are you down here?" The frog girl let out a soft giggle, smiling up at him. "I wanted to come and see you. You vanished after your match with Todoroki, and they've been trying to find you since Bakugo is about to beat Kirishima. Achiko mentioned that she'd seen you down here earlier, and so I thought I'd give it a shot." He let out a soft hum before sighing softly. "I just got lost in thoughts, thinking about how I could have helped Todoroki more while also talking to the demons that reside within my skull." Tsuyu's reply came in the form of a softer smile before walking to the door and holding it open. "The girls told me about how he said he'd beat you. I don't see anything wrong with defeating him. Perhaps you could have been a bit nicer with your words? Yeah, but you simply proved him wrong, and there's nothing bad about that, ribbit." The sigh fading into a chuckle, Izuku grazed past her and out into the corridor. "Lorgar said the same thing, but I still feel guilty. I mean, Magnus was the one in control, the one who said the words, but I still feel bad for not stopping him from saying them in the first place." A green-haired head ped and another ribbit escaped the frog girl. "It wasn't you who said them?" He shook his head. "Well then, this Lorgar was right. If you weren't in control, then feeling guilty is something that you don't need to do. Yeah, you could have held this Magnus back, but you've said about their power. I think it's impressive that you managed to keep him from killing Todoroki at all. I saw what you did to the Nomu." Izuku shook his head at this, walking on. "When I killed the Nomu, Typhus and I were working in synchronization, but not this time. I gave Magnus complete control over my body in order to defeat him. Binding a Primarch is next to impossible, so it was my only option. He did say that I could have borrowed his form, but I'm not stupid. Even his physical form and psychic power would have quickly overwhelmed me, and I only realized once it was too late." Another chuckle from Tsu. "Then we should just be thankful that he didn't." Ribbit? Giving a little nod, an equally little sigh escaped Izuku before he turned, wrapping her in a little hug that sent the frog girl blushing. It was broken quickly, the boy walking on with his own face red, leaving her with some parting words. "You're kind, Sue, and I thank you for coming after me. Perhaps after my match with Bakugo you will think differently, perhaps not. Either way, thank you for being my friend." Izuku stepped into the light feeling no pride. The fluttering feeling from hugging Tsu had faded rapidly with each step, and now he stood, basking in the gaze of nearly every eye in Japan with only a battle fever in his heart. They were howling inside him. He could feel the demons screaming at the tops of their lungs, doing their best to make him take their forms. From the lowliest of Nurglings to the greatest lords of change, every demon wanted to leap to the surface and face down Ida if it meant that they would be able to face Bakugo even faster. Yet even they were struck rather dumbfounded when it was not the engine-legged boy who stepped into the light but rather the spiky-haired blonde, although he did note with some amusement that the Tsientian demons were chuckling pridefully. Nonetheless, he turned to Midnight, who answered the question on the mind of both him, Bakugo, and every other member of the watching crowds. Letting out a tiny sigh, a hand with fingers tipped in manicured nails rubbed the bridge of her nose as she spoke without the signature lusty tone. "Due to some family issues, Tenya Ida has forfeited his position in the semifinals, and so we're just going ahead since Bakugo declared himself fit to begin straight away." The blonde gave a rather vicious smirk and stepped forwards, hands popping loudly as he stared down Izu. "I'm ready if you are, demon. I've been waiting to beat your butt since the USJ. Don't you dare back out." It was then that the cameras turned to the green-haired boy who was hunched over, hand resting gently against his forehead. If humanity could see into his mind, then they would be sent mad, for a trillion demons howled and shrieked in his mind. Even the Primarchs and exalted demons had begun to shout, having felt Izuku's suffering over the years at the hands of the blonde and wishing revenge upon him. Only the dark gods themselves sat silent, staring through his eyes at their hated foe, pondering the predicament. Slowly he raised his head, the demons falling silent although their burning hatred was plain as day for him to feel, and gave Bakugo a look that could only be described as deranged. His lips curled up and eyes widened, pain dancing through the green orbs. Before speaking, "You would be surprised how many of the want you dead. Even Angron is howling for your blood at this point. Kurz wants to flay you alive. Hell, even the Nurglings want to try your blood." Bakugo gave a little shiver at the rather deranged guy, and Midnight took a step back as the air around the green-haired boy seemed to almost recoil from the sheer hatred he felt. Stepping forwards, he clenched his fist so hard that the sound of his creaking knuckles echoed across the entire arena before speaking in a tone that reflected the inner hatred. "I would never miss a chance to teach you, Katsuki Bakugo." With that, he turned to Midnight and called out, "I believe that we are both ready. So if you would be so kind, could you begin the match?" The R-rated heroine gave a little flinch at his words but nodded, raising her cat-o'-nine tails high and cracking it against her hand. "I declare the final match of the Youth Sports Festival has started. Try not to kill each other, please." Izuku opened his mouth to speak but was interrupted by his opponent, who lunged forwards with a thunderous explosion, howling like a wild animal. There was no doubt in his mind that, with a little pushing, Bakugo could be turned to corn within the hour, but at the same time he refused to grant the little wretch the opportunity and so took advantage of his rage to duck under the signature right hook and slam his elbow into his former friend's solar plexus. It drove the air from his lungs and sent the blonde to the floor, rolling in pain as Izuku circled him like a shark, eyes burning into his prey. "They want me to kill you, you know? I'm half tempted to just finish you off on the ground. Such a pitiful creature deserves an animal's death." That ignited anger within him, and Bakugo began to crawl back to his feet, fingers digging rather harshly into the concrete of the floor, small explosions cracking the solid material. When he was finally back on his feet, the green-haired boy just let out a soft toot-tang noise, staring down at his wrist although there was no watch. "Took you long enough. Are you getting weak, Bakugo? I really should put you down for good if you are." He began to limp forwards, doing his best to straighten despite the pain that was shooting through his core, and made to shout something, only for Izuku to wave it off. "Oh, just quit it. I've heard all your pathetic insults before. Useless, demon, monster, murderer, they're getting quite old at this point." It was becoming more and more obvious to the crowd that he was playing with Bakugo, yet he didn't let it bother him, letting the hate flow to the surface once more. Yet this time it was he that was in control, not a great unclean one but Izuku Midoriya unleashing his vengeance upon his hated foe. The dark smirk was in place as he began to circle the edge of the ring. "If you want to truly hurt someone, then you don't resort to name-calling. That's the weapon of children, although judging by your childish grudge, then I'd be surprised if you ever moved on. I'm getting off point though. If you want to hurt someone, then you pick the thing that they love the most and then tear it out from under them, showing no remorse. Speaking of which, how many hero agencies will take you on when it comes out that you used your quirk to torture me for years?" Silence fell across the arena and Izuku continued, pacing in a circle as Bakugo began to speed up, face paling, assault, public quirk usage, impeding the course of justice by hiding your crimes. Oh yes, we can add attempted murder onto the list as well. What was it you said before I unlocked my quirk? I remember it being along the lines of, jump off a building and hope for a quirk in your next life. The recipient of his verbal tirade went near pure white upon having his greatest secret revealed to the world, and his rage took control. It shook the entire stadium, the explosion that tore free of his hands, launching Bakugo forwards at speeds which far surpassed the normal human eye's capability to follow. Izuku, however, was far beyond normal and leant to one side, letting his opponent sail past him and land in a sprawled heap on the ground. A hand reached up and popped his neck, eyes narrowing darkly and smirk fading. I'm beyond most humans. It'll take around a minute for her to knock me out, but it'll only take 30 seconds for me to flay you with my powers. Rather fortunately for you, I want to have some fun first, and fortunately for me, they can't step in based on threats only. Said blonde turned to Midnight, who, despite the pale look on her face, could only give him a small nod of confirmation as Izuku continued his rant. If they did, then every round of the sports festival would have been stopped. Hell, you wouldn't even be in the school. It'd be your own fault too. How you love telling people to die. When Bakugo stepped forwards this time, his motions were a lot more controlled. The anger burning inside of him was more than visible to all who watched the match, but at the same time, even he was beginning to realize that Izuku was no longer messing around. Each motion made by his green-haired opponent was slow and deliberate, a tiger circling a helpless animal before it initiated the final pounce and ended its life. Finally recovering from the powerful strike to his solar plexus, he began to circle back around Izuku, keeping himself near the center of the arena and forcing his opponent to remain the edge. Humming, he crouched and prepared to launch himself at his former friend, but before he did, Bakugo shouted at the top of his lungs, "Then why not tell them about how you drove your mum mad then, huh?" This got a reaction from him. Izuku's face twitched and the smirk fading a great deal more, with the cold anger on his face slowly shifting to a far more burning hatred. Yet the thrown insult had served its purpose, and Bakugo launched himself forwards, feinting a right hook which Izuku went to parry once more, before flipping himself over and driving the green-haired boy into the floor with an explosion that cracked the concrete further. It drew a loud grunt of pain from him, and Bakugo backed off, making his way to the circle of the arena once more as Izuku slowly picked himself free of the shattered rock. His knuckles visibly shifted as his hands clenched, popping noises echoing over the arena as his anger grew and grew. Taking a step forwards, he lifted a foot and slammed it into the earth with enough force to crack the concrete further. "You really wish to die, don't you, Bakugo?" Jaw shifting, he began to move forwards with a far more intense sense of purpose. "I did not mean to drive her mad. She followed me because of you. Because of you, she laid eyes upon the true form of a greater demon. You were the one who drove her mad." Stepping forwards, they both reeled up and swung a powerful punch, their fists connecting with a rather sickening crack as their knuckles shattered. A loud cry of pain escaped them both, with Izuku's being a lot quieter than the blonde's, who clutches his hand with a loud shout. Chuckling, Izuku waved his hand around in an attempt to regain feeling, before calling out in a voice so loud that it grabbed Bakugo's attention from the pain, "Did I ever tell you the full extent of my quirk?" All eyes turned back to him as he began to pace around once more, broken hand held close to his chest. "I told you about Pantheon, but if I'm honest, that's only a small part of the power as a whole. My true quirk is called Psyker, and the Pantheon aspect is only a small part of it." Bakugo's head slowly ped, red eyes narrowing at him as the same confusion that ravaged their class played across his face, with Izuku continuing, "It allows me to bend the warp to my will. Yet Pantheon comes into play here. The beings you call demons are the denizens of the warp, and I defeated them through my power, binding them to me. That is what Pantheon is, the enslaved might of a trillion demons." All eyes were on him now, but he didn't care. Rather, Izuku rolled his shoulders and took on a stance. "I didn't need to fight the dark gods, that was something I was lucky for. By the time I had defeated their last demon, after so long in the warp, so much of their power was bound to Pantheon that I was able to SCK them in one by one. While I might not be able to access their combined power as a whole, it doesn't mean that it is not there." Bakugo continued to stare at Izuku even as the green-haired boy began to stomp forwards, a little chuckle breaking free from within him. "But I won't use any of it. I'll beat and skin you with my bare effing hands." The angry blonde let out his dark roar and began to advance, with the two launching more thunderous punches upon each other. Some cries began to echo out from the crowd, begging for the proctors to step in and stop the slaughter going on, but they were unable without a concrete reason and were forced to stand by, watching as the two tore each other apart. Yet the rapid punching fest was broken by Bakugo, who slammed his palm into Izuku's stomach and let loose another powerful blast that threw him back and left a rather nasty-looking bruise upon his abdomen. He shrugged it off for now, retaliating by throwing himself off the floor when Bakugo took a brief second of respite and slammed his forehead into his nose, which shattered yet again, spraying blood over Izuku's face. It was not without consequences though, for he stumbled away with his eyes watering, although they were both in enough pain that he was able to recover before Bakugo. Knuckles clenching once more, he took the opportunity to launch another assault, slamming a number of haymakers into his exposed torso. Driving the wind from the blonde's lungs, Izuku began to work the punches up his body. One to the kidneys which made him reel, a kick to the knee that sent him down only for him to be helped back up with an uppercut to the jaw. Each motion was quick and efficient, not giving him any time to react and to use his quirk, which had an advantage against him in close range. Eventually he was forced to break off and danced back, letting the beaten boy fall into his knees as he surveyed the thick bruises covering his knuckles. Bakugo was breathing heavily, tears dripping from his eyes and his entire body covered in black marks from Izuku's brutal beating. He was trying to get back on his feet in a rather pitiful display, and when Midnight asked him if he could continue, she was waved off as he climbed to his feet. The pain was making him sweat even more and powerful explosions were crackling across his frame, a rather fragrant smell wafting through the air from the nitroglycerin that was leaking through his skin. Finally on his feet, he took a shaky step forwards and Izuku went back to a process more akin to tenderizing meat. Punches layered up and down his arms and legs, drawing agonized cries from the battered boy, lashing out with explosions that Izuku near danced around. Each motion was growing more and more fluid, punches landing faster and faster as the green-haired boy settled into a dark rhythm. More and more shouts of fury were echoing out from the crowd, but they were drowned out in Izuku's bloodlust, and he was only knocked out of it by a hand that rested on his shoulder. It was big, filled with muscle, and was accompanied by an aura of power that he recognized with a sense of dread. Turning slowly, he came face to face with All Might himself, who was staring at him with a mixture of concern and undisguised horror in his face. Turning back to Bakugo, he realized why. The blonde was barely on his feet and his entire body was coated in thick bruises, blood dripping from his shattered hand. Judging by the crooked and bleeding nose, his headbutt had damaged it far more than he thought, along with a jaw that was rather obviously shattered due to the hanging state. Even Izuku could tell that it was a miracle that he was even standing, more than likely running on a mixture of adrenaline and pure pain. Hissing, he turned to All Might and his eyes narrowed. He's still standing, the match hasn't been called as of yet? The number one hero shook his head, hands still firmly placed on his shoulder. You keep that up and you'll end up killing him, not to mention that burn on your stomach and your hands. Please, young Midoriya, come here and let us treat you. You've already won this battle. His face turned back to Bakugo, who was still standing silently, something that All Might caught and answered, "Worry not, he will be punished for what has been revealed here today. Please, come and get some treatment." All eyes were still on him and Izuku paused for a moment, tapping his jaw, before giving a little nod and a sigh. Fine, I'll come and get some blasted treatment. Just call the match before I change my mind. All Might nodded, a relieved sigh escaping him, before raising his hand. Izuku Midoriya is the winner of the Uraraka Sports Festival. No cheers met the declaration and it fit him just fine, walking towards the exit of the arena with All Might following on. Perhaps he had won, but at the same time it felt like an incomplete victory due to Bakugo still remaining on his feet. That was something rectified with a scream of horror from Midnight, a thunderbolt howl of warning that flashed through his mind as the demons of Tsench howled, and then a literal bolt of pain as an explosion slammed into him from behind. He knew then why Bakugo had not utilized the sweat that was running across his frame during the beating. It had been building up for this, a final attack to finish him off with a single strike. If perhaps Midnight had not screamed, then he would have succeeded, but the split-second warning had given him just enough time. Crackling regenerative energies ran around him and it allowed him to survive, if barely, the massive blast that shattered his bones and punctured his organs. Skin cooked in the heat and tore from the pressure wave, but at the same time his psychic might was working away to keep him alive, and it was working just a tad. It was that power that allowed him to strike back, just before the darkness claimed his mind and the teachers restrained the now nearly unconscious Bakugo. Reaching out with a small vestige of his psychic might, A telekinetic hand slammed into the teenager with the force of a car crash. Izuku had said that he would flay Bakugo with his bare hands. Ripping all the skin off the right side of his body was a good consolation prize. Line break. There were many people unsure how to feel when Izuku began to beat down Bakugo, fists slamming into his body with painful thuds. Some of the members of 1A felt as if he deserved the beating, others did not, but Tsuyu was more worried about the damage Izuku was sustaining over the course of the battle. Burns to the stomach, being slammed into the concrete with enough force to crack it, he was sustaining more damage that he was letting on, and the broken hand only reinforced her theory that he did not have too much stamina left before he gave out and collapsed. That was why, when All Might finally stepped in and stopped the battle before it could continue, she almost let out a cheer, yet it quickly became a scream of horror when Izuku was struck from behind. It barely took a second. One moment he was walking away from his opponent after being declared the victor, and the next he was being thrown forwards from the force of a great explosion. Bakugo himself began to collapse even as the teachers rushed forwards to restrain him, but that was nothing in the long run. Her quick gave her incredible senses of thing that most could not, from approaching storms to danger that she could not see. It was danger that she sensed pouring off of Izuku in waves, even as he fell, and there were a number of animal quirk users in range who she could see were feeling the same. Such feelings were proven to be well-founded when the air itself cracked with power around Izuku before rippling forwards in the shape of a transparent hand. It wrapped tightly around Bakugo as he fell before tightening and, with a motion not too dissimilar from pulling a cloth off a table, it yanked the skin away from his body. The motion itself was surprisingly smooth, but the sound of tearing skin, splashing blood, and the horrified screams of both Bakugo and the audience were not nearly as easy on the ears. He fell rapidly, blood pooling on the ground around him, but Tsuyu was more concerned for her fellow green-haired boy than for the arrogant blonde. At times like these, she thanked her quirk beyond comprehension, leaping over the balcony and landing with a thud on the shattered concrete. No cameras turned to her. They were all focused on the ruined body of the teenager, and it took her no time at all to rush to Izuku's side. His back was covered in thick red burns, although the damage itself was not nearly as bad as she was expecting. The sheer strength should have killed him outright, in her opinion anyhow, and the fact that he was even breathing appeared as a miracle. Grunting a little due to his weight, she did her best to lift him and began to carry him further into the tunnels, aiming to find some medical attention. Whether there was even a doctor available, Tsuyu did not know, and there was a flash of worry in her heart upon realizing that maybe they would not even treat him if she could even manage to get him to one in time. The last part was looking to become more and more of an issue. Despite Izuku's short stature, he was an extremely heavy male, and despite the powerful muscles in her legs, she did not have the greatest upper body strength. Just as she was about to drop him to the floor, she was saved by a rather bubbly voice that rang out from behind her. "Ooh, those look nasty. Do you want some help? Because I can if you want?" A hand slid around Izuku's chest, and immediately some of the weight vanished off of her shoulders, allowing Tsuyu to catch sight of her savior. Compared to her, she was rather tall, although considering Tsuyu stood at under 5 foot tall that wasn't saying much, and her hair was of a comparable length yet was a periwinkle blue rather than Tsuyu's vibrant green. Her eyes were a deep blue, matching the hair, and she wore the traditional Uraraka girl's uniform barring a waistcoat in place of a blazer. Her face became a rather adorable shade of red upon helping her lift Izuku, continuing to talk away in the same bubbly tone. "Wow, he's really heavy. Come on, I'll help you get him to recovery, girl, and then we can talk a bit. Is he the winner of the tournament? I had to train and couldn't watch the final match until a bit ago. I think he's the winner, but I'm not sure." A small rib bit escaped her at the rather rapid-fire barrage of questions, but she answered as they walked on. "Yeah, he's the winner. Izuku Midoriya, and I'm Tsuyu Azui. Who are you?" The girl gave her a bright smile, near skipping had he not been weighing her down. "I'm Nijire Hado. It's nice to meet you both." They carried him from the arena in silence, Tsuyu watching the newcomer with a rather weary eye, for the display of brutality had not improved his image in the mind's eye of many people. Yet she seemed to be kind, if a bit airhead, and so the frog girl was willing to accept her help since Izuku was far heavier than she expected. The wounds were bad, The burns layered his back and upper torso, leaking fluid and more than a little blood, though she suspected that it would not be fatal or even scar with some treatment. Still, she did not wish to hurt him more by dropping him to the floor, and there was more than a little bit of strength in the brunette's arms. Together they quite literally dragged Izuku across the floor from the arena and towards the medbay, working in relative silence. Recovery Girl was already prepared as they entered. Obviously she had been watching through the many screens and was preparing for the injuries, for there was already a bed prepared and medical supplies on a metal cart by it. The elderly doctor guided them to set him on the bed and quickly got to work with the treatment, lancing the blisters and cleaning the burns and cuts and bruises, extracting shards of bone and cement with a long pair of tweezers. Tsuyu gave her a rather curious little look, for she was wondering why she did not use her quirk to seal the damage instantly, yet the new girl, Nijire, spoke. He's passed out. If she used that, couldn't he get really hurt? Slowly she gave a nod, understanding why, though still feeling a little uncomfortable and wincing even as she went to work. Yeah, it's a pain, but it's best. There might be some scars, but with what he just did, he deserves them as a reminder to not let himself get hit. Shoo, now you two, let me work. I need to clean these wounds and neither of you are trained enough. They were sent towards the door with waves of the cane and eventually out of it, leaving them standing together in the corridor rather awkwardly. Slowly Tsuyu spoke to her, letting out a small ribbit as she did so. So, why did you help me? Ribbit. You saw what he did, and it wouldn't have surprised me if people called the police. Yet the brunette just smiles at her with a kind look in her eyes, and Tsuyu was struck by the sudden realization that the girl didn't wish anything bad on them. She was just doing the right thing, even as she spoke in the joyful little voice. You looked like you needed it. Hey, if he is dreaming, what do you think he would be dreaming about? Tsuyu stared in silence as the words washed over her before humming a little bit and humoring her, walking down the corridor in silence, unaware of what Izuku was actually dreaming about as he lay on the bed. Line break. Deep in the mindscape, in that eternal blackness, Izuku Midoriya sat there in silence and looked over the assembled council of beings before him. 9 of them there were. In the days of old there were 10, but the last and greatest had long since been cut down, erased body and soul in a failed rebellion against the very father that had shaped his flesh with his gene sciences and shaped his mind with his honeyed words. The first was a creature bound in body and soul to the Prince of Pleasure, and its every molecule reflected the perfection that its dark god encouraged. It was beautiful in a twisted and disgusting way. It had no legs, rather they had long since fused under the twisted power of chaos, and a long serpent tail took its place, decorated with sparkling pink scales and bedazzled in jewels and perfumes. Its upper body was adorned in purple and gold armor, extra space made for the 4 arms that extended out. Its ribcage had long since been extended to make room for the arms, each of them clutching an elegantly decorated weapon, from a long blade Izuku recognized as the Kinabrak anathema to a beautifully designed whip made of what looked like human skin. Each clutched in a hand tipped with a long talon. Its hair was white, falling in some great sheet down its back, elegantly braided with fine fabrics and perfumes. Its face was the most horrific of all. Perfect features in every way, from the high cheekbones to the aristocratic jawline and even those impeccably sculpted eyebrows. Yet it was too perfect, the cheekbones too well formed, the eyes too perfectly made, all of it like some parody of a human made by a creature who sought only perfection and twisted humanity's form in order to achieve it. Though that described Fulgrim the Phoenician, demon Primarch of Slainish perfectly as he stood there at the Council of Demons. Next stood a veritable giant, as much flesh and bone as it was steel and iron, the master-crafted war plate blended with its maker's skin and bone. It was a giant of a being, its face covered in an iron helm shaped in the face of a demonic, screaming visage. Carried in one of its colossal hands was a warhammer which the old tale said could level mountains, and Izuku believed every word of that as he eyed up each killing head, wreathed in crackling lightning. There were weapon systems on that armor, guns whose barrels were snapping mouths, wreathed in fangs that snapped and clawed at the air. The ammo ports were loaded with strange and exotic rounds, engraved with runes so small that they should not have been possibly carved by the great Primarch before him, and yet Izuku knew that he had. The demon Primarch of Chaos Undivided, Perturabo of the Iron Warriors, watched Izuku with a small and rather bored eye as he stepped before the council. Next was a nightmare given flesh, its armor black and nightshade blue and yet at the same time stained with enough gore to be rendered a disgusting reddish black. The armor itself had a laying of human flesh and skin, sewn into a crude all that was draped across the shoulders of the nightmarish thing. There were wings, shaped of iron and gold, that extended from the shoulder guards as well in some parody of an angel. A heavy cloak was draped over its back, red of fabric and red of blood for that was what colored it. There were claws extending from its gauntlets, each of them as long as Izuku's whole body and stained with enough gore that even the power field couldn't burn it away. Its hair was black and long, like a sheet almost as long as the cloak, and its face was pale and greasy, blackened eyes and stubby teeth being shown. Conrad Kurz, Primarch of the Night Haunters, was as much of a horror to look at as the actions. To his side was a creature that stank of the grave, towering over near all of the assembled creatures barring one. Its head was in the shape of a dog's, cybernetic cables extending from the back of that snout even as it barked and snarled at the air. Its teeth had long since been shattered by the clenching of its own jaw and metallic fangs had been brutally driven in as replacements and there were tears in its lips from its own biting. The armor it wore was bronze in make, heavily forged and designed to offer both the most and yet least amount of protection. The colossal berserker before him was simply there to run in, spill blood and take skulls and its implement of death rested at the side of its throne of skulls. A blade of black material sat its side, as much metal as it was flesh, bone and plastic. Runes were inlaid on every inch of the colossal sword and small flames flickered around it. Angron, Primarch of the World Eaters, the Red Angel of Nuceria, was sitting there like a hurricane caged in a body as its awful smell of burning flesh wafted over the council. Once more there was another demon Primarch sitting at the council table. Its armor was heavy, self-designed as was most of the warplate worn, shaped of bronze and unpainted iron. Despite the rest of the horrors about this wretched creature, and there were many horrors, the armor was in perfect condition. Sensors hung from it, leaking noxious green fumes, and there was a foul fluid dripping from pores in the armor. A heavy iron crown sat perched atop its head and a cowl of stained, white cloth hid most of its face from view but what could be seen was disgusting. It was skeletal in appearance, the flesh drawn tight over the skull beneath, and there were boils and foul fluids leaking from everything from eyes to the mouth. Wings like that of a giant moth extended from its back, fluttering weakly in response to Izuku appearing there. Mordorn, demon Primarch of the Death Guard, ran a decaying hand across the massive blade of his warscythe silence and waited for the council to begin. From there was the titanic form of Magnus the Red. His golden, horned armor was not present here for he possessed no need for physical protection. His psychic powers alone could shatter worlds and snuff out stars. Bullets and blades were of little threat to him. His khopesh was nowhere to be found either, rather he sat in his chair in silence, a rune-covered book in hand as his elegant wings beat gently behind him. The second-to-last seat was occupied by a man of beauty in a way that words could not describe. From his cheekbones to his chin to his eyebrows, everything about him inspired such beauty that words could not do it justice. His skin was tan and inlaid with golden tattoos that stretched around the full length of his head, not interrupted at all by his hair for there was none but at the same time that only added to his beauty. His armor was that of crimson though not the darkened gore of Conrad Kurz but rather a purer arterial red color. Each inch was covered in scrolls and seals and wounds, giving the suit of warplate the same feel as a religious relic. At his side was a weapon in the shape of an 8-pointed star, a Crozius mace which was currently deactivated and at its master's side. Lorgar Aurelian, demon Primarch of the Word-Bearers, was watching Izuku with a kind smile as he entered into the council. There were 3 seats left on the council, one of them was empty and had been for a very long time but the final 2 were filled by what could only be described as the same person. It was a perfect copy, 2 of them sitting there in silence. Their armor, like scaled-up legionary plate, looked so similar that they could not be told apart. Each section was designed in the look of the scales of a hydra and the head reflected this, molded in a hissing serpentine face. At their side was Spear each. Tall and dual-bladed affairs, The pale spears of Alfarius Omegon were beauties to behold. Izuku had to physically restrain himself from kneeling at the sight of the Chaos Primarchs. Even after he had taken the power from so many demons, starting with a mere Nurgling and working his way all the way to a bloodthirster, it still nearly drove him to his knees every time he entered their presences. All of them were the perfected creations of the Emperor of Mankind, cursed be his name, and enhanced further by the corruptive power of the Dark Gods. It was Lorgar who spoke first, his voice a deep and bass booming one that echoed around the realm and drilled into Izuku's head despite it being a rather kind tone. "You did well to refrain from killing him, Midoriya." Alfarius Omegon and Magnus all nodded their agreement to that, for they all had long since mastered the nature of blending into human society. Yet there was one Primarch who disagreed and who let it be known with a thunderous, bellowing roar, "You should have taken the Beester's head and added it to the throne." That drew a tooting noise from Lorgar, who just turned to the raging demon with disapproval clear in his eyes. "Come now, Angron, take your mind off of blood and skulls and think of the big picture. If he had killed him, then he would be locked up." A snort of disgust escaped the cornate Primarch, who sat back in his throne, snapping at the air even as those metallic dreadlocks were flung back and forth. Izuku sat there in silence for a very long while, watching as the two of them dissolved into fighting even as Perturabo spoke. The Primarch of the Iron Warriors had a voice as deep and powerful as a mountain. The earth itself seemed to shake as the demon spoke, and Izuku knew for a fact that the mindscape actually was shaking. "You were right to not kill him. Yet your execution was reckless. You cannot extract revenge if you take too much damage in return. Improve." To the point, brief and firm, Izuku was more than aware of how Perturabo operated and gave a nod of confirmation, showing his acknowledgement and acceptance of the advice, which pleased the demon somewhat. Yet another voice rang out, sultry and rather playful. Fulgrim added its own 2 cents to the conversation. "Why, I think little Zuka did a mighty fine job. So much delicious suffering both taken and dished out. Why, I cannot complain at all." Nearly all of them gave a shudder at the words. Fulgrim had a unique way of creeping them out, the way his serpentine eyes trailed over them even as his words snaked between them. They coiled around their shoulders and wormed their way into their ears, making even some of the more composed Primarchs shiver uncomfortably, giving him rather disgusted and uncomfortable glances that were promptly ignored. Perturabo just shifted around a bit and continued to speak to Izuku in a cold and commanding tone. "In future engagements, unless you are aiming to kill, limit your intent. Hurt but do not maim, damage but do not kill. Your hatred is a powerful tool, but only when it is not ruling your actions. Control it." The smaller teenager just nodded in response to that and turned on to Fulgrim, speaking in an exasperated tone to the lustful Primarch who sat lounging in his throne. A demon had approached him, one that Izuku recognized. Though it was corpulent, obese, and sweating, there was great power within this demon, for its name was Nkari, one of the exalted ones of Slaanesh. This was the demon that had been paired with Doombreed, cursed is his name, on the vengeful spirit during the final confrontation between the Emperor of Mankind and Horus. Great strength existed within this being, even if its obese frame spoke of weakness and overindulgence. The two lay together, long tails intertwined, feeding each other wet fruits that leaked liquids that were not water or juices but things far worse. Izuku himself shuddered at the sight of it but forced himself to remain steadfast overall before speaking. "I wish you'd stop, Fulgrim. I really do wish you'd just stop." It just drew a bored titter from the demon Primarch as he sat back, allowing Nkari to lick his fingers clean from another fruit even as he spoke again. "Oh? Why would I ever wish to do that, little Zuku?" A small noise escaped him, and he just shook his head and turned to Conrad Kurz, who sat there in his throne of flayed meat, watching him with darkened eyes and twitching every now and again. When the green-haired boy spoke, it made the hunched figure turn to him, moving with a shattered grace. "What do you think? I know that you see the future. What do you think that I should do?" More twitching followed the question, and the demented, twisted Primarch leaned forwards, speaking in a hissing tone which fanned him with foul-smelling breath. "Kill him. Filthy criminal that he is. He will only go on to bring pain and suffering, and it must be cut short. The sinners must be purged. That is your duty, that is my duty, that is all of our duties." Purge the sinners, purge the unclean, rid the galaxy of the criminals that rot it from the inside. There was a phlegmy chuckle from Mortaron upon hearing that, and his voice, deep and commanding, echoed across the floor. You'd have an easier chance discussing battle tactics with Fulgrim than getting worthwhile information from Kurz. Izuku just shrugged in response to that, seeing sense in that for both of them were quite insane, instead sitting back a bit and allowing a small noise of tiredness to escape him. I do want to see him hurt, but just not dead. Not yet. I want to be a hero, and I cannot do that if I want to succeed in my efforts to become a hero. There is a shrug given by some of them, though Fulgrim and Conrad Kurz snorted in disgust at the delay of the suffering of a hated foe. Yet it was Angron who snorted a bit at that, sitting back. The brat will spill blood. It'll be an honorable fight. No hiding or repercussions. You and him, strength on strength. Silence fell, and it was Magnus who spoke in a rather calm tone, yet there was a trace of mocking underneath it, a rare note of sense from our brother for once. It is a smart idea, Izuku, to wait until you have both claimed the title of hero, and then when he challenges you or eventually hurts someone, you can step in and strip it from him. Izuku nodded a bit in response and sat back in his own chair, which sprang forth in accordance to his psychic will. Each occupant of the mindscape had their own throne, and each was a physical manifestation of their own psyche. Fulgrim's throne was a thing of excess, as fit him so well. Made of marble and gold, burnished silver and meticulously maintained velvet, it was a comfortable seat that spoke of overindulgence and power, the throne of a lazy emperor. Fulgrim's massive frame still draped off the end, though Izuku imagined that Nkari helped with that somewhat even as they cuddled close and watched the meeting with cold eyes. Perturabo's throne was as indomitable as him. Formed of ceramite, titanium and other hardened substances, to form what seemed like a colossal command throne. Plugs and sockets linked the colossal man to his chair, and Izuku knew deep down that chair was as much Perturabo as it was a chair. Resting beside it was Forgebreaker, and in his logo's armor, he was nearly too big to fit into the actual chair. Conrad Kurz's throne was almost as nightmarish as Angron's and Mortarian's in the sense that it was not made of metal or rock. It was made of flesh, of bone and blood. Taller than the Primarch even when standing, it was made rather baroquely of supports of bone, inlaid with flesh and skin, all of it held together with strips of sinew in a parody of rope. Faces layered it as decoration, faces that rather gruesomely twitched and tried to form words and shouts of pain even though they lacked the vocal cords. Angron's throne was so befittingly of a demon of corn made of skulls. Human, Xenos and everything in between formed the throne of the Red Angel. It stretched high into the sky, leaking blood and reeking of scraps of flesh and skin still littered many of the skulls, and Izuku did not doubt for even a moment that some of them were not freshly harvested to be added to the collection. Mortarian's throne was a rather odd thing. It looked as much grown as it did constructed. A nightmarish mixture of ticking, bronze clockwork intertwined with rotting wood and rapidly spreading fungus. It leaked and dripped, splattered and ticked, and overall seemed old and yet new, dead and yet reborn, and atop it sat its rotting master, Silence, resting against the side. Lorgar's throne was simple in design, merely a seat of polished marble inlaid with some steel and iron for support. This was something that was shared by both Magnus and Alfarius Omegon, the remaining 4 Primarchs preferring the simpler things. Their powers, their deeds, spoke for the rather than the chairs and thrones upon which they sat. Izuku just sighed a bit, eyes roaming over the demons before him, and for not the first time, he was both thankful and yet regretted ever having the powers he was blessed with. Line break. It was all calm in the treatment, and the 2 girls watched in peaceful silence as Recovery Girl worked away on Izuku. His body was damaged, and yet at the same time he was too tired for her to use her quirk on him safely, and so she was resorting to more traditional means. Dabbing at the wounds with antiseptics, she just sat there and cleaned and sewed up what she could. Only occasionally was she interrupted by a question, and it was the latest one from Nijire which had the 2 girls talking the most. Won't he have some family here for him? She just shook her head in response, and the 2 girls dissolved into talking, something that quickly grew distracting, and so she elaborated a bit more than she was supposed to just so she could focus. Izuku's mother is locked up and his father is listed as having vanished years ago. Now please give me some quiet. The two nodded sheepishly, though the elderly hero could see them talking between each other quietly, seeing their eyes trail over Izuku and the wounds that littered his form. Though there were many bruises and burns, there were other wounds too, older ones that had long since healed and scarred. Many of them seemed like cuts, and though some were ragged, as if done with fingernails, others were far too clean, like a knife had been taken to him. Cut after cut, wound after wound, whatever had happened to Izuku had taken place over a long time, and each one had not been treated well. Many of them had stitching, but not the professional work of a doctor, more as if he had sewn up his own wounds with a regular needle and thread, judging by the puncture marks. A soft groan escaped him in his rest, and he shifted around, drawing a sigh from Recovery Girl as she moved forwards and straightened him once more, drawing a heavy blanket over him before turning to the two heroes in training. Make sure that he stays in bed. I am going to tell the judges that he will not be standing to retrieve his medal, and will make sure that that Bakugo brat has been treated at least somewhat decently. Nods were given from them both, and the elderly heroine gave a mumble of approval before shuffling out of the room, leaning on her cane as she made her way through the corridors. Back in the room, she knew that they would be at the green-haired boy's bedside, though Nijire was the one that confused her the most. The blue-haired heroine in training was not one who had ever shown interest in Izuku before, so it made the elder heroine rather confused as to why she would suddenly be so interested in him. Still, such theories could come later, and she continued on with her path down the hallway. She knew where Bakugo would be treated, and it would be more than likely that the judges would be there if anywhere else. Something that was proven correct when she rounded the corner and walked through the door, seeing the judges standing around the foot of Bakugo's bed as the teen lay unconscious. Many eyes turned to her as she entered, but she did little more than bat them away with her cane as she muscled her way to the side of his bed. Hopping up on a stool to make up for her lack of height, she began to examine the treatment that had been given to him. Though the brat was loud and abrasive and was more than likely to hurt someone in the coming future, she was still a doctor, and it was still her duty to treat him where necessary. After an examination, she came to the conclusion that he was not likely to die anytime soon, and the treatment given was adequate to the point where she needed not to make use of her quirk. Sighing a bit, she turned around and hopped off the stool even as she spoke to them all. The treatment is good enough. I won't need to change anything or use my quirk. Why are you all gathered here anyway? Izuku was the one who won, and even if he is too damaged to walk up and collect his medal, you should still be in his room if anything. That made them nod, and one of the judges, a rather old man who she did not recognize, spoke. His win was too violent. There are calls from the people and even the government itself that he should not be granted the ranking of first. There are even some saying that he should be removed from the hero course. Yet despite the outrage that it caused in the others, Recovery Girl just snorted and gestured to Bakugo. And you think that this brat is? He is the rudest and most abrasive brat I have ever taught, and it would not surprise me one bit if he would have done the exact same to Izuku if he had been given the chance. I am a respect hero, and I am saying here and now, if you remove Izuku from the hero course, then Bakugo would be going right along with him. Silence followed in her words, and all eyes were turned. Bakugo was not awake, but if he had been, then she knew that he would have proved her right with shouts and screams. It almost made her regret him not being awake, but the annoyance he would bring her quickly made her happy that he was still in the realm of dreams. Some of the people in the room were holding phones and voices were echoing through them. People had been listening to her, and those people were starting to ask questions, ones that she gave answers to with ease. Bakugo is the worst student we have had in a long time. Yes, he has excellent grades, his quirk is strong, and he could easily become a powerful hero, but you are only looking at his physical attributes and not his mental ones, which make up a hero's traits as much as his physical ones do. Is loud, rude, and quick to anger. Violence isn't just in his vocabulary, it is half of it. If he is insulted, then he is not afraid to bring his quirk out to re-establish his position at the top. More silence, and she continued, rubbing the bridge of her nose. If any of you bothered to read his reports, many of his former teachers commented that he was quick to anger and violent. He has always been like this, and it is only thanks to idiots like you all seeing his physical strengths and not his mental weaknesses that he has even got into UA. Yet again there was silence, and she rubbed her temples now. Trying to alleviate the headache that was coming, Bakugo lost fair and square. In fact, more than fair, as Izuku was only using his body's natural strength rather than his quirk. He has earned first place, that is all there is to it. When he has recovered, give the boy his medal. With that she turned and the tapping of her cane punctured the silence as she advanced out of the door, shutting it with a click behind her. Such idiots were the reason her very bones felt tired, but she continued to walk along in silence, not going back to Izuku's room as he was in more than good hands with the two heroines in training, and she knew that Nijier had her number if anything went wrong. Rather, she began to make her way towards Nizu's office with a humming noise, intending to find out who she should call about Izuku going home with. Though he had an address marked on his file and a contact, the contact was unnamed, and whenever it had been called before there was only a silent answer phone. She wanted to know who was going to take care of the boy, especially with his mother being in prison. Moving towards the door, it was to her surprise that Nizu was actually already there waiting for her, tea set out on the desk even as he beckoned her to sit down. The stoat looked more worried than he had ever been before, and the reason quickly became apparent when he spoke. I saw you on the cameras and knew what you were going to ask. I am here because I wanted to speak to you about the exact same thing. Izuku's guardianship, yes? There was silence from her before a nod was given. She wasn't fully surprised at this. Nizu's intelligence was legendary and he spoke to her quietly. Well, there has been a development. As of today, Inko Midoriya was taken out of the hospital under the advice of one of our own students, Ibara Shiozaki. Following his words was only silence as the two stared at each other, unsure what to say or do. He woke with barely a whisper, eyes locking onto the white tiles of Recovery Girl's office, knowing where he was even before the voices began to ring out. Waving them away, for he could not make out any of their words with the ringing in his ears, he spent a minute or two gathering his strength before finally pressing himself up. It was slow going, but there were soft hands to help him, providing him with support while a second set shifted pillows for his back. Izuku found himself more grateful than he could express, squinting as he tried to beat away the piercing light even as his head pounded with the weight of the demon Primarchs within. The blanket draped over his legs helped to banish some of the cold from his bare skin, and when the ability to move his hands returned, he pulled it up around his shoulders. Finally his eyes cleared, and he looked upon those who had helped him, a soft smile on his lips as he found Tsuyu on one side of his bed and Nijier standing on the other. He stole her name from her mind with barely a glance, speaking with a croaky voice. I'm guessing that Bakugo is still alive. Judging by the fact that I'm not handcuffed to the bed. Tsuyu nodded. Yeah, he's alive. You've been out for a while, I was getting worried. I'm glad you're awake. Smiling some more, he gave her a small nod. I'm happy that I am too, thank you for staying at my side, same to you Nijier. He ignored her small squeak of surprise, rubbing his head and making to stand. My clothes, are they here? I'd like to dress please, it's a bit too cold for me to be staying like this. The froggy girl nodded, passing him his folded uniform from a nearby chair, something he took happily before starting to dress. Lacking all forms of shame, he ignored the squeaks from both girls as he did away with the blanket, pulling on his shirt and doing up his tie. Trousers and shoes came next, slid into place and secured before he stretched, feeling his bones pop and crunch. Muscles ached with stress, but it was a good pain, and one he knew that Bakugo was most likely experiencing tenfold. It took a number of stretches to loosen up his aching joints, but when he was finally able to move without pain or stress, it teased a sight of pleasure from between his lips. Finally he was able to face them, standing straight and with a rather calm expression on his face. Okay, shall we go and head to the ceremony? It's likely that they'll be giving out the awards soon, and I would appreciate collecting my first place medal. Call me prideful, but I quite fancy the idea of swinging it in Bakugo's face from the podium. Tsuyu nodded slowly. Yeribit? I think they'll be doing it soon, so I'll go let Recovery Girl know you're awake. Before she turned and headed out the door, leaving him alone with the blue-haired girl. It didn't take long for her to start talking. Hey, how did you know my name? I thought you were unconscious? Can you read minds? But that wouldn't be what everyone else is saying about your quirk. How many things can you do? She pressed herself close to him as she talked, eyes sparkling and a smile on her lips the few times they actually stopped talking. Izuku just smiled back, not willing to show how much his head was hurting and how little her voice was doing to help. I can do lots of things, it depends on the form I take. Also yes, I heard it before I fell unconscious, I wasn't fully asleep when you and Tsuyu were carrying me out of the arena. His lie went unnoticed by her as he sighed, thank you for that by the way, I should thank Tsuyu too when she comes back in. He turned to the door, pacing forwards quietly and opening the infirmary door, walking out into the corridor and nearly knocking his returning classmate to the floor. Fortunately she stopped in time, barely a foot between them as Recovery Girl spoke. What are you doing out of bed? You aren't fully healed yet. Get yourself back in that room, mister. Izuku held within him gods. Beings of ancient power who had existed for tens of millions of years. Primarchs made through the God Emperor's genetic manipulations and psychic powers. Space marines and soldiers who had lived through thousands of years of constant war, each with experience he could not even dream of in his worst nightmares. Even he cowled at the elderly woman's shout, not obeying, but shrinking before her eyes and speaking in a surprisingly small voice, I feel better though. Her eyes narrowed into dark slits as she spoke. If you collapse then it's on you. But fine, I learned long ago I can't keep you brats down even when you need to be. I was coming to tell you that the ceremony is going to be in half an hour, and that the principal needs to speak with you when it is done. Slowly he nodded, confusion running through his frame which was not helped by the distant, insane giggles of Kairos. Yet he accepted it with a mutter of, odd but alright. I'll go and get ready for the reward ceremony, I did win the tournament after all. Though the small sigh which escaped her captivated his attention, head swinging round to face her. It took some convincing that you should be allowed your medal. Lots of the tutors and sponsors felt as if your victory was far too violent and that you should have been disqualified. I spoke up for you and convinced them otherwise, but in future try not to be so violent with your wins. It took a lot of mental strength to hold back the hiss of fury which nearly escaped him, something which was near eclipsed entirely by Fulgrim's roar. The Lord of Excess would never permit a rightful victory being stolen away, especially one in first place and with a shiny medal accompanying it in front of roaring crowds. His pride over such a trivial thing would have made Izuku chuckle, had the roar not made his headache a good deal worse. Grunting in pain, he pressed his fingertips to his temples, massaging even as he paced away from Recovery Girl with a small thank you. Tsuyu stayed at his side and Nijire trailed behind them both, watching as he rounded the corner and stood still, beating back the pain in his skull. It was the blue-haired girl who spoke first. What's wrong? I thought you said you were feeling better. Is something hurting you? Izuku nodded slowly, speaking without thinking. Fulgrim wasn't the fondest of victory being taken away over a technicality. That hurts. He decided that the best way to vent would be to start roaring, which really isn't helping my headache. Finally the pain faded away enough for him to stand upright, the four-armed demon vanishing into the corners of his mindscape to sulk. The green-haired boy was not sad to see him go, stretching a bit. That was so unpleasant. Let's just go to the room. Did either of you catch where it is? His froggy counterpart let out a ribbit. Yeah, I'll show you to it. Who exactly is Fulgrim? His mind took a minute or two to process her words before it finally caught up with him what he had said, and he found himself letting out a sigh. I should have watched my words. Basically he's one of the forms in my head. I think that's the easiest way to explain it without having to go fully into detail about what I can do. Just pray you don't ever meet him, he's one of the least reasonable ones. Thankful that the demon was not there to hear him, Izuku just continued walking on into the halls of the school, letting Tsuyu guide him towards the award rooms. Something that did not take them particularly long to accomplish, rounding a corner which they had previously used to exit the changing rooms on the way to their own matches. Todoroki was the one who noticed him first, he and Bakugo standing in the hallway with ectoplasm close at hand, obviously there to break up any fights which might have broken out. Fortunately Bakugo had learned his lesson, looking at Izuku before returning his gaze to the floor, torn between anger and fear. Todoroki held no such emotions, rather he came up to Izuku with a hand open, something he took and shook as the split-colored boy spoke. Congratulations on winning. I'm glad that you're okay, it was worrying to see you collapse. Tsuyu gave Izuku one final look and he smiled, giving her a small hug which made her flush, before she paced away and led Nijire with her. Some part of him felt amused that he did not speak of Bakugo. Thank you, you did very well. Magnus is not an easy form to face even at the best of times. Third place is good, any medal is good, and I have a feeling that you're likely going to receive even more offers than me. The boy's head tilted in confusion and Izuku just smiled. Apparently it took convincing for me to get my medal, too violent, and I can guarantee that it'll play a part when you're getting offers from the pros. Unsure, Todoroki nodded a bit and Ectoplasm gave a quiet cough. It'll be time soon, you should get into your places. There shall be a speech first, and then All Might will come to deliver your medals. You won't be up there for long, but there will be a lot of people and a lot of cameras, so if you are uncomfortable with that then take the time to prepare yourself. All three of them nodded, Izuku and Bakugo separated by Todoroki's taller frame, keeping them apart as they headed into the podium room. 3 concrete circles rested on the floor, with Izuku being forced to take the middle one, Bakugo to his left and Todoroki to his right. And then they stood, and waited, and waited. So deep did their boredom grow that Izuku briefly entertained the idea of talking with Bakugo just to pass the time, though the idea was quickly struck from his head by the roar from above. A throaty roar from 10,000 cheering mouths, calling and howling out for their champions, and briefly he found himself standing in a flashback that was not his own. He stood upon a concrete ring, hundreds of meters tall. Bathed in red light, his limbs thick with gene-enhanced muscle and clad in armor of ceramite, inlaid with precious metals from across 1,000 worlds. His left hand was a talon of gold and iron, crackling with killing lightning as he raised it in salute, saluting to the marching legions of transhuman warriors which obeyed him. Saluting the laughing gods from behind the skin of reality. Saluting the towering figure of the Titan, which bowed its mighty head in recognition of him as fighter pilots screamed overhead. Fires burned, funeral pyres of the dead, their spirits howling and screaming into the night even as millions of voices blended together. His brothers stood below, each of them a demigod in their own right, but none of them to be made his equal, by their father or the chaotic patrons which were already creeping towards them with hidden tendrils of crackling might. A mace hung in his hands, crackling and sparking, made for him by a golden father now betrayed. Now it would be used to end him, to bring ruin and destruction to all he had made for the deceit he had pulled against them all. Spirits danced along its edge, little sprites from the darkest corners of the warp, giggling and chanting their hateful songs as they teased out bolt after bolt of telekinetic force from the weapon. The slightest twitch of his finger and the dunes ignited into light, fire scorching the earth once more in a way that the funeral pyres of his kindred could never hope to match, scoring his sigil into the sands of Istvan V. An eye. A burning, hateful eye whose gaze swept over all present as he raised his mace to the air and called for them. His voice was a roaring bellow, his words barely even audible to himself, and yet he knew instinctively what he asked the marching ranks of Astartes before him. He knew what he asked the tank drivers, the Titan pilots, the fighters in their buzzing planes. I am the arch-heretic. My wrath will scorch the heavens. My ambition will demon us all. Yet will you join me? Will you risk this chance for ultimate power? The roar which could have split the heavens was his answer, and he smiled a dark smile, thankful for their faith. Then Izuku was back, standing on the small concrete podium as it began to rise, the jolts snapping him from the flashback of a war master long since dead. He was not on the sands of Istvan with Worldbreaker in hand, he was standing on the fields of a high school, raising up into the blazing sunlight to receive a golden medal for beating the ever-living F out of his bully. That was good enough, he supposed. It took a minute for the concrete to rise up and he stood there, smiling and waving to the crowd as they cheered and howled in praise, understanding just why Fulgrim loved this so very much. Still the main event was yet to come, and the arrival of All Might whipped the frenzy into near complete madness as they screamed in praise for the number 1 hero. Izuku just smiled at the man as he landed, interrupting Midnight and leading to the two stuttering out an awkward apology as he approached the 3 on their podiums, bearing the 3 medals. Todoroki was first and the dual-colored boy seemed on the verge of tears from his fatherly tone. You did so very well, young Todoroki. You fought valiantly, and I couldn't be prouder of how far you have come as both a student and as a hero. You will be a great man someday, and I cannot wait to see just how far you go. Even as he leaned in, strapping the medal around his neck, though the praise held much more weight to the teenager. Bakugo was next, and Izuku found himself somewhat surprised that the boy did not rage or even speak, rather he listened in silence as All Might spoke quietly. You did well too, I'm glad to see that there was no lasting damage, you took quite the beating out there. But still, you have also come far, and you have more than earned second place, young Bakugo. Finally it was Izuku's turn, and he looked upon his teacher with a broad smile in place, eyes locked onto the gold hanging from his hands. All Might seemed conflicted, but he strapped the medal into place all the same. I'm not surprised you won, young Midoriya. You hold a great power within you, and I am without doubt that you will go on to do incredible things. While I do think that you could learn from some restraint, you still have done incredibly and most certainly deserve this medal. The gold was heavy around his neck, a firm weight against his chest, and it made him smile even wider at All Might even as he spoke. Oh, I will do my very best, I can promise you that. As the number one turned away, Izuku found himself blanking out the rest of the words spoken, rather focusing on the medal around his chest with a smile in place. While it was no world breaker or demon weapon, the medal was still something he had earned, and after years at Aldra, it filled a little part of his soul with a childlike happiness. Fortunately, none of the cameras saw the small tears which ran down his cheeks as he hopped off of the slab, heading out through the gate with the medal firmly in place around his neck. Tsuyu met him with a smile on her face, and he found himself sweeping her into a tight hug seemingly on autopilot, squeezing her tight against him and spinning her in a circle. Laughter bubbled through his mouth and he held his face close to her neck, ignoring the extremely bright flush on her cheeks as he squeezed her tightly against himself. It was a good minute or two before he finally set her down, though he was still hugging her tight, smiling in his glee. She was giggling a bit too, finding his laughter infectious as he pulled away just enough for them to stand face to face. Congratulations, Ribbit. I'm really happy for you. The smaller girl stepped in close, squeezing him once more, which he returned, nuzzling her hair and rather enjoying the scent of her shampoo. Only a slight cough separated them, and Izuku turned to find Midnight standing there, having finished her speech, and came through the tunnel. Clearly bemused by the sight, she spoke rather calmly. Now, while this is an adorable sight, the principal wants to speak with you. Would you come with me? Slowly he nodded once more. Right, yeah, he did want to talk with me. Tsuyu, if I give you my number, we could text later tonight. Please, I'd like that a lot, was her response, and the two quickly traded numbers, before swapping one last hug. Before she turned and headed away into the tunnels, she quickly craned her neck upwards and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, sending a flush across both of their faces. Still neither turned away from each other, rather waving goodbye as she vanished away into the tunnels and allowing Izuku to follow the smirking Midnight. She may have been his tutor, but he still raised a finger and pointed accusingly at her, not a word. What does the principal want with me? Raising her hands in a smug surrender, Midnight led him on with a calmness to her walk. I don't know, and I am being serious when I say that. He didn't tell me anything at all. Just that I was to come down here when you had received your medal, then bring you to his office. The green-haired boy just nodded calmly, pacing at her side as she walked through the hallways, accepting her guidance when they came to corridors and such. Making decent time, there was a calm silence between them, and he found himself appreciating it a great deal. Tunnels of clean concrete and bright lights quickly gave way to steam tunnels and industrial bulbs, bathing them both in a sickly orange light. Still she led him on, and Izuku noted that these were not tunnels on the traditional maps supplied to them, rather being hidden maintenance tunnels. Midnight did not elaborate beyond, too many crowds, the principal wanted you to arrive as soon as possible. Nodding, he continued to follow as they arrived at a staircase, pacing up it, and Midnight wrestling open the heavy steel door at the top. Light flooded in, and he found himself in one of the back rooms of Yue. Once more she beckoned him on, and the two of them quickly made their way through the empty halls, coming up one final staircase which led to a rather simple oak door. She beckoned him inside, an instruction he followed while noting that she was not heading in after him, rather heading back down the stairs as he opened the door and stepped into the office. Nizu was waiting for him, face calm and eyes hard as steel, foregoing silliness in favor of a cold demeanor. That was appreciated as well, Izuku nodding in greeting as he paced to his desk, sitting down quietly without waiting to be asked. Mr. Midoriya, thank you for coming so quickly. I had a suspicion you would understand the urgency of my request so soon after the festival. Izuku himself simply nodded in response, for with the injuries and exhaustion, no sane person would have seen fit to call him from the infirmary. The principal might not have been sane in the traditional sense, but he most certainly held some semblance of sense within his tiny body. Yes, I understand that something important must have happened. Excuse me if this comes across as rude, but I would appreciate hearing what this incident might actually be. The principal sighed a bit. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but you are aware of your mother's incarceration, are you not? Nodding once more, his mind began to race, suddenly coming to the understanding of precisely why he had been called there. Still, he permitted the principal to continue speaking. Well, it was brought to my attention earlier that a member of the U.A student body has. She released your mother from her asylum, under the guise of a church, bringing her outside the gates briefly before the two vanished from the grounds. Such a revelation had not been considered, and he actually found himself stunned, lips open to speak words which would not come. At least for a moment, before he composed himself and managed to utter out that, who was it? Ibara Shiozaki. Nizu's words may well have been a death sentence, for his mind was wrapped in the sound of screaming and howling, the baying of beasts for blood. A wince became visible, and briefly the creature feigned concern, leaning forwards as Izu spoke. I remember her. Yes. His voice was forced between gritted teeth. My Quirk was not particularly fond of that news. Taking a deep breath and practically screaming into the mindscape for silence, he finally felt the headache begin to retreat. When did you find out about this? Tapping his paw briefly, the principal just hummed, not long ago, I can assure you of this. I called for you the moment that I felt you were strong enough to come here. May I be inquisitive, Mr. Midoriya? Grunting his approval, he forced the remainder of the shouting creatures into silence as the principal began to speak. Under the laws regarding your case, I am unable to determine precisely why she was imprisoned and why Shiozaki would set her free. I can understand that it was a case of abuse, and yet the only theories I can form in my mind do not seem rational enough for our dear student. Izuku hummed somewhat, looking at his hands. Well, she is religious, no? Upon seeing the principal's nod, he continued. My mother. My Quirk is particularly dangerous to those weak of mind. I mean, it's dangerous to anyone really, but the demons manifested in my mindscape are particularly harmful to those without the mental strength to handle them. My mother accidentally witnessed my transformation into a more powerful form, following my father leaving her, weakening her to the point of fracture when she saw my form. A sigh before continuing, the memories igniting a phantom pain through his torso, she became convinced, utterly certain, that I had been replaced or possessed by a demon. While she was not technically wrong, I was in control the whole time, of course. Her mind began to fracture under the strain. We had been close before, but slowly we began to drift apart, though I really could not see it or understand why, for I was focused more on mastering my Quirk. Slowly he reached down and undid the buttons of his shirt, revealing a particularly large scar near to his collarbone. I found out her thoughts the hard way, when she tried to stab me to death in my own bed, because her broken mind feared that I could only be freed from the demon through pain. Even Nizu looked down at that, Izuku nodding in understanding. Yeah, not a fun time for anyone involved. I threw her away with my power and held her still until our screaming forced the neighbors to call the police. A young child with a stab wound and a single woman raving about how he was possessed and had to die in order to be freed from a demon. It isn't hard to see what happened from there. The trial didn't take long, and hell, they even performed an exorcism on me to prove to her that I was not under possession, but it didn't help. Her mind was too far gone. and the judge both emancipated me and sentenced her to a psychiatric hospital until such time as she was deemed safe to return to society. Sighing once more, he sat upright in his chair, tapping his fingers together in a calming tick. Shigaraki, Bdu. They're the same. They believe that I have been possessed by a demon. I am guessing that she was impacted to a worse degree than him. Only she used her connections to the church to find out about the exorcism and my mother, and then took her out to learn more about this demon. He did not share how Magnus whispered into his ear, or the chanting of the blue scribes in the background of his mind, filling him with theories and facts intertwined with 1,000 lies. Still, it was enough that the principal nodded his agreement. Yes, that does seem most likely to me. Is there anything you wish done, Mr. Midoriya? Pausing and deliberating for a second, he shook his head. No, there is nothing that needs doing. Should my mother or Shigaraki attempt to harm me, I am more than certain of my capabilities to fight them off until help arrives. Truthfully, all I would need would be a pass to use my quirk in such a situation. It brought a soft smile to the principal's face. I am sure that such a thing could be arranged, though you are obviously aware of the limitations that would be placed upon you. Still, if it would help to alleviate the stress, then I would happily see to it that you would be permitted. Already his paws were tapping away at the keyboard, and Izuku correctly took it as his key to leave, standing to offer a brief bow and a "Thank you, Principal Nizu," before he turned and stalked away through the doorway, into the cold halls beyond. Lorgar took the time to speak, his voice the same measured calm that it usually carried as Izuku headed through the halls and back towards the lockers where the remainder of his items had been stored. That could most certainly have gone better. A true shame those two have been seduced by a false god. How have you been feeling, Izuku? The young host sighed briefly, slowing his step. I am entirely unsure how I feel, but I can be certain that it is not a good feeling. As much as I hate my mother for what she did, and as much as I wish to be angry with Shigaraki for setting her free, it is not their fault that their minds have been broken. It took a moment for the Primarch to reply. It is the folly of the divine. They claim to be all-knowing and all-powerful, and yet not even the dark gods can lay claim to those titles. Their minds could not understand what they saw, and so they fell back on the teachings of false gods. It is neither your fault nor theirs. What is their fault is how they chose to act upon it, for they have the faculties to know that what they do is wrong and attempt to hide it. Heading through the halls rather quietly, he just sighed. I don't know what will happen from here. If they try to kill me, I am not sure what I will do in response to that. I could kill them and end it for good, and yet that does not appeal to me. I do not feel happy with that. It took him a bit of time to navigate the halls of you, and he was approaching his locker when Lorgar spoke once more. Who said you have to kill them? There is still a chance that they can be brought back to reason once more, though for your mother I cannot help but feel doubt overshadow that hope. Still, for Shigaraki and Bakugo there is still hope for their minds and souls. Izuku just nodded once more, unlocking his locker and pulling out the bag from within. I know. It's hard, it's so very hard all the same. Well, on the bright side, you still have young Azui at your side to offer assistance. I am sure that she would be more than happy to listen. The Primarch's words brought him pause, and a feeling of warmth sprouted in his chest. Perhaps. Still there is time, and there are so many things left to do. Let's go home, shall we? When Izuku next returned to Undivided Academy, it was to much celebration and joy, for Class 1A still remained high off the fruits of his victory. The sports festival still burned bright in their minds, and he found himself getting swept up in the joy of his class fellows, feeling a small burning urge within him to actually attempt to socialize. Before, he had never been the most social person, but his most recent conversations with Tsuyu had inspired a soft warmth in his chest, and as such he found himself sitting closer to her friend group. Uraraka seemed the most nervous of him, eyes constantly darting between the rest of the group and his sitting form, as he slumped down in the nearest chair to them all upon entering the room. Tsuyu offered him a polite nod and a kindly smile, though they both seemed more than the slightest bit concerned with Tenya Ida. He tilted his head and leant in close at the froggy girl's invitation, letting her explain the situation in quiet whispers. His older brother was injured fighting the hero killer during the sports festival ribbit. And yes, he's been really cold the last few days over text, angry with everything. Uraraka's really worried for him, but we can't get anything out of him. Pausing for a moment, Izuku could only offer a helpless shrug. I will not be the best for that, unfortunately. I can only spitball ideas that you might be able to run with. The brunette gave him a weak smile of appreciation, though it was still tinged with nervousness from his change of heart. Thanks for trying all the same. How could I get through to him? Tsu tapped her chin quietly. You've tried speaking directly and politely, but maybe there isn't a way to get it out of him without giving him some time. He's been hurt a lot and will be struggling, so being there for him is probably the best thing you're capable of at the moment. His smile was soft. Couldn't have put it better myself. He just needs time and company, especially to make sure that he doesn't do something stupid. Izuku was rather careful not to mention the roaring of the creatures within, howling and screaming their mutual fury. Bloodlust was like nectar to the bloody god's minions, and Ida was soaked in it, calling out to them to the point in which the green-haired boy found himself worrying somewhat. Spending time away from the rest of his classmates meant that chaotic corruption had never been something he had even dreamed of happening. Yet Korn's minions were screaming for Ida to the point in which he could practically see the red tendrils of their fury attempting to reach out towards the teenager. What would happen if they connected was not something he wished to experiment with in the slightest, somewhat thankful that the other teen sat by himself. The three sat there quietly, discussing between each other ways that they could potentially help right up until Aizawa opened the door, sending the classroom into silence. His bandages had been removed in the brief few days between the sports festival and returning to his teaching duties, allowing him a freedom of movement as the disheveled man shuffled to his chair so as to flop himself down. By now they had learned enough to listen when he spoke, perking up in their chairs to take in every word. Today is going to be one of the most important days of your hero career. Immediately an air of tension took hold of the class, the silence going from thin to as thick as a blanket, at least. Until he looked up at them. The bags underneath his eyes could practically substitute for the yellow sleeping bag as he muttered out, "You're going to be picking your hero names today. Make sure you listen to her properly, and don't be stupid when picking them." And before they could even speak, he was out in his chair, just in time for the door to burst open and reveal Midnight, who had been hiding just out of view. The lewd cries of a Slaneshi contingent almost made him cry out, a mixture of appreciation over the shamelessness of her attire to the horrific wishes they wanted to perform. It took a good deal of control to force them back into the recesses of his mind, doing his best to ignore the smell of ozone which permeated the class as he fought to regain control of his own mind. Bakugo looked particularly nervous, and a number of the class leant away from him as best as they were able. Yet if his teacher had noticed, she did not say, rather speaking loudly to them all. Welcome to the most important day of your lives. I'm here to make sure that you all pick out a good hero name for the future, a name that will not just let the public know who you are, but will give you the finishing touches on your hero identity. So I'm gonna make sure you don't end up picking something stupid that you will one day end up regretting. Most of them could nod in agreement to that, seeing precisely where she was coming from as the teacher continued, "You've got 15 minutes to make an initial name. Whether you do it alone or together, by the time this clock hits 15 past, I want everyone to have an approximate name that they'd like to use on the white boards." Passed from the front of the class to the back, they were all equipped with one after a small PRD of time, and Midnight gave them the nod as the clock hit 9. Immediately speaking broke out across the classroom, the various friend groups chatting away happily as they compared thoughts with each other. Izuku sat close to Uraraka and Tsu as they chatted between each other, though for the most part he was focusing upon himself. Never before had he put all that much thought into what he would do for his hero name. He had fought through the forces of the four main chaos gods, gathered the strongest of their warriors to his mindscape for his own personal use, yet the hero name had never been a thing to cross his mind. Even more so, he had not expanded outwards into the more devout groups, noting with no small amount of shock that he possessed not a single member of the cult Mechanicus in his repertoire. That was a problem for later, for now he had a hero name to make, and so he delved more into himself. No great heroes had come from his family, nor were there any that he particularly looked up to beyond the overpowering strength of All Might. The only real thing he had going for him was the forces of chaos, and that was where he clicked somewhat with finding a name. He scribbled down on the whiteboard a few times before eventually turning it over to Tsuyu, waiting patiently for her to read over the messy kanji. She paused for a second, a little confused with the actual name, for he had never truly gone into much detail with the rest of the class as to his abilities, but still gave a nod of approval just in time for the timer to ring from the front of the class. The class had mostly come up with good names, though Bakugo's King Explosion Murder brought a loud bark of laughter up from him. Some of them had to be changed, such as Mina's, but for the most part they rattled off their hero identities one after the other. And then it was his turn. Nervousness was an odd sensation, but he found it gracing his heart once more as he turned over the whiteboard, revealing the selection of his name for the rest of the class to see. The chaotic hero, Undivided. Midnight had obviously been clued into it a tad more by Nizu, for she did not seem confused, offering a nod of approval before moving on to the rest of the class. None of his classmates barring Tsu even offered a congratulations, making her little pat on the back and whispering, "Good job. Feel all the nicer." By the time they had all finished and been approved for their names, Aizawa had woken up from his nap. His voice was gravelly but stronger than before, "Right? I was meant to do this at the start, but I felt it was easier to get this out of the way with Midnight's help. The main part of today shall be dealing with the internships that are being offered." They almost broke out into discussion before being silenced by his glowing eyes and continuing talk. "Usually it is offered to second years, but you all did well in the sports festival, and so you're being given the chance earlier than usual. Each of you have received a number of invitations to join various pro heroes across the country. I'll tell you the number received individually. It is up to you all whether you wish to share them or not. The hero that you select to go with will be up to you, but it is better to select a hero whose skill set complements your own. That way you shall be able to get the most from the experience." As it turned out, his individual conversations truthfully meant calling each student up to the front of the class and reading the number to them. Perhaps this could have provided some measure of privacy had the class not been a particularly nosy one, falling into a dead silence whenever a person exited their chair. Most people had received a few dozen or 100 votes, though it was of little surprise to the rest of the class that Bakugo and Todoroki had each received thousands of votes. 3,556 and 4,123 respectively, yet Izuku found himself also pleasantly surprised with his own tally at 2, evidently beating the living hell out of Bakugo had not done him miracles in the popularity department, but the sheer versatility and strength of his quirk could not be denied. There was a pleasant throb from his healed knuckles, remembering the beatdown he had delivered, but it was quickly discarded as he began to examine each of the recommendations he received. A lot of names were there to be sorted through, though two particular ones ended up catching his attention: Ryukyu and Hawks. Those were names he recognized as being in the top 10, though why Hawks had sent him a request was utterly beyond him. The winged hero was not someone who he shared a skill set with, barring the prismatic wings of Magnus the Red, which he had demonstrated in a full transformation against Todoroki. Transformations and overwhelming power were not the hero's forte, and so he set the offer aside, instead focusing on the Dragoon hero's offer. Her offer was far more appealing to him. A powerful and fluid transformation, incredible resilience and strength against attacks alongside the sheer might of her draconic form. That was someone he could learn from, especially considering his lack of fluidity when it came to switching forms, having to concentrate specifically on which he wished to use. Even Magnus' shape-changing abilities lay beyond him, focusing specifically on the martial might that each form had to offer for him. Psychic powers were limited, and very few of the creatures were content to share more than their physical prowess, something that the hero might be able to help him circumnavigate. As such, he called over Aizawa, whispering to the hero quietly, "I would like to work with Ryukyu. How would I go about arranging this?" His face remained deadpan, but his voice was supportive as he responded, "Note it down on your sheet and I will arrange it for you. All you really need to do is list your choice and you should receive an email by the end of the day." Izuku nodded slowly and allowed his tutor to move onwards, relaxing calmly as the bell rang for their next lesson. As they walked away, his eyes locked onto Ida's moving frame as they headed towards English lessons, and remained locked onto his classmate as the day went on. If he was pretending to be okay, then he was not doing a very good job of it, his entire body occasionally stiffening as a rush of anger ripped through his mind, something that the blood god's retinue was more than happy to point out. Uraraka and Tiu were also clearly staring, worried for the man with no idea of how to help with his quietly smoldering fury. English continued, present Mike calling upon Ida a number of times and receiving curt responses, with even the quieter members of the class staring at him with worried eyes. Izuku found himself surprised when even Bakugo gave Ida a quiet, "You alright?" during a group activity. Yet that was again greeted with a curt, "I'm fine," and a clear dismissal as the class finally came to its end and lunch began. Taking a table to himself, he was quickly joined by the two girls, but Todoroki's approach caught him by surprise and he gestured to the seat, wanting the split-color teen to join them all. His first words upon sitting down were, "Are you aware of what happened to Ida's brother?" The green-haired boy let out a small sigh. "Partially, being truthful, I have not paid much attention to anyone in the days I have been here. I am attempting to change this, but all I have heard is that his brother was injured. I don't know to what extent. Being honest, I'm really not sure why you have come over to us in the first place. It is not like we are friends." Todoroki just gave a small nod. "We are not, but your friends are the ones closest to Ida and as such are likely the best choice. I have spoken with him at times. He is a good person and needs help." Izuku just sighed and motioned for him to speak. His older brother is the pro-hero Ingenium. During one of his regular patrols, he was attacked by the hero killer Stain and suffered a great deal of damage, including a particularly bad cut to his spine which, it is likely that he won't be able to walk again, meaning that he will be forced out of being a hero. I can see why he is taking it hard, only it looks like he is planning something absolutely idiotic. If the situation had not been so serious, that might have drawn a chuckle from them, yet Todoroki only nodded in response to that. "You might be right. I overheard his conversation with Eraserhead. He is planning on attending an internship with Manuel, who is based near to where his brother was attacked." Izuku rubbed his eyes weakly with a hand. "By the gods. Replace absolutely idiotic with the stupidest thing someone could do." Stretching, he looked around the room until he finally caught sight of his classmate. "I don't think we're going to be able to talk him out of anything, but we could try and be close to him." Uraraka shook her head. "I can't. I'm going with Gunhead to try and improve my martial arts. I won't be anywhere near Hosu." "Same here, Ribbit. I'm going with Selkie, so I'm going to be even further away than Uraraka." Tsuyu tapped her fingertip to her mouth as she spoke, leaving the boys to speak up regarding their own internships. "I'm taking my father's offer, so I shall be at the Endeavor Agency. However, I have a suspicion that he will be taking us to Hosu. He wishes to hunt down the hero killer himself. As much as I dislike my father, he holds respect for the Ingenium family and does not wish to see their legacy soiled by him. So I shall keep an eye out for him when I am able." Izuku gave a little nod to that. "Ryukyu sent me an offer that I shall be taking her up on, meaning that I'll be located in Kanazawa. It won't be easy for me to make it there, but I could probably reach Hosu within a few hours should things take a downturn." Slowly they nodded, and despite the lack of closeness between the four, a small plan was eventually agreed upon between them. With a group chat made, Todoroki would be the one to keep an eye out for Ida and would alert the rest if something ended up going wrong. Izuku would be the first to attempt to make it, and the others would either wait for an alert or attempt to make the trip should they have enough time to do so. He did his best not to show that it made him happy, seeing his phone buzzing with notifications from people who were not doctors or welfare checks. Lunch ended and they continued on with their day right up until the home bell rang and Izuku was able to leave. The train home was not a long one and he slid off in silence, pacing through the empty streets with bag in hand until he reached his small apartment building, pausing only once to stare down the street. There was a little church down the street, something he had not paid much attention to before, until he spotted the tiniest bit of movement. It had just been a flash, yet his eyes caught the person standing in the window, phone in hand as they watched him approach the door to the complex. He did not find that it boded well, but with little more than a scant glance for his suspicions, there was little more to be done than open the door and slide inside his home. The apartment was located on the 3rd floor, a small thing provided by his mother's pension, given to him via court order, better than the home in which his own family attempted to take his life. The simplicity of his life made him happy, little more than a couch and such in the living room, with thick tomes of his knowledge scrawled down layering every inch of the apartment. Bookshelves were piled high on each surface, partially from his own discoveries and partially the stories of the Primarchs, the stories of the legions, and the tales of the demonic. Shutting the door, a hand was placed upon the door and runes erupted out from the palm of his hand. As much as the legions would like to keep their secrets, they would happily teach him the runes to keep his apartment protected, to prevent the world from finding out what lurked in his mind. Only when the rune lock was in place did he throw himself down onto the couch, burying his face in the fluffy pillows and thick blankets, sighing in relief now that he was alone in his home. His bag was thrown to the side, forgotten, and Izuku rolled onto his back, speaking to the air. I understand why he wants to kill him, but surely Ida knows that he is outmatched, that he'll die in any attempt he makes on the hero killer. It was Karn who responded, his voice deep and twitchy as the nails bit into his brain, still locked within the butcher's nails embrace in his mind. He doesn't care. Fury makes men feel invincible, only he is not invincible. No matter what, he paused, shuddering in the grips of agony, he'll fight. He'll die. Unless you intervene, then that won't change. Izuku sighed. Truthfully, I would prefer to knock him out, prevent anything from happening by removing him from the equation, but then he'll drop out, find a way to hunt down the hero killer by himself. Angron's equerry just chuckled, throat thick with blood and phlegm, truer words. That hero, the dragon one, perhaps you could persuade her to take you close to his location. Dragons crave blood, they crave victory, such things could be easily used for your benefit. He reached down, picking up a new notebook and scrawling away in the empty pages, noting down every word even as he responded to the World Eater. You raise a good point. I am worried more about my own effects on Ida though, how his fury will interact with the fury of the blood god. Standing, he continued to scrawl away through the leather-bound pages. Not even my mother was corrupted, but his fury is. It is near divine in its levels, and I worry that unleashing power around him could push him to dark paths. Karn just chuckled and Izuku could hear his bemused shrug. He does not care from where the blood flows. Only that it flows, yes. Dinner was made as the World Eater continued talking. A simple thing of rare steak and assorted vegetables. What happens in the worst case? He does something stupid and gets himself killed. Big whoop, happens every day. No, worst case scenario, he gets himself corrupted and mutates into a spawn that I then have to kill with my own hands. Or he becomes corrupted and ends up killing people in the name of your own god. You have a point. The hero killer works in the shadows. He kills heroes on the outskirts of society and far away from powerhouses like Endeavor who could easily take him out. Meaning that if Ida does find him, then it'll be away from the limelight, meaning that I will have to fight with my own powers, thereby raising the risk that he can be corrupted, and I'll have to end up fighting a battle on two fronts. Again, he does not care from where the blood flows. But your own death would be best if avoided. Izuku continued writing, listening to the gentle ping of his phone, lighting up with an email. The World Eater went silent as he sat, opening his phone and reading the confirmation email given to him from Ryukyu's office. After sending back his own confirmation, he finally found himself responding, I worry for them all. Plates were thrown haphazardly into the sink, retreating to his bedroom as he continued scribbling away, his face calm which belied the exhaustion inside. With my mother, with Tsuyu and Uraraka, their panic for Ida. People are difficult, but it pains me to admit that I want contact. I want to experience care and connection. Especially with my mother's escape. A number of the spirits within gave noises of complaint and exasperation, and even Karn just chuckled. You shall survive whether you have connection or not. Yet it is your choice, do as you will. Izuku hummed a little bit, stretching his back. I want to have friends, and so I shall. Or I shall try at least. It was the sound of spray paint cans rattling that caught his attention, and he stood out of bed, undoing the rune locks on his front door as running footsteps echoed down the hall. By the time he managed to open it and step out, the culprits had long since fled, Yet the spray-painted demon on his front door remained in slowly drying paint. A little grunt escaped him, mind flashing back to the flicker in the church window even as he pulled out his phone, dialing in a number with a rather bored expression. When the call was picked up, he spoke calmly despite the fury he felt. "Tsukachi. There has been an incident with my home." "What incident? What has happened?" The detective's voice was tired, yet attentive as he listened. "You're aware that my mother escaped from her asylum with the help of a student?" "Well, that student was a Christian." A grunt signaled for him to continue. "I saw someone staring at me from the church down the road, and I just came out of my home to find the word demon spray painted on my door." A sigh escaped from the officer as he replied, "All right, I'll get out to you soon. It'll be nice to be out of the office for once." After a number more pleasantries, the two hung up and Izuku took some photos before returning back into his home. The whole experience was a little odd, not because of the graffiti, but because for once he had someone to message about it. "I am entirely unused to this, but would you all mind if I ranted?" Midoriya I, 5:25 p.m. "Go ahead." Todoroki 5:25 p.m. "Is everything all right, Izuku?" Froppy, 5:26 p.m. "Not particularly. Issues with my Quirk and the church down the street. Some idiot spray-painted demon on my door." Miridia I, 5:27 p.m. "And my mother recently escaped from her asylum." Midoriya I, 5:28 p.m. "And it was a member of Class 1B who let her out, and it was probably them who caused this." Midoriya I, 5:29 p.m. "Excuse me, WHAT? Uravity, 5:30 p.m. "I must agree that does sound nightmarish." Todoroki 5:31 p.m. "Izuku, I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do?" Froppy, 5:31 p.m. "Not really, unfortunately. Police are gonna come out at some point, but I am tired, I suppose, fed up with all of this. I hope that it was all over, and it appears it is just starting all over again." Midoriya I, 5:33 p.m. "Excuse me one second." Midoriya I, 5:33 p.m. This is better." Undivided, 5:34 p.m. "Matching is rather fun." Shoto, 5:35 p.m. "If you need somewhere to stay, then I could ask my parents? Especially if you do not feel safe there." Froppy, 5:37 p.m. Izuku found himself sitting back, the offer tempting him, mainly the possibility of closeness with Azui, which ignited warmth in his gut. Would appreciate that. It would not be for long, especially with the internships approaching, but maybe for a day or two. Undivided, 5:38 p.m. Upon sending that, he received a thumbs up in response, sitting calmly as he waited for anything to happen. The knock of Tsukachi startled him from the silence, standing and opening the door for the detective who had been examining the graffiti, speaking up as he walked in, "Thank you. How are you doing?" "Could be better, could most certainly be worse. A friend of mine is inquiring if I can stay with her for a few days before I go off on my internship." He did his best to ignore the detective's concerned stares at the books, lining literally every inch of the home. "I'll be heading off with Ryukyu for a week or two, so at least I won't have to deal with people here." Tsukachi just nodded. "I'm glad to hear it. Unfortunately, there isn't much we can do here. It is just graffiti and there aren't cameras here that caught the person's face. Furthermore, there isn't really anyone we can hunt down or interrogate who isn't already being hunted, so." Izuku just nodded patiently. "Yeah, I understand you. Thank you all the same. I thought it would be smart to call you up." The detective smiled a bit, a kind but weak smile. "I'm sorry I can't do more. I'll keep you updated as to the search, all right." A nod and the man left, Izuku quickly retreating to his room to pack up a bag with as many clothes and notebooks as he could carry. By the time he was done, Tsuyu had sent him a private message listing her address and how to get there, something he responded to with a, "Thank you, be there soon." And finally he left, shutting and rune-locking the door behind him as he did so, feeling an emptiness blending with warmth in his heart as he slowly began a new chapter of his life.